me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's
The iRacing Endurance Special Event of 2022 has so far seen wins for the Apex Racing team and most recently at Bathurst for Team Redline. Those two tracks are so unique. Of course, the Roval at Daytona and the up and down of the mountain at Bathurst. But now we come to the airport. We come to Sebring, and you would think as an airport track, it's going to be a little bit simple. Nice and smooth racing, but oh, no. Sebring is anything but. Part of the racetrack is on asphalt, part of it is on concrete. It is bumpy, it is tough, it is technical, and then you put yourself 50-odd race cars on there, you end yourself up waiting for a great race. Our coverage today is sponsored by Heusinkveld Engineering. My name is Will Vincent. I'm joined by Arjuna Kankapati as we say hello and welcome to the 2022 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Heusinkveld, an iRacing special event. And Arjuna, this track has got so much history, so much heritage, but it always comes down to how you navigate the bumps, how you navigate the traffic, and how you navigate your own emotions.
What do they say? Respect the bumps, and that's no place more true than here today. Chassis compromise is going to be vital. How you adapt to the changing track temperatures, and specifically in the GT3 cars, how you have come to understand the changes that dropped about a week and a half ago that have redone the tires, redone the fuel, and in a strategy game like today, it's going to be interesting. Here's a look at the track. 17 turns is a historic layout as well. We'll talk more about that in a sec.
Yeah, we've got 50 drivers here today. No driver has ever conquered the bumps twice in prototypes. But hey, in GT, we've got multiple winners. And this is a racetrack where a pole position does not guarantee you the race victory. We were talking just before we came on air about how BMW currently looks strong. It's Audi and BMW who's won 3 times in GT3. And actually, we've had 2 different types of BMW that has won as well. We want to try and get ourselves close to 400 laps. The lap record is 396 so far. And oh yeah, make sure you don't go off track. You don't doing any punterinos, because every 50 incidents, you're going to get yourself a stop and go penalty. And then every 20 incidents thereafter, that magical number there, Arjuna, 396 is what we're looking to try and beat here today.
Yeah, that was 12 months ago, the first time Team Redline have ever won this race in the prototype category. They've got GT wins to their name to really try and defend and back up over years past, but it's a strong field. Let's see how things play out in 2022.
Yeah, and there's a look at our past winners. 2015, we can go that far back to Radicals Online, winning in Prototype, Driving Revolution 2016, Vendevel in 2017. Look at that, Commander SimSport. They've been winning out in GT3 at the start of this one. Commander's not been as strong over the last couple of years, but they're looking to have a bit of a comeback here today. Radicals Online, Apex Racing Team, Coanda, and Team Redline. They were your prototype winners. And look at that. Team Redline seemed to be really strong in terms of the endurance races in that kind of February, March period of the year. BS Competition won out in GT3 last time around. So this race has grown like all the other iRacing special events, 37 splits in 2021. And the thing is, this race just keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But to understand the race, first of all, you have to understand the track. So Arjuna, through the form of telepathy and being live and not live at the same time, take us away.
So here we go, a lap at the Sebring International Raceway. Lap times in a GT3 car for the top drivers will be under 2 minutes. For someone with not much practice, not much talent, let's see what we can do through Sunset Bend. Get ready for the lap in front of you. We'll talk more about that in about, just under 6 kilometers time. Rolling yourself though through that final corner, you get ready for crossing the start-finish line, but getting to turn 1, where it's a dab of the brakes, down a gear, trying to scrub as little speed as possible, but get on the power as early as you can. See, look how close to the wall, look how close to the cone you get. Full throttle as early as you dare to try not to run a little bit wide. Braking just after the 3 cones as you roll yourself down into turn 3. Use the curb on either side if you want to try and minimize the distance, but really, it's all about this, getting the run out of this corner onto this long sweeping right-hander of Big Bend to run yourself down into the hairpin. Crucial braking zone. You'll see traffic management happen here. You also will see passes for class positions. Braking at the 4 on the left-hand side. It's a very bumpy braking zone, so try not to run too wide. You can use the curb on the inside because it's relatively flat, and really just power yourself out nicely and punch yourself down into this little quick kink right-left. Plenty of traffic chaos. We saw this in the real world in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge race last week, but going to be a little bit easier, I hope, for your prototypes to work their way through. Into Cunningham, I was a little bit slow there and also mounted the curb on the inside, which is not ideal, but you can get away with it there. Now, though, into Tower Corner, that's somewhere you really don't want to be mounting the curb. Look at that. Oh, just kissed the inside of the corner. It's slightly cambered in there, but it's good to get the run out of there because it really will help you to stretch yourself out, maybe put some distance between you and those chasing you down. Into Jean-Dion Bend though, final couple of corners coming up here, down into 3rd. Oh, rear end trying to step out on me, but really you do want to try and cut the curbs as much as you can. Roll your momentum into Le Mans, nice and early onto the power, and use all of the curb on the left-hand side of the track. Now you're onto the Elman Straight, and we're here. Sunset Bend. Oh, the corner that's made this place so much fun. Quite a few different lines that can be taken. I try and run it a little bit tighter, but some others like to try and V it a little bit more. Ultimately, though, it's maximum momentum into the corner. Slow it down through the turning, the initial turning on the corner, and then get on the power nice and early. Minimize the distance on a qualifying lap for a lap here at the Sebring International Raceway. So that was just over 2 minutes for this driver that's got about 3 laps of practice.
and not much talent, but let's see what the lap times are going to be from the GT3 leaders. How do they manage tires with the new changes? How do they manage fuel with the new changes? That's going to be crucial, and of course with the prototypes coming through, they're going to have to be very, very careful. 12 hours of action into the night. It's not as tough a race as some others, but it's definitely tougher than Daytona, the other IMSA-sanctioned event that we've seen so far, and maybe even Watkins Glen Petit Le Mans, if you ask me. More fun, a little bit more challenging when it comes to traffic management. Let's see, though, what we've got in store for 12 hours here.
Thank you very much. In the past, Arjuna, welcome back to the real life now here. Arjuna, you know what, Arjuna, I can't imagine you normally outside of Team Tie. Very nice t-shirt there, although it does seem to be as if you're driving that one handless here at Sebring. But you made a good point. It's very tough, very technical racetrack here. A lot to talk about. And hey, we've got 12 hours to talk about the quirks of this racetrack anyway.
Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll get into the history of this racetrack as well. It's so flat as well, right? It's many airfield tracks that we know and love are like that. But because of the bumps during the braking zone, because of some of the slight camber changes that you have through the course as well, there are ways that the top teams will have found to get their cars the quickest around this track. And it's such a difficult track as well to get a rhythm with, to get the consistency going there, as well as it looks like Team Redline may be doing a bit of a qualifying games there with just 3 minutes already complete on the qualifying session. But it is a place where I think you want to try and leave your driver in for a couple of hours if possible, so once they're up to speed, they're able to keep going from there.
Yeah, apologies. That one, the iPhone just reminded me that it still exists. And the thing about this track as well that I always think about is that it's got these horrible curbs at certain parts of the track. Now, you go through the latter sections through Le Mans, and you've got these low curbs that you really get a good handle of. But actually, towards the start of the lap, you've got these high curbs, especially down at this chicane. And the sequence returns 2, 3, 4. You get your two wheels over there, especially in prototype, that can really upset the balance of your race cars. We are having a look at the number 7 Team Redline car that's currently got Dominic Hoffman behind the wheel doing itself a qualifying lap right now. And of course, we talk about qualifying. We can also talk to you about live timing and scoring, which is available at RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. It's RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. Our timing and scoring today brought to you by our friends over at Timing 71, as Dominic Hoffman does a lap time that puts him up into second place. And the point I was making, well, we were going to make a moment ago there before we moved to Max Benecke, was those high curbs, turns 2, 3, and 4 there, Arjuna.
Yeah, in a GT3 car, I think you can get away with it. In a prototype, now, through traffic, you might want to use it, but when you're running by yourself, you definitely don't want to be using it. And these are the low curves that you were talking about through Jean-de-Bion Bend and into Le Mans, where you really will cut it as much as possible. Going back to Dominic Hoffman for a second, we saw him yesterday on our Friday night preview going guns blazing and running away from the field. But yes, he and Josh Ladd really bring the heat there and putting it on pole by 0.03 of a second. The margin between the top three is less than half a tenth of a second so far, as we still wait for the first lap times from the GTDs to come in.
Yeah, so it is going to be mighty close. It always makes me laugh. This lap time's over 100 seconds long. And in qualifying, we have it by hundredths of a second. Come the end of the race, we might be talking about a gap less than 10 seconds because these drivers are so intensive. As there was Max Benecke, Team Redline Red, a 155.465. We turn our attention back then to another Team Redline car. They're getting their ad money into us early on today, as Hoffman's trying to get himself faster than Team Yas Heat, who have got the fastest time in qualifying as we speak. And actually, no, looking at Hoffman then through the final corner. And that is going to be Sunset Bend. We've got so much we talk about Sunset Bend. As Hoffman past the start-finish line was third. Does he improve? The answer is yes, up into second place. But Apex Racing Team now a 143.771 as we now move over to the number 20 machine. Alexander Spett in the LMP2 car, working himself now through Sunset Bend. Going to try and get towards the start-finish line. What lap time is it going to be for him? A 143.466. Bam! Does the lap count? Yes, it does, Arjuna.
And it's a Williams 1-2 with the third Williams car inside of the top four as well. They are coming guns blazing. And I just want to point out for Matt Farrow, who's behind the wheel. We'll get back to that. Here comes the king of qualifying, and not just king, half a second clear of the entirety of the field after losing out at Daytona to the Apex Racing team. Josh Rogers has returned, and Josh Rogers is on pole. What's new?
Yeah, there we are, blinding by Joshua Rogers. We've still got a minute left of qualifying. Some drivers are still ticking around on track, but look at that, a 142.959. Wait until the last couple of minutes of qualifying goes out, and look at that, the number 18 machine deciding that they want to come along for the party as well, moving themselves up into second place. And all of a sudden, from being a Williams 1-2, it is now a VRS Coanda Simsport 1-2. And that is the number 6 Team BMW Bank. And look at that. They are 0.007 seconds behind the BMW Team Redline red car right now. So it is mighty close on both the GTD and the LMP2 right now, Arjuna, as we've got ourselves about 30 seconds remaining of qualifying. This has been exciting.
Oh, look at the gaps in GTD. Less than a tenth of a second splits the top four. Now, there is a bigger margin between the Coanda team and everyone behind them, but the margins are close there as well. This is the sort of race where we said it before. Pole position is no guarantee of victory, but with a lap time like that, the benchmark has been set. Can Rogers back up that performance in qualifying?
Indeed. So that was Sam Cutter there getting 18th place in GTD. Hey, look at that. Qualifying is over. That means we can run ourselves through your starting grid any second now for the 2022 Sebring 12 hours and front row of the grid. It is Coanda Simsport, Joshua Rogers in the number 8 Coanda car, 142.959 ahead of his teammate in the number 18 car, about a quarter of a second back. Alexander Speech, Williams Esports BenQ in third place, and Williams Esports Fanatic in P4, with the Apex Racing team number 72 car in P5, and Williams Esports Chill Blast in P number 6. 7th place will go to your highest place team Redline car in green, and then you got yourself Yas Heat in P number 8. Urano Esports, they are in 9th place with the RSR car number 69 rounding out your top 10. SRC Movano Corsa Rosso in 11th place, and Orion Race Team, haven't seen them for a while, but they're in P number 12. Your Sims Esports in 13th place, number 17 car, and Race Clutch Red in P14. Race Clutch Black in P15, and look at that, another Race Clutch car, the white car in P16. Pure Sims Esports 17, Pure Sims Esports in 18th place, and then 19th. And look at that, another Pure Sims Esports car. They're rolling up today as if they're going onto the arc. And you've got Team Wrenchful Online in P number 20, SRC Movano Corsa in 21st, Delta Sport in 22nd, Netrix Grand Prix in 23rd, and the Coanda Junior team in P number 24 here in your LMP2 field. And let's now head over to GTD, Arjuna.
It's Maximilian Benecke after winning in GTE last year. Well, he's now trying to do it in the GTDs, but less than 100th of a second behind him is your real-world works BMW driver Bruno Spengler, who lines up in the Team BMW bank car powered by BS Competition. Danny Elgabay has been impressive in that BMW in recent memory for MSI Esports Red. He'll be inside the BMW Team BS Competition car, which sees Reino Talvar winner last time out in the BMW Sim GT Cup. Jimmy Antunes for the R&H Competition will line up inside of the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports number 2 with Daniel Pastor, the new recruit behind the wheel, while Roman Grosjean's Triple Eight with Vlad Kiminchev rolls off alongside the second of your Arnage competition cars on row number 4. Fire Simsport and Rottenberry Racing share row 5 to round out the top 10, while Luke McEwen, the new recruit for Redline, making his debut here today, will line up alongside his old team with Yannick Lapchan behind the wheel of the McLaren for the Logitech G Altus Esports team. Alexei Nesov and Ryan Barneveld share row 7 for the Urano and Mahler Racing teams, while R8G and BS Turner, of course that Turner livery that displayed itself last year here in a GT4 car in real-world competition, 15th and 16th. Big Tim Matzke for T3 Motorsports by Maniti inside of Dylan Becky Shrivens, the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano car. The young Dylan Burris inside of Jürgen Franken, new colors for Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, while Sota Muto drives a McLaren for the Williams Esports Razor team outside of the top 20. Sven Haase for Biela Racing Team Euronics alongside. Carbon Simsport make it into a top split. They'll be inside of Mikkel Godwin, no qualifying lap time put down there. Couple more cars with no times. It's a third of the Arnage competition crew, the 100 with Nicholas Rubelar behind the wheel. Patrick Heinrich rolls off 26th and last in this GTD class.
2 points. Number 1, SimRC moving away from those colours that I know for so long. That's going to be difficult. And number 2, Arjun, you just had to mention BS competition and the Turner car, didn't you?
I had to. You know I'm biased.
You are. I honestly think you just get like sponsorship ad reads.
I wish.
You're the D brand of sim racing, just talking about Turner. But we've got the cars on track then. They've got a full pace lap here today. And then we go racing for 12 hours. Lots of strategy to talk about. Lots of excitement. And the thing that I noted very quickly is that the teams seem to be very consistent in themselves in qualifying, so not a lot to choose from. All these cars look very similarly matched.
Yeah, no, that's one thing to know, and we'll talk more about the driver lineup, especially in LMP2 through this race, because there are some really big surprises. I mentioned, of course, Matt Farrow in that Williams Esports crew. Matt Farrow, former Redline driver, not sure what's happened there. You have Dean Woods, who we usually see racing for Yassid, who switched over to the Orion race team. So much going on, and I'll have to try and dive into what's going on behind the scenes and figure out what's what.
And we are on to the Ullman Shredaway then. So, 1 corner to go. Some will call it the hardest corner on the racetrack, Sunset Bend, the track that has a million lines in, a million lines out, and one day you might be a little bit consistent on how you do it. So hello, welcome to RaceSpotTV, welcome to the 3rd iRacing Endurance Special Event of 2022. As I said, our coverage today is sponsored by Heusinkveld Engineering. Welcome to Sebring. Welcome to the 12 hours. It's sunny now. It won't be by the time we see the checkered flag. Kiwanis Simsport will lead the field out to Sunset Bend, and the 2022 Sebring 12 hours is underway, and they all rocket it down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. Barney's on the flag stand. Kawanda have got P number 1, but they're scrapping it out for P number 2 early on. They do keep the second place as well. GTD, they take the green flag now. They will storm all of them, all 26 of them into turn number 1. And it looked as though there you're getting a little bit of dive to the left, a dive to the right by Team BMW Bank, but they'll make it through. 1 car on the grass on the exit of turn number 1 in GTD, but they'll now work themselves through that tricky little turn 2, 3, 4 complex, out of turn 5, underneath the Corvette Bridge, and into Big Bend they'll come for the first time. So all 50 runners out and away cleanly, as now your top half of the field in LMP2 Arjuna already over halfway through the lap.
You put the commentator's curse down there, because 1 car has taken the tow back to pit lane. That's the Orion race team number 3 with Dean Woods behind the wheel. Its race ended before it's really even gotten underway. A couple of cars went off into the grass and gravel at turn 1. Not unexpected to see, given how high commitment it is with cold tires. But everyone else looks to go safely. As you look at the melee back in your GTD pack, they're 2 wide, about 4 rows deep, working through in towards Tower Corner.
Oh, yeah, they're all scrapping it out really early on as we get your LMP2 cars heading themselves down the Ullman for the first time. Exit Le Mans Corner. You just see how long it is there. You don't normally use that inside line unless you have a slowdown penalty for Le Mans Corner. Then into Sunset Bend for the first time as well. It was, you're going to talk about it in a moment, but it was a big crash actually in GTD as now your GTD cars there heading themselves onto the Ullman. And I see one car all the way down to the right-hand side there, just having a look to see whether they have got a slowdown penalty, because they are falling all the way down the field. And is that a Team Redline car? I think
no,
it was that. No,
it's one of the Urano Mercedes, that factory-supported effort from Urano. Mercedes really making a leap into sim racing with Williams and Urano in 2022, and that's a painful thing, especially on lap number 1. You get a slowdown penalty. There's no benchmark for it to be working with, so you have to give up a little bit more positions. Couple of diving going on behind the Mahler Racing Team car, who has contact with Altus. Almost got that one saved at that McLaren, but it's off into the tire barrier. That's hard contact for Logitech G Altus.
Oh, so a couple of the drivers having issues early on. There is the Altus Esports car getting itself back onto track then, but all the way now down at the rear of the field. That is Yannick Lapchin in the number 43 car. Replay will come up in a couple of moments' time, but that's the last thing you want. 2 laps into a 12-hour race. Your race not quite to be ended, but for you to be really far down the field because of an incident early on, as we move ourselves back up then through the LMP2 field, as at the front of it is the number 8 Koana Sim Sports car, leading by, get this, 1.92 seconds already over the 18 car, and the snake has started. The trolley train, the snake, call it what you will, we're in America, so we're going to call it the snake. And Williams Esports, thank you, in 3rd place, trying to get the tow down the Ullman.
Yeah, and I think the breakaway was really brought on by the Williams Esports BenQ car, trying to fight so hard on the opening half of the lap when we got underway. It really enabled Josh Rogers to break away while Mac Backham had to do the hard work to defend from Alexander Spetz. And you give Rogers an opportunity, he doesn't need a second invitation. Let's take another look first at what happened here. Not the best of looks there. It's hard to tell if it's the Mahler Racing BMW that pushes itself out wide, or if it's the Altus McLaren that's pinching in very aggressively to the corner. You can run too wide through there, but that's the dangerous thing about doing that, is the fact that the car on the inside always wants to push out, the car on the outside always wants to come in to try and get onto the power. 2 doesn't go into 1, as simple as that.
Avi, you could argue there, as looking through your LMP2 field, I'm wondering just how much the number 18 car wants to play rear gunner right now, because they are under a lot of pressure. However, the number 8 car is literally just on fire right now. 2.4 seconds almost. They are ahead at, this is less than 5 minutes into this race right now. The top 5 in LMP2, Koana Simsport leading by 2.4 over Koana Simsport. Williams Esports BenQ in 3rd. They are 3.1 back. Behind them, Williams Esports Fanatec running at your top 5. The Apex Racing Team number 72. As just look at how much weaving there is going on with that 18. That's all the way down to a little bit of different coloured concrete on the inside of the Ullman straightaway there. That is very aggressive defensive driving.
Well, I mentioned big changes for, we'll get a look at the replay on lap 1 for the Orion Racing car. So that's the first bit of contact with the Urano car, a second bit of contact with RSR by Buttkicker. And now watch here, as I think Orion's about to be the meat in the sandwiches. That's one of the race clutch cars trying to go down the inside. And wow, okay, that's the second race clutch car off to the grass, spinning itself into the side of Dean Woods, who could do nothing. There was a passenger in the accident. Race over before it's even really started.
And you know what, for Orion Race Team, I remember commentating on them when I first started doing Grand Prix World Championship commentary all the way back in 2012. And Orion had been around on sim racing for so long, I haven't seen as much of them in recent years. For them to be out, lap number 1 of a 12-hour race is going to be a kick in the gut to the Orion Race Team. And it's a real shame, because I was really looking forward to see how they were doing as a solo crash, a solo spin. Just behind the crowd there, down at the start finish straight from number 15 race clutch car. I don't think there's much damage to that, but those tires will be lit.
Yeah, it's really been chaos here. We're not even 7 minutes into this race already. 3 cars down on pit lane. There was also an incident for the Williams Esports Razor McLaren, the 13. And I can tell you, yeah, that's the Pearson 17 car that's had an issue as well now. So that's now another retirement to start this race off.
Too many of them, too many. And I'm wondering, we'll get the track conditions up in a moment, but we don't often see so many solo car incidents early on in the race. So you were talking about the difficulties compared to what drivers have had previously, the different fuel levels, tires, etc., especially over in GT Daytona. But this is a weird start to this 12-hour race. We haven't had the whole settle down into the rhythm, because don't forget, we often say those first 10 laps are the only 10 laps you're going to have before the traffic starts going on, as we're now on board with Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car of Daniel Pastor. Again, Mercedes, that one's quite obvious.
Yeah, no, and once you get in the traffic here, it becomes quite relentless. And when I say this race isn't as difficult as somewhere like Road Atlanta, that's because it's a much tighter racetrack, right? And because it's so much shorter, you're dealing with the traffic more frequently than you do here. This is by far more difficult than Daytona, but these early incidents that we're seeing are precipitated, because no safety cars in this race. Like all iRacing special events, means if you fall a couple of laps back, you're not going to recover them. So staying in the lead pack is important, because we do know that those first times through traffic, the further you are behind, it gets exponentially bigger the gap, because you just can't stay with them. You lose the draft as well, and that's why I think we're seeing so much aggressive driving at this point in the race. As look at Luke McEwen in that Team Redline purple car going to work on Govan Keeney.
That is the Team Redline purple car, Luke McEwen in a BMW. We'll talk about the balance of performance and how iRacing did try to BAP this race before the start. Govan Keeney, he is such an aggressive driver. I mean, he's been in the wars for many over the years. He is very fast, however, and running in that number 21 Rottenberry Racing Grid car is Govan Keeney. Using those, I mean, normally we talk about, of course, there's something going on in the world. These are Govan Keeney's traditional colours, that yellow and that blue. That is the sort of car I've seen him in so many years. We've got battles going on there. Is Keeney going to get past? No, the battle's actually behind him, side by side. That is the Williams Chilvers car on the left-hand side of the racetrack right now, as they work themselves through one of the fastest section of the racetrack, as they will now come down onto the Ullman straightaway in just a moment of time, Arjuna. But great little battle going on in GTP early on in this race.
And Daniel Pastor getting bullied. First Govan Keeney sent it into the hairpin, then Luke McEwen sent it down into Cunningham corner, and then joining the party was Vlad Kimichev, who said, I want a piece of the fun as well. Daniel Pastor loses 3 positions in the course of half a lap's time, and now has to settle into the fuel-saving mode. These cars, it wasn't just a big tire change, which has made them a little bit more aerodynamically performant in how aggressive they can be through the corners, but the fuel tank has been reduced in size to correspond with the real-world IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Now, having said that, it hasn't really impacted the run of how long they're able to run out on track. However, it does mean it's something new for these drivers to deal with. They've had those numbers in their heads for several builds in how this car performs, but now it's changed around. How quickly have they managed to drill those new numbers into their heads, and of their strategists being able to work it out as well?
That's not necessarily going to be an issue now. That's more likely to be an issue later on in the race. We turn our attention to number 123 car of Dylan in the Vendaval Sim Racing Machine. It's not going to be the issue right now. It's going to be an issue later on in the race when you are hour 7, hour 8. You're told to run to a fuel number, Arjuna, but actually what your fuel number that you used to know and the fuel number that you got to do now are 2 different things. You're a little bit tired. Might be your second, your third stint in the car, and that's when those little micro mistakes of just running to the wrong fuel number, that could be catastrophic from the end.
Yeah, you commit to a strategy at the start of the race. You can't afford halfway through the race to realize you need to save enough laps to cut out a pit stop, for example. I don't think we're going to really be seeing that today. The other thing to think about is I don't think it's going to be so prevalent here, but you think back to the Sports Car Open race that we had at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago in the LMP2 cars. A full fuel window was about 20-21 laps. Because of how the tires were being worn, drivers electing instead to do 17-18 lap stints to get the most out of the tires over a double stint. I think we might see some triple stinting from the tires in the LMP2 class. I don't know if we necessarily expect that when the track is at its warmest, you know, midway through the day when the sun is really bearing down on the track. In GTD, I'm very curious though when it comes to even a double stint being a possibility, because we've seen in the last couple of weeks since that new update, it's been a lot harder as we look now forward. BS Competition has gone and passed MSI Esports, but Danny Elgbe having none of it.
Down on the outside in towards turn number 1. And they'll remain line astern for the moment. Look at how actually aggressive it is looking down to turn number 3. Turn 2, turn 3, it's weird. Again, Sebring, those corner numbers aren't always as accurate as you would have in other places, but that is the number 98 car, as we see on our screen right now. Now working ourselves up through Big Bend. So we've got ourselves 13 minutes of this race done already. We've had 4 cars on pit road. Number 3, Orion Race Team, well, they are pretty much done for the day. Williams Esports Razor, number 13 car, long stint on pit road. Logitech G Autos Esports, number 40. Oh my word, that's a 13 car. Well, that's the reason why Williams Esports Razor on pit road.
Yeah, and that was Sota Muto behind the wheel, and that was Nicholas Rubelar. So that's the danger of not qualifying well, right? You put yourself back in the middle of the pack. You mean that was likely Carlos Digas in that 22 Arnage competition car, as LMP2 cars already having to deal with the lap traffic. But if you don't qualify well, you're in the meat of the action. There's only so far you can go and hide, and unfortunately for that bright green machine, makes it easier for us to identify. Well, that's likely race going to be done. They've been parked for 10 minutes getting some repairs. I don't think they're going to roll back out onto track.
Or if they do, they're going to be many. Ooh, look at that. Was Maxime Briand there right up to the rear, the number 451, as they headed themselves through towards Le Mans on track. Turn 15, turn 16. And you can just see the closing speed differences as are on the back straightaway, the Ulman straight in towards Sunset Bend. This is going to be good to look as you go around the outside. Now, Sunset, you're going to set the wide line here to try and get around the number 90 car. Then you've got to hold it to the outside, realize that everyone's going to push wide, then duck down to what is now the outside of the track, back down to the inside. This is all happening at such a high rate and not sling it down to the inside of turn number 1. And often, what will happen when some people see this for the first time, they'll say, oh, these LMP2 cars are so aggressive, but actually, when you get up to this top level of sim racing, it is really poetry in motion. Because you've got the GT3 cars knowing that they've just got to run their line. The LMP2 cars at this stage, what they've got to do is find the safest way to get past them really, really quickly, because there's a train of other cars behind them looking to make up positions, and also the guys ahead of you, they're looking to use this as an opportunity to pull out a couple of attempts.
See, I love to agree with you, Will, but I'm not going to necessarily agree fully with you here. I have never been more frustrated commentating on an iRacing race than I was a couple of weeks ago in that Sports Car Open event at Silverstone. I can go and find to you in a 6-hour race 10, 12, 15 incidents where LMP2 cars were needlessly aggressive and ended the race of GT machines. There's an art to traffic management, and it's not something you can just show up and be good at. It's something you've got to practice, and that's what having the week leading up to these races being, you know, regular 45-minute races there, and that's what I'm talking about. Dominic Hoffman trying to send it to the inside of that BS competition car. Incredible. That is selfish, and he might just have only taken out himself. I'm not sure exactly what happened to that BS competition car.
You know what? The point you're about to make, the week leading up to the event, getting the chance to run in the races before you get to the special event. Nothing bad about Team Redline here, but they are one of those teams, Arjuna, that quite often will just show up to the big race. You're not going to see them all week long as often as some of the... That was just messy. That was messy.
That was ridiculously unnecessary. And I know what you're saying for sure, but let's give Dominic Hoffman his fair due. He did do very well yesterday in our Friday night preview. However, it's a different kettle of fish. 9/10 off the pace in qualifying here today. Had then got to work his way forward, and I think we're just trying to make sure he didn't lose touch of those in front of him. But usually we talk about the reverse commentator's curse. Or, you know, jinxing someone in a bad way. I think I just proved my point there quite nicely.
You did. You did. And for the most part, when this race settles down, the point I was trying to make is that as an LMP2 car, the last thing you want to do is start tippy-toeing around the traffic, because it actually makes it harder for everyone involved. These LMP2 cars, you know, they are downforce generated. Once you start going really slowly and trying to go around people on the marbles, you're going to put yourself at risk. You'll put other drivers at risk. You've got to have a decent level of speed. However, there's a difference between having the speed up, managing it, and making, I have to be polite when I say this, silly moves like that. I've got many other words I'd like to use. However, I don't want to hate on me just yet. I'm going to call that a silly move. That was, you're right, an unnecessary move, especially was so early into the race. And actually, what this race between LMP and GT cars often comes down to, it's trust. Are you going to be decent when you overtake me? If so, I might give you a little bit of an extra bit of room. If you're going to be an a-hole around me the entire time, I'm going to make it that little bit more.
100%. No, you are 100% right there. And as I think BS Turner might have got a slowdown penalty coming through Le Mans, maybe Jean de Bion-Ben, but over the course of the first hour, you'll suss out which driver and which team is going to be fair on you and which one you'll leave a little bit more room for because you're scared of them, which one you'll leave a little bit more room because you can trust them and you'll help them out, as Team RSO coming under fire from one of the SRC Movano Corsa machines behind him. But it's so early in the race, we're not even 20 minutes in, and I would not count out Team Redline just yet. They are 30 seconds off the lead, yes, but we've seen, for example, the 6 Hours of the Glen last year where Redline won all 3 of the classes. They've got the pace. Now do they have the mindset to bounce back from that?
Right. And 30 seconds in a 12-hour race, that's absolutely nothing. We go picture in picture for a moment. We're looking at battles going on in GT Daytona. On the top part of your screen, that is the number 22 machine that we're looking at right now. The Eau Rouge car, and you've got the number 88 and the number 90 around them. Same piece of real estate right now. So great little scraps going on in GT Daytona. And this is about a for P14 on track. And well, the drivers in these positions right now, they know that they've got to go quickly. As well, the 22 Eau Rouge car decides it actually wants to do a little bit of off-roading on the exit of turn number 10 there. But for the GT Daytona drivers, it's a completely different story because they know that they can make up the places now, or they have to wait because their rhythm will get interrupted almost every single lap once this LMP2 field starts splitting itself up a little bit.
Yeah, but it's also a case where if you fall back now in the GTD class, you're likely to lose time. Yes, you know, the famous saying, traffic gives, traffic takes, but the further back you are in line, the more aggressive the LMP2 cars will be trying to get past you. They won't give you as much leeway as maybe they'll do with the leader. So you do tend to find that you lose the draft, you lose track of those in front of you. And because, again, no safety cars, once you're out of the picture, it becomes increasingly difficult with the competition level where it is nowadays in iRacing, Will. The pace is so relentless, the pace is so consistent as well, that if you lose track, you basically are just running around to try and recover a decent finish overall as Movano finally gets the move done on RSO.
Indeed. Just to finish off those drivers that struggled early on, by the way, as I said, Orion Race Team 3 in LMP2. The number 13 Williams Esports Racer car. Logitech G Auto Esports number 43. We saw that incident early on. And the number 17 Pure Sims Esports car have all had elongated pit stops on pit road very early on in this race. The number of personal bests, by the way, are still being set up across the field. So even though this track is warm, drivers are getting more and more used to the conditions on track. It is the number 71, Max Pinecke, leading in your GT Daytona field. And then you've got an LMP2 Kowana Simsport now with a 3.7-second advantage out in LMP2. I've got to apologize, by the way, for the barking, in case you can hear it. It's actually not my beautiful dog, Cora. It is 26 degrees Celsius in this little office I call home now, Arjuna. So the window has to be open today because this UK heat wave, we don't have heat waves in March. I don't know what's going on.
I just cranked my AC up.
What's AC?
That's what I was waiting for you to say. Going back to your point on the weather conditions, though, you look at the sky, it's pretty cloudy here, 25 degrees track temperature Celsius, because of course metric is best, but I don't know how much warmer we're really going to see it get with this level of cloud above the circuit. Now we're getting towards virtual 11 a.m. here in Sebring. The peak track condition likely to be about 1:30, maybe touching 2 p.m. And from there, it will just go downhill. So maybe we'll see triple stints to start this race off in LMP2. Maybe we'll see double stints as well. I think this is going to be a very interesting race about how the strategy plays itself out. And because then you've got to think about how your driver strategy plays itself out, when do you put your drivers in at the right time? Because that is crucial. I know you love this as well, Will. Marla Racing Team and Williams. That's the Marla BS competition team, not the Marla Williams team.
It's just going to confuse me. There's even more to confuse me here today as the number 10 Marla Racing Team, Ryan Barnveld behind the wheel of that BMW right now. And lovely looking car. I've always loved the Marla Racing Team cars. The number 10 doing a pretty good job on track as just having a look actually through the field. They are in, what's that, 32nd place overall, because I, for some reason, haven't actually got my individual standings graphic up. I'll get that one working as soon as possible. As the conditions, the thing that I was most interested about is that 44% humidity. It's a little bit swampy out there in Florida today, and that does affect fuel consumption. Does affect a little bit about how these cars will draft with each other on track.
Yeah, getting to the top of the hour, that's going to be the crucial thing to see. If they can do it, how much fuel saving they need to get there as well. Now, there's no real change in how you do fuel saving in the GTDs, but in these LMP2 cars, the meta had been, until a couple of weeks ago, to use the clutch to slow the amount of engine braking that you had into the corner and try and maximize your momentum while trying to get the most lap time. Now, iRacing has put a stop to that. For the top teams, it will require a mental shift to now just do the lifting coaster to traditional way. Now, depending on who you speak to, some will say that's a big change in how you fuel save and how effective your fuel saving be. Others, including someone driving here today in the form of Adam Blocker, who's my Powerside Motorsports teammate but racing for Pure Sims Esports, says he's looked at the data and at least for him, there's not much change, both lap time wise as well as fuel consumption wise. So that is something to think about. You know who doesn't have to worry about fuel saving right now though? This man, Joshua Rogers, 4 seconds clear of his teammate.
Yeah, he's pulling out the gap early, and it seemed to be that at the start of this race, Williams Esports BenQ car was all over the rear of the number 18 Kowana Simsport car, but actually they've dropped off a little bit as we can just turn our attention back to GTD, turn it in to the number 45 car on track. That is the T3 Motorsports by Maniti car. You got Tim Matske behind the wheel of that one, just ahead. On track, you've got the RHG Esports car, number 88 machine of Valentin Mandanash behind the wheel of the RHG Esports car. And then behind, you've got a Mercedes AMG Toronto car, which has got Alex Nissoff driving behind the wheel. So, a little about what's going on. And yeah, you know, there's going to be teams here today that don't have to worry as much about fuel saving because their drivers are just exceptional when it comes to fuel saving. I always think back to IndyCar, Scott Dixon, one of the best fuel savers I think ever in the history of open wheel racing. You have some drivers who just naturally are good at fuel saving, naturally are able to save that little bit extra. You can also, of course, save a little bit depending on your downforce setting. But a track like this, you do have to have, oh, that's just very close there, a little dip when you get to the wall there, as that's going to lead to a potential overtaking opportunity. Number 90 car versus the 451, and that is the Racing Team Euronics car down to the inside and past at turn number 1 to beat the Racing Team Euronics at 1 place, and they get themselves past the number 90 Mercedes AMG Team Urano car, and that was all because of that little bump, the way the track, asphalt and concrete just moves up at the end of Big Bend, sorry, Sunset Bend, final corner. Let's go back to my point. I will cycle back to my points a little bit more today than I often do. That fuel saving. Some of these teams will be used to doing it. They won't have to change a single thing. Other teams, it will be more of an adaptation. But downforce levels at this track are journey. You can change exactly how much fuel you do in a stint by sometimes just putting the wings down or the spoilers down a little bit. This track, more than others, you have got more in terms of the amount of downforce that you want on the car. You want it fast in the straight, you want it fast in the twisted bends.
Well, not necessarily true in GTDs with this new update,
Of course,
where basically max downforce seems to be working perfectly, and it doesn't make sense to me, but it is what it is. You could do max downforce and you go fastest. Maybe the one exception will be Le Mans, but we'll have to wait and find out maybe later in a couple of weeks' time here in this official iRacing series. In the LMP2 cars, I did go and take a gander through all of the cars. Now, most of the downforce tends to be generated from the underside of this car. However, there are some adjustments to the wings on the rear, for example, but also the dive planes on the front. And we saw some differences as looks like Maniti coming under fire from Biela, but they should be able to hold that one around the outside and get on the power earlier. But these LMP2 cars, everyone in this field is running 2 dive planes at the front. So there's no difference there. They're all on agreement with how that downforce level is going to go. But there is a little bit of adjustment. It might be interesting to see how the ride heights play a factor with downforce as well.
Yeah, and of course, unlike Indy cars, we can just change things around. Or Formula 1 cars, we change stuff around. Not going to work in these circumstances. There's GT Daytona is where we've been focusing the majority of our attention. We're still looking at that Biela Racing Euronics team car, number 451. Ahead of him, it's T3 Motorsports by Maniti machine, number 45, Tim Matsky, and that is scrap going on, and is actually Euronics car going to get down to the inside and pass? Oh yeah, they're going to do that. That was actually incredibly easy for the number 451 machine, and it is good to see that Biela car back out on track as well. Look at that, you blink and all of a sudden you've got yourself the number 18. Come on, a Sim Sports car saying, okay, you guys have done your battling, can I get through now, please?
The 2 Biela cars, by the way, have really been the biggest movers here today. Sven Haase in the 450 was second last in the times being set. He's worked himself up 10 positions. Patrick Heinrich, no lap time set for him in the 451. He's gained 12 positions after starting dead last in the field here today. Qualifying on the back foot always makes things just that much more difficult as we jump on board with Maxime Briente. I was talking about the LMP2 driver merry-go-round that's been going on. Maxime Briente sharing this car with Dion Fiallo, former teammate at Mivano. Now, Maxime has been doing some races with his old teammates because Apex doesn't do too much with the LMP2 car, and he enjoys this car so much that he's gone back to Mivano to defend one of the championships. And so him and Dion been racing with Mivano. The favor has been returned. Fiallo joins the Apex Racing team for 1 race and 1 race only. We like to call Maxime Mr. LMP2, and this is the track he excels at as well. But you can see just how competitive those in front of him are. He's in a fight for third. It's a 3-way fight right now.
2 points. Number 1 is the fact that I love the fact that you've got drivers who can go back, do those 1 races, and actually switch themselves across teams, because in some cases their non-compete clauses and all the stuff that they can do is really tough, whereas other teams are... Go on.
We should not get into sim racing contracts, because I have some information that I probably would get in trouble for sharing, but sim racing contracts are atrocious a lot of the time.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you that one. Some of them are ironclad, some of them have got more holes than Swiss cheese on them, and it all comes down to who can actually understand the wording that's being written. And of course, it does often come down to who the parent teams are in some cases as well. The other thing that I was going to say is that this field here today is going to be interesting because of the fact that, if memory serves me correctly, we have also got a round of Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup by iRacing today, which is going to be at the Red Bull Ring. Catch that one on iRacing and Porsche's social media feeds later on. We've got, of course, that one. We've got RaceSpot. But it's going to, of course, it's one of those races that you're going to have a slightly different feel to what you would have had at Daytona or even at Bathurst, because we are now truly in to World Championship season campaigns. We're back on board at Maxime Brienne. You know how long it took me to actually get those large lower third graphics on the screen?
It took until Hugo decided we needed it.
6 years.
Wow, okay, well at least now Simon Povey can be happy that we got a vertical ticker, as that's Maxime Brienne jinking back to the inside of that Williams Esports Ben Q car. This fight is great to see, but they're losing track of Alexander Spetses. Ate Kauppinen playing a bit of team game roadblock, at least for now, as they work themselves through onto a right-hand sweeper. That's Big Ben. That was an aggressive jig to the inside there from Brienne.
Yeah, it is. It looks a lot worse sometimes than it actually is when they're racing, but that was rather close. And the Team Redline red car, you can see number 71, that is the leader in GTD that they've just gone past, and it is mighty close. That's the number 72 car, as we say, Apex Racing Team versus the Williams Esports Fnatic car. Now, Apex Racing Team, they have really, had a good year in terms of their Daytona race, but they're looking to try and get themselves a second endurance race under their belt early on in the season, as we just move ourselves back to number 25 car on track in your LMP2 field. That is the SRC Milano Corsa Gallo car. We've got Delta Sport LMP2 just ahead of them, Race Clutch White just behind on track as they're working through GTD traffic right now. And the way that the traffic can be navigated, you talked earlier on about the differences between this track and Road Atlanta.
We'll get back to that. I think Dominic Hoffman's been mixed up again, and this time it's with Maniti. Now, is this another move from Hoffman aggressively down the inside at Tower Corner, or has something else gone on here?
Let's have a look.
Now, you can go side by side through Tower Corner. However, I will point out the mistake that we saw from Hoffman earlier, and I think the left rear suspension on that car is gone. You can see it trying to three-wheel itself through. This will give us a better look. Now, he's not alongside into the braking zone. I got to put that on Dominic, unfortunately. I'm a big fan of him, big fan of what he's been able to do with the red line camp, but yeah, that's another aggressive move and indicative of his mindset.
And that car looks as though it is toast. It is out of the race. By the way, purple lap a moment ago for Josh Rogers in the VOS Commander Simsport number 8 car. But that's two incidents. And the mindset, the psychology of racing often is, you have the incident, a bit like in college football and in the NFL, it's always the next play up. I always use the next corner up, the next lap up. But for Hoffman, he was trying to recover a lot of lap time there, because he was 30 seconds back the last time we spoke about him, trying to recover through the field. And the thing is, when you are doing well, those 50-50 moves will often go in your favor. When things aren't going your way, then those 50-50 moves end up in a secondary incident like what we've just seen. So for Hoffman, his day is pretty much done now. Team Redline Green, they're going to be disappointed. They are going to be out of the race. Talking to Team Redline, I really am hoping we're not going to get the million is Max Verstappen in this race today. I think he's got other things he needs to do today.
Never say never. He's been doing some laps with a controller with some of his redline counterparts. I was talking to Will Chadwick about that yesterday. Apparently quite quick with a controller with a Mazda MX-5 car. Here comes Rogers onto pit lane, a bit earlier than I expected, so that's 35 minutes into the race. By the way, to update you, Hoffman had to take the tow back to pit lane. Tim Matzka drove it back to pit lane, so that's interesting to see. Also down on pit lane, the Apex Racing Team trying to back up their win from 2019 here in the prototype class, but looks like everyone else in prototype able to extend the stint out a little bit further.
Don't forget, that would be a little bit of the draft versus no draft, because don't forget both of the grinder cars have not been running in the draft since lap number 1. Josh Rogers got the advantage very early on, and then the number 18 car was basically running by itself as if it was the first car in a train. So looking at that, 32.7 seconds out and away for Josh Rogers. One day they're gonna make that pace car rock solid, and people are going to learn their lesson. It's still one of my biggest pet hates as Rogers able to slide around a GTD car on the exit of turn number 1 as they head through the turns 3, 4, 5 complex. I am going to talk about corner numbering here. Turn 2 is the smallest right-hand kink possible.
Yes.
But then you haven't got all of the little kinks on the exit of the hairpin. 2 of them aren't corner numbers until you get down to Fangio at turn number 8. What's going on?
No, let's not get into the corner number discussion, because I am big proponent of lambasting every track that has got it wrong, including Road America. I've come around on the Red Bull Ring. Hoffman, by the way, is back out on track. And going back to your point about the fuel saving and you know, maybe not having draft, Apex Racing Team have had draft, so maybe it's committing to going with a slightly shorter stop to save the tire life like I was talking about earlier. We'll have to wait and see, but Williams able to go an additional lap beyond that as the 32 car for Yas Heat down on pit lane.
Yep, so don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Visit RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. That is RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. Our live timing and scoring today is brought to you thanks to Timing 71. So Yassi on pit road, number 32 car. We've got a couple of the other ones on pit road. RSR by Buttkick and Pure Sims Esports, all 3 of their cars, and Wrenchball aligned. Number 97 car on pit road as well. So that's your second gaggle of the LMP2 cars on pit road as we speak. And you're right, tyre life is going to be the big one. Do you actually run to tyres? Do you run to fuel? It's not something that we often see in these long iRacing endurance special events. So that is a bit more of a new dynamic there.
Yeah, no, definitely something that surprised me during the Silverstone race when I was trying to figure it out on the fly what was going on, that's for sure. Back at the top end of your GTD category, Danny Elgerbay trying to now get on past the Team BMW bank car. Bruno Spengler, quick sim racer, but quicker in real life. He does plenty of practice, but the level of time that you can spend on track in the sim is always going to put someone with real-world commitment on a slight back foot, and it's a testament to his quality that he's fending off Danny Elgerbay. Lasse back has a great view of the action as into Cunningham. Elgerbay around the outside.
Yep, look how close that was. Did actually go off there? No. Yeah, he did. So I just saw the car fling down the left-hand side wind mirror as Danny Elgerbay there in the number 98 car. As even more pit parties on pit road. Can we get a pit party, please, Arjuna? We need tokens. Do we need wristbands?
I think we're getting one right now. I don't think anyone's going to be able to go beyond this. 40 minutes is really your maximum stint in these LMP2 cars. That's the engine going on. Oh, it's a 17 car, of course. That's the Pure Sims machine that had that incident. That's not so worrying. Still a little bit scary if you're a fan tuning in and wondering what happened to them. That's the Pure Sims car that had a big issue through Cunningham in the opening 5 or so minutes. Rogers retakes the lead. Where is the Williams car going to come out in comparison?
Just say someone tuning in.
Oh, I know that's one of your bugbears.
Moving on, we just saw the number 8 3OS Commander Simsport car, Josh Rogers, 5.5 seconds now is his lead after the first pit stops. It's spread out your LMP field out just a little bit, but we'll see whether that will stay the case once the tyres get up to temperature, all that sort of stuff. Actually, P4, P5, VOS Commander Simsport number 18 wins his chill bar. So actually, Commander Simsport number 18 car has lost out by the looks of things quite dramatically. So let's turn our attention over to the pit stop times and let's see if we can work that one out at all. Commander Simsport on pit road, 56 seconds, only a second longer than everyone else around them. So that must have been being out now.
Yeah, and even though they're not taking tires, it can take you a second to figure out where the tires are in the window as you get back up to speed. Also remember that traffic on those in and out laps will affect things as well, so you do need to just be a little bit careful as you work your way through, as that's the Fraser Williamson Movano Corsa Rosso car down the inside of BS competition. What a job from Benecke. I just want to point that out. He's now almost 8 seconds clear of those behind him. He's really stretching this lead, and for someone who's going to be on double duty today, you talked about the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup heading to the Red Bull Ring. Long flight from the virtual Sebring to the virtual Styrian Mountains, but starting this race off for that 71 car with great effect.
Yeah, I still call it the A1 ring. Nothing against Red, actually probably there is something against Red Bull, but hey, yeah, that's going to be fun to watch, and so you can catch that. We've got a lot of racing actually on this weekend. We would also like to thank the ice cream van that I can't go out for because I'm sat upstairs in the office, a little twitch there on the exit of Sunset Bend. 3-horse race coming down towards turn number 1. We go on board in towards turn number 1 with Danny Elgaby. MSI Esports Red down into that first corner, gets one position done, but actually is it going to undo itself in towards turn 3? A massive wiggle there, and the position given back, and LMP traffic to boot.
I think that was a bit of contact initially into the braking zone, with a bit of magic air, if we're going to put it that way, and then bumping cars even more as Luke McEwen, well, I said this before, great fighting, it cost them so much time, and look at that send around the outside, squirrely over the bumps of the braking zone. Spengler's gone around, clipped by the Lamborghini, absolute chaos. Adam Blocker in the Pure Sims LMP2 car gets involved in that one, and my oh my, that is a traffic jam coming through turn number 7.
You know what? Connery Maddock has just woken up somewhere in London thinking, wait, I smell an unsafe rejoin there as well. So, that was crazy. We need to unpack this one. We'll get the RaceSpotTV replay up in just a moment's time. Here we are then. Aerial footage presented by Heusinkveld in towards the corner, and it was just a lot of contact going on, a lot of contact. The BMW car just ended up being the unlucky victim.
No. The BMW is the one that overcooks it, I'm pretty sure, into the braking zone, and he's the one who instigates all of that. Govan Keeney was side by side with Adam Blocker as they tried to go through, and Keeney couldn't do much, to be completely honest. Now, my teammate Adam Blocker might not be too happy to hear this, but Govan has a bit of a colorful reputation. I don't think he did anything wrong there. He reacted at the last possible minute when he saw the incident in front of him, and unfortunately, it just ran him into the path of Adam Blocker, and he will be somewhat disappointed there. I think the second of the Pure Sims car got involved, and in fact, Govan might have taken a... Okay, no, I have to retract my statement there, because Govan actually goes deep on the 16 car.
Yeah, so there's a replay. Govan just came into a traffic jam that was going on, but look, there was like 7-8 cars down at the hairpin, all having to take evasive action. Now, that doesn't seem to be that bad until you remember that incident points are precious here. You only get 50 of them before you end up having to serve a stop-and-go penalty. So every time you go off track, you're just thinking, oh, okay, that's another one on the list that brings me closer to the stop-and-go penalty. But crash at the hairpin, we don't see them that often. Despite the fact it's one of the slowest corners on the racetrack, you don't often see big crashes like that. 3 certainly did not go into 2, and 2 certainly did not go into 1 there. And because of that, your GTD field has separated itself out and confused itself out a little bit more as, look at that traffic. We go on board, actually. Let's go on board for a moment with Luke McEwen in the Team Redline Purple car. You're talking earlier on about the fact that Luke is a new addition to the Team Redline Purple stable, and it's doing a pretty darn good job right now on that purple car.
I do want to correct myself, by the way. I've gone back and had another couple of looks at what happened. It was Daniel Croft in the Pure Sim 16 machine that was the one that got mixed up in that one. A couple of cars did take to the grass, includes the like of Sven Haase in the Biela Racing car. He actually had a bit of contact with Ryan Barneveld in the Mahler Racing BMW. Govan Keeney immediately took the tow back to pit lane, so that might be the day done for him. But that has really shaken things up in the heart of the GTD pack. Behind, of course, all of these cars that are now trying to close in on that BS competition car that runs in second spot. But My word, I'm still hung up and fixated on what we've just seen behind us.
Yeah, it's races like this. You will have those couple of moments when you're just thinking, what could have been had these drivers not have been tangled up or involved in an incident. Heusinkveld is one of them, because yes, we can talk about the aggressiveness and there is a reputation that's been earned there, but Heusinkveld can be an incredibly fast driver. As we still got Lee McEwen, we see the double screen of him. He's on board on the top of that as he works through Big Ben right now. That BMW team bank car, again, another team that might not outwardly be the fastest on track, but they're going to be there or thereabouts, as we just see the number 23 car defending heavily. That is Jimmy Artunes in the Anage competition car, as they now on that little journey, as I like to call it, through Fangio and down towards turn number 10 on track.
Remember the couple of incidents that we had a week ago, both in the World Endurance Championship and the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, with lap traffic playing a factor. First it was a GT4 and a TCR car, both of them into the wall hard, and our own Tyler Maxson wasn't in the car, but that was the car that he was meant to take the wheel of, and that car very likely to be written off given the extent of the damage that it had. And then the next day, Jose Maria Lopez, well, first he got into the wall on the outside of Fangio and then elected to try and go at high speed back to pit lane before the front of the car dropped from him and caused an almighty shunt just before Jean de Bion bend. Took out a couple of tie barriers along the way, but you say it's a little journey. It's a place as well where traffic management is going to be crucial, as Daniel Kraft and Milnek almost door each other into turn one. That Nexrex Grand Prix car, something we're usually used to seeing in R-Factor 2, but great to see them jump over to iRacing and doing well to try and battle with an experienced veteran like Daniel Kraft, but it ends in tears for the Blue Machine.
Sorry, what's an R-Factor?
It's a good question. I just like to point it out because, of course, we get to see the VCO Esports Racing League as well, right? Where you're not just required to be fast in one sim, but you're required to be adaptable across the different platforms that are present in the sim universe. And it's great to see that teams are expanding their horizons.
They are, because you're right, actually. Over the years, it's always been you're part of the iRacing crowd, you're part of the other crowds down the line. It's a bit like Intel and AMD. You're either firmly Team Red or Team Blue, for example. And it is good. We're on board Emmanuel Sadal right now in the Team Wrenchball Online number 97 car, as they are doing what Team Wrenchball Online often do. They're there, they're in the mix, they're sat there, they are just turning consistent laps right now. As they, one of the other points I was going to make a moment ago is in terms of that traffic management, that will basically be the difference of about 1 minute or so in the first 6 hours of this race as to your overall distance done. So that's about half a lap, I would say, you can basically gain or lose in the first half of this race, down to how consistent you are through traffic. And this is the reason why they're being aggressive early on, especially as well. You're going to get more and more dirt and marbles offline as this race progresses. And what that means is actually trying to be aggressive, trying to make those moves offline, the little darts from the right-hand side to the left-hand side of the track that we've seen at points on the racetrack like this in towards turn number one, they become much more difficult.
Yeah, no, and that goes back right to the compounding effect that we were talking about earlier with the time loss. The further up you are in the field, the easier it usually is for you to minimize the time you'll lose. And again, the fact that there are no safety cars really does add to that as well. You lose the time now, and unlike in, for example, IMSA, where you go a lap down, and because of the way the wave rounds work, you can get 1, if not 2, maybe even 3 laps back to put you back into the fight. Here, it's not a possibility, so that's something to consider. Totally off topic, by the way, Will, but did you know we've got a competition going on with the special event?
Do we?
We do. For every driver that completes a lap in the 12 hours of Sebring, no matter what split, no matter what time slot you're in, you'll be entered for the chance to win a Team Heusinkveld pedal set.
You know what? I would have actually participated, but I don't have a pedal set right now. So it's a little bit of a difficult one. If I had the pedal set, I could compete to win a pedal set, but I don't. So, and also, I'm probably not allowed to participate anyway, due to the fact that, you know, I kind of commentate on these races. Talking and commentating, I'm doing the entire 12 hours again. We'll talk more about that one in a moment, because we are almost at the end of hour number 1 of this, the 2022 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Heusinkveld Engineering. So we have got ourselves Right, I just laugh at the comments we get here. By the way, talking about comments, social media, you can, of course, use the hashtag Sebring12 if you want to get in contact with us. Thank you to everyone who is participating in the chat across Twitch and YouTube. We'll make sure we give you some shout-outs a little bit later on in this race as well. As we're just having a look then, you can see the fiery car second in your screen. Number 23 car is at the front of your picture in towards Sunset Bend. They come. We are looking at Jimmy Artunes in that number 23 car versus Lasse back in the fiery Simsport red car. I get to my point finally. We're talking about how busy this race weekend is. We've already talked about the fact we've got a round of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Cup that is competing with our coverage. How dare they, later on today. But tomorrow, you get the tie back out, Arjun, and get Lewis McGlade, and we've got ourselves a third round of the BMW Sim GT Cup 2022 right here at this racetrack.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that, you know, it ties in nicely. See what I did there? You get the BMWs leading this field. Good preparation for them to build their setups and fine-tune the strategy as well. Now, you think 2-hour race, there's not much strategy. Oh, you'd be wrong. Tire strategy. Do you take 2 tires? Do you take 4 tires? Do you fuel up and run a little bit longer in that first stint to reduce the amount of fuel you take in the second stint? There's all sorts of games that go on, and what's on the line? Well, just a trip to BMW Sim Live, where last year we paid out more than $80,000 US just in the iRacing section alone, which is a fantastic thing. And well, it's looking like, at least for now, we'll have a non-Coanda driver win, because they haven't entered any of the first 2 races. And with the new point system, it's not win and you're in. You've got to be consistent over the course of 10 races. I'm really looking forward to it.
I am as well. I'm the poor idiot that had to sit down and do race control for that one. It's very interesting, actually, the way they do race control, because it is an iRacing official event. Of course, I'm not yet granted the privilege to start black flagging people in iRacing official events. However, they do the hybrid system where top 10 do get investigated for any incidents that they do. We had a great run last time out with the announcement of the penalties, and in fact, they changed it so that every half an hour now, Arjuna, you have to listen to me talk about any penalties that are coming through in the race, because they liked it so much in BMW World last time, they wanted to formalize it a little bit more.
Nice. I like the sound of that. You were talking about shout-outs, by the way. I want to apologize to my teammate's dog, who's apparently not enjoying our comments right now. We'll do better. You're a cutie, Nelly.
Is it me or you?
Apparently me.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'll just carry on rambling on. We're 54 minutes into the race right now. So thank you very much to everyone that's joining us online here today for the 12 Hours of Sebring presented by Heusinkveld, as we continue to look at that battle going on in GT Daytona. And it is Fiery Simsport Red. That is the second car in line. The first car in line is the Arnage competition car, Jimmy Artunes. And they are battling it out towards the front of your GT Daytona field. Just actually doing the maps right now. This is for, what's that, 3rd place on track. So on Arch competition, they are about 12 seconds back from the class leader of Team Redline, and then you've got Fire right behind. So this is what's spot on the podium as it stands right now. I do love the Arch competition cars, I have to say. I originally thought that the Eau Rouge was just a little joke,
Right.
but they are actually a real company.
Yeah, I thought the same as well, to be completely honest to you. Do love the livery. They're another team that does compete across of the platforms. We've seen them on the VCO Esports Racing League as well. I'm not biased at all towards them, because they may or may not be sending me merch. I cannot
That's
confirm
just you.
this yet.
That's just you. I mean, I remember seeing in your Turner shirt the other week, which you got sent. Did you buy it or did you get it sent to you?
That one I did buy. Oh, interesting. Okay. Early pit stops before the top of the hour. The entirety of the top 5 are coming in now.
Now, don't forget, this is at the warmer part of the track as well, so this is going to be very interesting because they're going to come in 55 minutes, and it's going to basically be a 13 pit stop race for them. A 12 pit stop race compared to an 11 pit stop race. And I have to say, that cameraman, I understand the position there, that cameraman really needs to get a steady cam going on.
Two cars able to extend it out a little bit. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, their new colors today to match up with the DTM effort that their real world's counterparts will be doing. Mercedes AMG Team Urano in the 91 also out on track for an additional lap with Dylan Becky Stribbins behind the wheel. But remember, they did have to do a full pace lap, so they are looking at that additional stop, but they're not looking at a full cycle. So now it is about how much fuel can you save. How easy are you going to be able to work the fuel saving as some magic goes on and cars are inside one another? Hopefully we don't get baby cars 9 months from now, but no cars took tires in this cycle of pit stops. Well, that's interesting. Alexei Nesov, a 30-second stop. He's short filling to try and get some track position and maybe realizing already they have to do the additional stop.
Yeah, and it's interesting about the tyres. I think no one is bold enough at this stage to really make the make the switch in your top positions. We might see someone further down the field maybe try and take it, because a lot of the time these races are very data driven. They're driven just not only by the guys turning laps on track, but all the people working behind the scenes. If you are running this race, we haven't yet talked about it, don't forget that there are many people, many teams running in their own 12 hours of Sebring here today. So hello, good luck to all of you. You know, down at the lower splits, my team, I'm still an honorary member of the Manchester Race Sport, they'll occasionally rock up to one of these and they will just say, okay, who wants to jump in the car? Off you go. When you get up to this top split, however, as Team 75's Jürgen Frank comes on towards pit road, you have engineers, you've got people crunching the numbers. There was a great video from the Apex Racing team of how they've done that already this year in one of these iRacing special events. And the number crunchers, the engineers, the strategists, etc., they do exist in these large sim racing teams, and they are always looking at what everyone else is doing in terms of that one team that might be taking tyres on this stint. Everyone's going to be paying attention to how far their lap times are comparably to what they were previously.
I guess that's the only way that you and me could be on part of these big teams. Well, we're not quick enough drivers. We'd have to help out behind the scenes. That was you're right. It was a great bit of content that the Apex team put out. You giving us a bit more insight into their new team facility that's still, finalizing its final steps of construction. You think also about what Coanda have done. They had the team house, one of the first, if not the first in sim racing to do it. But now they've grown. They've got the team house, they've got the esports facility as well, which looks amazing. They've got space for countless rigs, space for plenty of spotters boxes and engineers to be set up as well. It shows the evolution of sim racing. It shows the professionalism of sim racing, and can't wait to see where it goes from here, because it works nicely when you're able to run your operation from there. But we know that the most exciting sim events are in person, right? When you have that crowd atmosphere, you have the recognition that your competitors are actually around you. What do you do when you don't have all of the setups and facilities that you're accustomed to? How do you respond to that challenge? That's some cone murder going on there.
It is. We need a cone t-shirt at some point as well on the new RaceSpotTV shop, which you can find at rstv.shop, rstv.shop. Go and grab some of our brand new merch, which is so new I haven't even got my one yet. But
don't worry, Will. I was definitely the first person to put an order in, and I'm still waiting.
Yeah, it's okay. So long as they get here before May the 14th, we'll be absolutely fine. In fact, it'd be good before we can get them before my birthday next month as well. Lovely look then in just past the Budweiser Bridge. The good thing is, the only time I've ever won a competitive sim race was via strategy. many years ago in the IndyCar, I was able to basically save fuel when everyone else in a pit stop at the end of the race. There are people who are more, a thinker race compared to the arms out aggressive driving, and it is also really good as well. And I've talked to a number of Formula student teams who are getting more and more into sim racing to do the engineering side, to do the strategy side, because I think that's been the one thing that people often forget when they watch a sim racing broadcast for the first time. The big setups are just like what you'd have in professional race teams. I went over in the height of lockdown to go and work with Commander and Porsche at the house in Gronau, and the work that they were able to do, despite the fact that it was lockdown going on in Germany at the time, to put together their project for a race that was running in northwestern France for 24 hours. It was just absolutely exceptional to watch. The amount of data that Philip Stam, Marius Gollenbeck, and others were pouring through was just insane.
Yeah, no, jealous that I didn't get the invite.
That's because you're in California. You'll never get the invites until you move closer to Europe. But you get paid more than I do, so stop complaining.
I also have to pay more in rent than you do then.
Yeah, true. I know how expensive things are in California.
West Coast, best coast. It's true.
Jimmy Artunes back on board of him, our Nige competition car. Look at that, 1 hour's in the books. Now might be a good point to talk about the fact that I'm going to be commentating for, what's that, another 10 hours, 58 minutes of this race plus the post-race show. Make it about a 13-hour broadcast in the end. I did 12 hours at Daytona. I did all the race at Bathurst. I'm doing it again here today. I've got the challenge, which I really don't know why I put this one on. But I'm going to do 12 hours of listening to the Formula One theme music on Friday. Yeah, that's an April Fool's and a half. But I'm raising money for a good cause. It's a campaign against living miserably calm. It's a UK-based mental health charity. I'm doing the Ironman of the 2022 iRacing special event to raise money for them. And at some point, our producer Hugo will put up a little graphic on the screen that can tell you how to go and donate. Just go to RaceSpot.wtf/calm. That's RaceSpot.wtf/calm, CALM. Any money that you have, be it in dollars, be it in euros, in pounds, in pesos, donate a couple of quid, it'll be absolutely appreciated. Thank you in advance. There's great scraps going on. The BMW, actually, I'm going to have a look through this one. Now things are settled down, I'd like to have a look to see which cars are doing the best in GTD.
Oh, that's simple. BMWs. Yeah, no, and again, it's good. That's what I was saying earlier, right? It's good preparation for tomorrow. Beneke's had an awful BMW Sim GT Cup so far in 2022. He wants to redeem himself and take the steps towards Sim Live. It's good for him. The top 6 currently are BMWs, and if not for the BMW bank car getting involved, R8Gs got mixed up in that as well. They've had to retire their machine as well. It could be looking like an almost top 10 sweep for the BMWs. Only the Mercedes Urano that's, short pitted, that's the Alexei Nesov number 90 car, is in the top 10 along with Biela and Sven Haase. But again, without the incidents at the hairpin, it would very much be a lockout by BMW right now. Is Arnage and Fira, well, that battle intensifies. Fira get the rear end out.
Yeah, they do. And look at that. Traffic coming past them on the right-hand side of the racetrack at the same time. And, that was going to potentially have been a move there, but you had the Apex Racing Team car just coming past at the wrong time. You got more cars going around the outside of Sunset Bend. Look at the bump. So it's going to be then Alexei Nizov, the Mercedes AMG Urano esports car, right-hand side of the racetrack. You can make the move work on the right-hand side, but he actually just pulled out of it.
Remember, that car has got to do some fuel saving. I think it would be wise if he didn't try and poke his nose just yet and maximize the gain that he could get, because 30 seconds, it's 10 seconds shorter. That's not an inconsiderable amount shorter, about 25% less fuel. So I'm really of the opinion that he's got to back that car up. By the way, what's happening to the second Coanda Simsport car? Mac Backham starting to drop backwards. Williams Esports now have the second and third steps on the podium.
Is there any damage to that car? Because as I said, they did lose quite a bit in the pit stops, but they are about 7 tenths of a second right now behind the Williams Esports Fanatec car. The other Williams Esports car has now got a 2-second advantage almost, and I don't know whether it's just a slow pit stop, slow outlap.
Lasse backs off the track, and it's down at Cunningham again. Seems to be a bit of a problem spot for our drivers so far today. And of course, that was the car that was up and fighting for 6th winners at Daytona to kick off the 2022 special events. BMW's got some work to do now.
Yeah, they have. So here's a replay then.
Oh, and that's the Urano car, I do believe. There's so many red and black LMP2 cars that I'm not 100% sure, to be completely honest with you.
We need to have a ban of red and black LMP2 cars. We need to have equal distribution of colors, shall we say.
I'm not going to disagree with you there.
As we saw the replay, it was another over-aggressive maneuver by LMP2 cars. And I mean, I did start this broadcast by trying to give the LMP2 cars a little bit of credit, saying they have to be a little bit aggressive just in order to stop them spinning around under low speed. But actually, the LMP2 cars have been a little bit overly zealous, shall we say, at the start of this race. Let's have a look on the exit of Sunset Bend, down past the start-finish line.
Oh, and now the other fire car has been mixed up in something. Mikkel Gard in the 12, and I'm also seeing a race clutch LMP2, not just slow, but missing its front end. Now down at Sunset Bend, this is going to be a high-speed incident, and based on what we've just seen and based on what you were just talking about, what are we expecting? We're expecting a send from the No, this is going to be the Lamborghini losing it. Okay, I correct myself. There's lots of air between the two of them, but that's the race clutch car completely misjudging the speed.
Yeah, I agree. The closing speed was massive there, but a race clutch car, number 15, BenQ sponsored machine, on towards pit road, no front end. They can repair pretty much everything on the cars in 2022. Not like when the LMP2 cars first came out on iRacing, where you go over a bump sometimes and the milk bottle carton top things. Yeah, they weren't made out of strong stuff when they first came into iRacing, but they're far more repairable now. As I tell you what, actually, the worst thing I've ever seen in an endurance race is someone that was just a little bit tired. They're 7-8 hours into their participation in the 24 Hours of Daytona, and they just went in an LMP2 car a little bit too far to the left on the exit of pit road over the yellow strips of doom, and it was race over.
Yeah, the old LMP2 car had a bit of a paper floor as well. Not really the case with this new closed cockpit LMP2 car. I would also just want to randomly point out, did you notice that one fire car was a BMW, one fire car was a Lamborghini? Now, usually when you have multiple cars entered from the same team for an event, you tend to try and pick the same manufacturer so you can combine your preparation, dial in the setup a little bit more. But we are seeing more and more nowadays, whether it be because you've got representation and contract to deal with, like Williams with one McLaren and a Mercedes. Redline, we've seen them have deal with an official BMW team, but also working with Porsche 24, so they've had both of those. But we are seeing in general teams being a little bit more picky about the car that they want to be in and splitting their efforts. So for Fire in particular, don't think they've got any contracts to be worried about there, but just something I picked up on.
No, it's a very good point. That it does also mean that we end up with, more than one of certain cars on track. I remember the days when there'd be one solo Ford GT that was always run by Glacier Racing or another finished sim racing team. But these days, I do like the fact that you've got teams that have got partial brand commitment, but they don't use it for their cars, because I think they've also learned that you can put all the preparation in and actually not have a good endurance race just if the BOP doesn't go your way. And I know that, for example, the ACO have always been the ones that are the most confusing about doing BOP compared to over at IMSA. They were joking every year at Circuit de la Sarthe that you might as well just go slowly in qualifying, because it'll actually help your outcome race day when they give you the BOP back. But IMSA, overall, their BOP historically, they have actually been a lot more, I'd say, I don't want to use the word fair, but they've been a lot more technical in the way they BOP cars.
Let's not talk about BOP, because then I'm going to start ranting a little bit as well. Because maybe this is something that we should bring up, because BOP in sim racing is, I think, something that hasn't really been figured out just yet. Now, there's many different ways to do it and many different approaches that you can take, but you have so much more data that surely there's an empirical data-based way to figure out a BOP. But the problem is, a good example, let's say I'm in a series with Josh Rogers, which, let's be honest, is fantasy land, but let's just say that, right? How do you compare someone like Josh Rogers' data with my data, knowing that there's an explicit pace difference between the two of us? How do you understand from the data what's the difference in my performance, what's the difference in the car performance? So curious on your thoughts, Will, and if any of our viewers have thoughts as well, be curious to hear what they have to say.
I would argue that what you do is you go and get the old BCS college football computer that they used to use for the college football playoffs, pump all the numbers into that, and you end up with something that no one can agree on, because that's always going to be the case with BOP. Just no one's ever going to agree with it. Even those that are in the faster car that gets the advantage, they'll still find a way to complain about it some way, because of course they don't want it to look on their part like they've had a hollow victory. So you never please anyone with BOP. It's always a case of who's been aggrieved the least in some cases over others. But Luke McEwen, we're back on board with him. Team Redline Purple, BMW right now, heading through Bishop, through towards Le Mans Corner, turn number 16 coming up in a moment. Haven't seen many slowdown penalties actually. Oh, that was close. It's always a little bit closer on board, but we just see the LMP2 car then darting to the right hand side. Haven't seen many slowdown penalties on the run through Bishop and into Le Mans, because as I said earlier on in this webcast, normally what would happen is you get the slowdown penalty and you just try and do 65% down the Ullman on that ultra right hand side lane.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sorry, I want to go back to the BOP point for another moment here, because no, it's something that I've heard from some of these teams as well, right? Which is the reason why BOP is such a big deal in the real world. Maybe not so much now when you just look at it from a GTD perspective, but especially when you get to the prototypes and your GTLM, GTE classes, was manufacturers didn't want their cars to be slow, because ultimately racing is a marketing exercise, right? So for BOP to put a car backwards in the field goes against what those manufacturers want with the programs. Now that we've got manufacturers coming into sim racing, the same thing is going to happen. Manufacturers will not want their cars being slow, and so they're always going to point out the discrepancy in BOP. So that's something to think about as well, as VRS Coanda, again, first down onto pit lane for your P2s.
Yep, 2 Coanda cars on pit road, Apex Racing team on pit road as well. So, Joshua Rogers, so the way this is going to go, I was going to say they were going to do 4 stints, but actually that one's completely blown itself out of the water, because Mitchell de Jong's on pit road after only 2 stints. I was thinking they were going to do a quad each time around. Let's have a look at the number 18 car. Do they stay on pit road? No, they're getting out and doing a driver change as well. So, both the 8 and the 18 on pit road, having both done a driver change. Hour 15 minutes into the race, they can go longer.
Yeah, and you think back to Daytona, right, where these cars were taking 2, I think it was front tires midway through the stint, and then taking 4 tires after 4 stints out on track. Very, very different, but shows you that this is a high track state and really does wear out the tires a little bit more as Oscar goes up on the jacks. De Jong's going to drop and roll. Now the number for him is 56.4, so that's your typical LMP2 pit stop window.
And Tommy Erskard still on pit road. I'm going to have a look at these pit stop times in a moment, as Tommy Erskard then back out and away on track right now. 55.6 then was a pit stop. Pit box 78.6 in terms of pit lane. Just to explain that to newer viewers, that pit lane time is basically from the time they hit the cones at the start of pit road and has to be at pit road speed all the way to the green cones on the opposite end, when they can go full pelt again. Well, not a full pelt, because otherwise they'll hit the wall on the outside of turn number 1, but you know what I mean.
Doesn't factor in, though, the time to slow yourself down and then get back up to speed in and out of pit road as well. So sometimes you want to add just a little bit more to that, as yes, heat come down in your prototypes again on strategy, on form so far. Williams, their top 3 right now. They've been able to extend 2 laps in stint number 1. Do they repeat it here in the second stint of the race?
As we're on board with Ryan Barnveld then in the Mahal Racing Team car. Mahal Racing Team car, as I say, love the green, the blue, the white that goes with that one. And Barnveld has got the number 23 machine just ahead of him on track right now. As I'm just trying to go through my live timing and scoring, just messed up, but you can carry on watching it. RaceSpot.wtf/timing, number 23 machine, Jimmy Artunes in the Anage competition car then. That is the battle for 6th and 7th place on track. You now look from the rear. Oh, Jimmy Artunes in that Arnage competition car as they work down the Almond straight away and into Sunset Bend. And again, and the whole car gets close, but the thing is, at Sunset Bend, you do have to have at least a quarter of the car alongside into Sunset Bend. Otherwise, you are not going to have any chance of getting past.
Yeah, absolutely. But here comes a look to the inside of turn 1. Trying to squeeze his way through, but the 23 holds on. Shout out to the pace as well of Rainer Talvar in that BMW PS competition car. The gap between the top 2 was up to, what, 7-8 seconds at one point in time? We cut down to just 4.3.
And also, I just realised that I've been saying Mahal all day. It's like, Mahal, Rahal, yeah. No, Marlo. That's what we meant. There we are. Rainer Talvar, BMW Team BS competition, number 89 car. In second place, 4.2 seconds is the gap between them right now. As just having a little look, actually, at the last lap time between them, and it is very close, actually, between first and second place. 4.2 is that gap, and it seems to be that it's just a 10th of a second here, 10th of a second there. As you have a look at the replay, number 190.
That's the danger of pit road here at Sebring. There's no defined blend line, and you tend to see cars trying to just sweep their momentum through, and that's Daniel Lorenzo in the Urano Esports LMP2 190 machine that has Dominic Hoffman rejoining. And, well, we've criticized Dominic plenty, but he does nothing wrong there. But at the same time, that Urano car really doesn't do much either. That's on the spotters, because these teams are so big, to tell the drivers that a car is exiting pit road. Because what's Dominic meant to do? Park his car? Go off into the gravel? He's got to get back onto track. There's only so much he can do.
Well, that's the interesting question. Who has the priority? Is it the driver already on track, or is it the driver rejoining the track? And normally, you have the white line for that reason. However, a track like this, the outside of turn 1, the visibility display is not much there as well. So it does make it rather complicated in order for them to actually see that. So I see the point. I see the point there. It's not as clear cut as you'd have, for example, a track like Monza. Very clearly see the car coming behind you, and you should then give way, for example, into the first chicane. Here, you're on the outside, you're going completely different speeds as well, don't forget, because the inside car has basically just, made that little lift in towards the first corner. The outside car is accelerating out of pit road, maybe dabbling the brakes. You see the number 20 car and others on pit road. That's the Williams Esports BenQ car on a pit road. Just to go back quickly to the second place car in GTD, let's not forget that this BS competition number 89 car was the car that won out in the last round of the BMW Sim GT Cup.
Yeah, Rainer Talvar did a smashing job in that second stint to pull away from the field and get that car into its first win in official BMW Sim GT Cup competition. They came close through 2021 in this M4 GT3, but had some difficult moments, most notably at Imola, where in a battle with the Kova Esports team coming through, I believe it was Variante Alta, came up on some lap traffic, and poor Phil Denez, I think it was, behind the wheel, had nowhere to go, and all chance of victory went right there, right then, and it was a really disappointing race for them as a SRC Movano pair down on pit lane, along with plenty of red and black cars. You got the Delta Sport car rolling, the 14 race clutch car drops on the jacks and goes off as well. I've been looking at the stint lengths in this LMP2 class, by the way. You will notice that triple stints have been done for Williams Esports, BenQ, and Chilglass, so they've taken the race lead, but they've been consistently doing 22-lap stints. Rogers and the other Coanda car started with a 20-lap stint, backed it up then with a 21-lap stint. Let's see if they're able to go 22 laps, or if they're not just looking at a different tire strategy, but maybe requiring a little bit more fuel in the final stint of the race.
Am I right that I just saw the race clutch number 15 car just come back out onto track after their repairs?
You are wrong. The 15
No,
of the
they're
tires.
still there. Yeah, so they're still there. So I was just thinking, I don't see any race clutch cars in that part. Of course, they had the damage to the front end. Now, you could have got that repaired, but that would have been, what, 25, maybe 30-minute repairs. And this is where we had this at Bathurst, let's not forget, about a month ago in the iRacing special event, when you got to remember that there is another race that is going to kick off rather soon. I believe it's in just under 2 hours from now. And those teams that get, out of the race early on here will sometimes go and have another bite of the cherry because they can just go and do the next one. Yes, it messes up some of the driver stints later on in the race, but they get another chance to do so compared to driving a car that might be 2 seconds off the pace for, let's say, 10 and a half hours.
Yeah, and I go both ways on this. Like, I totally get why drivers, once they're out of the chance of a victory, don't want to go and finish, the race and basically pound around with a damaged car. I've been in that situation myself, and usually because I've got weak mental spirit, I'll put it that way, I'll put myself down, I'm willing to retire from the race. But these guys at the top level of their game, as Marla Racing Team gets on through, Arnage doesn't even fight that one back. These guys are meant to be the best of the best. Even if you're not fighting for the win, surely there's something out on track that you're able to find. And that's why I do like series, that the private leagues that we cover, where they say that you've got to finish a certain number of laps to be classified to get a certain number of points as well. Now, of course, you don't really have that incentive in these races, but it's something that I think maybe we'll hopefully get a bit more of looking forward. Think of as well, like VCO coming in with the Grand Slams. There's plenty still to play for in these special events.
Yeah, and in the 20-foot Le Mans, you've got the whole thing, you've got to complete the final lap in a certain period of time. That's the reason why Toyota didn't actually get classified in that race, where they had the issues like 2 laps before the end. I'm of the opinion here that for these iRacing special events, it's a bit difficult, a bit more different for 24 hours because of the way the schedule works. But for these, 6, 10, 12-hour races we've got, I would very much like to see it. You have to choose which split you are in, which session you're in, over the course of the day. And once you've committed to that, you can't change it. So you don't get the option of maybe having the dry run early on. You have that one commit to the 4 sessions that go on over the course of the weekend, and that is it. You can't change, you can't retire, you can't go and move to another one. You've got that one shot, that one opportunity to... I'm not even going to go down there.
No, I agree. And that's one thing as well to think about, right, with the fact that you've got extra time slots now that have been added. Usually they're just with 2 for a 24-hour race. You used to have a couple more for a 6-hour race, for example. But we did see this even during Daytona, for example, where if you got crashed out of the first race, you just immediately decided to retire the car and go and do a later time slot. I am very much agreed with you there, and it's, I think, something that would really benefit potentially the experience, because traffic management is an integral part of endurance racing, right? Like, especially at the Nordschleife, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, you start with only 50 cars, for example, based on the field size that we've seen today. It reduces the amount of traffic that you start the race off with, and if you only have a 50% attrition race, by the time you finish the race, you're basically just racing the track, which is typically what you're anyway doing at the Nürburgring, but it's not really what it's all about. The Nürburgring NLS, which is on this weekend and starting its 2022 season, it's all about traffic management. 150, 200 cars split across the 26 or whatever kilometers of the full combined layout of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Attrition is not something we like to see.
Yeah, and I would love to have a race at the Nordschleife with 200 odd drivers. That would be one of the bucket list dream things I would love to see. Of course, it would make our producer Hugo's life an absolute impossibility. Can you imagine the overlays? How long it would take for them to cycle through 200 drivers? We'll be here for about half a week, but at the same time, you're right. The traffic management is a big thing, of course. The 24 hours of the Nordschleife is a part of the...
Did you just call it the 24 hours of the Nordschleife? You called it the 24 hours of the Nordschleife.
I'm very sorry. Do you want to say it for me?
No, I just, if you're calling me up for tune in, I'm calling you out for that.
Okay, yes, but we have got the race coming up here live on RaceSpotTV. It is a part of the VCO Grand Slam for 2022. The more difficult thing is that I'm actually trying to learn the track before I do 12 hours of commentary there, because I've always been able to, over the years, actually get away with not commentating that race. However, this year I'm committed to do so, and I've only ever turned about 10 laps on that track in the history of my entire time on planet Earth. So I have been having a go, a bit like Max Verstappen, because I don't actually have a pedal set. My pedal set was actually crushed when I had my car crash about a month and a bit ago. They were crushed in the back of the car, so I have no pedal set now, and I can't really have a steering wheel without a pedal set. So I have had to go on the game controller, a bit like Max Verstappen, to try and turn some laps. But you know, you talk about endurance, and building up to these races is as much endurance as actually participating in them as well. I was looking at Patrick Heinrich in the Biela Racing Team Ronix 451, who have had a driver change. No, haven't.
They haven't had a driver change just yet. Now, they have slipped slightly back in the pack.
Yeah.
Compared, I mean, they still gained 10 positions from where they qualified, but have slotted backwards, at least getting now past the BS Turner machine. And because you pointed it out earlier, I'll just say again, that's the livery that debuted in the real world 12 months ago in the GT4 car. But if you ever need help with the Nordschleife, Will, come and talk to me. We have the, I've got plenty of track guides for an Indy car, because I know you'll love this. Guess who's convinced the Indy car community that once a year we go to the Nordschleife, and that's coming up very, very soon.
We're on board with BS competition. The BS Turner car. Felix Kronbach. Thank you very much, our producer Hugo, for getting me out of that sticky situation rather quickly. We're getting close to 90 minutes into this race, the 2022 Heusinkveld 12 hours of Sebring here on iRacing, on RaceSpotTV. Don't forget, you can tweet us at RaceSpotTV. Use the hashtag Sebring12. You can also give us a like, a share, a subscribe, a comment on YouTube. You can do exactly the same on Twitch as well. So we're looking at that battle. P number 7 in LMP2. Koanda Simsport, that number 18 car. I'm wondering whether maybe there might be some damage to the floor of that number 18 car, because they have slid back a lot. I don't see any visual damage as they're going to get past that by the number 9 track race past the start finish line in towards turn number 1. Battle for P7 on track, and actually Koanda can hold on.
It's battle for second, because that's the Williams car on old tires, and it wasn't really going to be able to do much with Mitchell de Jong on the fresh rubber. And now we get to see the lap time delta. Last time around it was a full second slower for Matt Farrow, but Alexander Spetz, the front of the field, only half a second slower than Mitchell de Jong. Interesting to note that both Koanda cars have taken tires, as well as the Apex Racing Team, LMP2 car. They have split the Williams camp, the strategy. Ate Kauppinen, that Williams Esports Fanatic car, did take 2, and this is where it started. So Kauppinen tries to get himself, this is actually further back. This is the battle for 7th, and Brienta, I think, makes a little bit of contact there with Kauppinen.
All that at over 150 miles an hour, that was mighty. That could have been a free car incident very, very easy. I hope we can get an onboard replay at some point of that one. Great look there from the aerial coverage, but that was going on for 7th place. At the same time, we had the battle going on for 2nd place on track, and look at them swerving themselves around the racetrack there. Slower part of the track. We go on board with Antti Koivunen in the Williams Esport Fanatic car right now, as he has got himself the Koanda car just ahead.
Battle for second as well.
Yep. Battle for second going on. We've got Koanda all over the place. They've been quiet for a while, and now they're all over the place. P2 P7 on track at the same time. Where's that split screen where I need it? There we are.
Now, has Mitchell de Jong had an issue here? Because he's not just dropped back to third, he's gone back a full second.
Must be traffic.
From Matt Farrow. I don't think it was just traffic though. I think he must have had an off somewhere. Now the car doesn't look damaged, so it's okay, but maybe he hooked a tire into the grass and that just dragged him wide. That's my suspicion, because uncharacteristic mistake from Mitchell de Jong, to be completely honest there. He's got to do it all over again. He's got to do the hard work of passing Matt Farrow all the while. Alexander Spets smiling to the bank. That gap's opened back up now to the tune of 2 seconds.
Yeah, he has. As don't forget, whilst this is all going on, the number 20 Williams Esports BenQ car is putting out a bit more of an advantage out front as well. So here's a replay. That was Mitchell de Jong. There was a bit of contact pushing wide there at turn 16 as a consequence of that one. That's not going to be much in terms of damage, but it did push Mitchell de Jong off track down at Le Mans. We go back to live photos. Those lights are flashing plenty on the number 18 Commander Sim Sports car, as they are right behind right now as they work themselves through my favorite section of the track by far. And this is a scrap going on then as they come through. Tommy Erskard in the Commander Sim Sports car. We're actually hoping to see Erskard in person in just under a month's time, actually. But this is look how close they are as they work themselves through towards turn 16. Again, a little bit of GT traffic that's going to come into play as Commander's number 8 is actually back up to second place.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to take long. And now there's an aggressive squeeze from Kaupinen coming down into Cunningham Corner. Here comes, though, back to the inside, Matt Farrow. De Jong's got to give him space. That rubber's not going to grip up so much through turn 1, and plenty of room being given there, but Matt Farrow might just have been able to get back that second position, at least for the time being. I'll go back to that moment that he had, though, with Arnage competition. I'll put the blame squarely on Arnage there, and I'm not saying it was a big mistake, but the Coanda car was always alongside. Just give a little bit more room, because you talked about it earlier. You understand which cars to help out, and it goes both ways. The GTDs will help the LMP2s. The LMP2s will help the GTDs. Managing the traffic so important, and little things like that will cause a little traffic anxiety. Gap now between Coanda and your 20 car that leads the race up to 11.5 seconds. Matt Farrow playing the team game perfectly.
And we talk about that helping each other out, because right now it is the GT cars basically, I'm going to say the word in the way very loosely, but they're the ones that the LMP2 cars are having to get themselves past. Later on in the race, it is going to be a case, once this LMP field gets more and more spread out, they'll be coming up amongst people scrapping it out in GTD, and it's that case. You dive down the inside whilst they're trying to change positions in GTD. That would create even more issues. As we look, main picture, number 9 car, the Williams Esports last machine, that's now again got a 1.2 second advantage over VRS Coanda Simsport. Got a second battle going on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Turn our attention briefly over to the Race Clutch car. This is going on for 15th place on track. Race Clutch Black are in 15th place, and then you've got yourself Adam Blocker, Pure Sims Esports behind, and ahead you've got the Race Clutch Pure Sims Esports car in 14th place. But there is the number 87 machine of Race Clutch Black, and it's your mate Adam Blocker, P16.
Yeah, doing not bad, given that they weren't expecting to be in top split, and the moment that they had down at the hairpin as well. Difficult day overall, though, for Pure Sims, who had 4 cars entered and really would have been hoping for a bit better of a run. Here's that BMW for Fire Simsport that's recovering after its own moment. Team 75 behind them, Williams Esports and Daniel Pastor in the queue as well. Now, I don't like to bring up my unhappy memories, but at least you weren't the guy, Will, that told Radio Show Limited that Fire Simsport were a new Norwegian sim racing team, because of course they're Danish.
Oh my god.
I know, right? International incident.
Yeah, that would be like calling a Finnish sim racing team Swedish.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I'm not even going to go any further in terms of asking that one. I just don't want to know. What I don't want to know is if we're ever going to see the black and yellow or Sim RC ever again, because I miss it. And I do like the colours on the numbers Team 75 car, but you know what? I grew up on sim racing commentary with the Sim RC .de, then Sim RC cars with the black and the yellow and the gold, and it's going to be a shame because they are one of those really established team colours, but you have to get used to it. It's a bit like painting the walls at home. You used to have them one colour, now they're another.
Yeah, no, but that's the real world partnership, right? Coming together as Coanda finally now get past Matt Farrow, and hopefully no more traffic incidents. De Jong will be able to pull away and chip into the gap for that 20 car. But it's the evolution of sim racing, right? You've got two ways of looking at it, right? Or two different approaches, I should say. Team 75 have the one approach where at least they're very kind to, let's take a replay as to how this move actually happened. That's De Jong squeezing Farrow all the way to the inside and compromising that entry. But one of the games that you can play to get it past it. So there's two ways that you can look at these sim and real world teams working together. On one hand, you've got Team 75, who at least are kind enough to allow us to just call it Team 75 so their team name fits on our graphics, which I'm a big fan of. But you know, they've got this partnership with Team 75 Bernard, and it's a proper contract partnership where they're running the livery that's being used in the real world. New update for today, as I mentioned earlier, for the car that will be running in DTM as well. Then you've got T3 Motorsports by Maniti. Maniti, a team that we've seen grow leaps and bounds in the last 24 or so months. Not a huge team, like not a fully professional team, but the level of consistent performances that they've been able to get have now brought them to the attention of T3 Motorsports, another team which competes GT3 machinery. However, while it's now T3 Motorsports by Maniti, the livery has not changed. It's still the same big green machine that we've come to identify with the brand, but it's the recognition by T3 Motorsports of what Maniti have done to build themselves to this point. So I like that, but I very much also can understand why when you bring in an established brand, Team 75, you bring in a name like Timo Bernhard as well, why we get that crossover.
Yeah, we just saw, by the way, them getting past in that GTD battle by the number 27 machine in LMP2. That is a Netrex Grand Prix Gold car. We talked a little bit about their crossover from one sim to another. And that light blue car, very easy to spot on track, by the way. We're on to the Ullman straightaway here. So we've done a lap already in LMP, Arjuna. So next 2 minutes, we're going to hand it over to you. We're going to go on board that number 75 car, trying to go down to the inside, trying to get the pass done on Sunset Bend, and let's go on board with a lap then with the number 75 car, who's just moved up a position. Take it away.
Well, it's going to be less bad a lap than the one that I just talked to you throughout the start of this broadcast, but turn one's so high commitment in these GTDs. Yes, you've got some more downforce. Look how close to the wall you get. Look how early they attack the throttle, how close they get to the gravel on the outside. Gently brake into turn 3, you need to really maintain the balance of the car, especially in this Porsche with its rear engine nature. And look at how Jürgen Frank nicely onto the power, building the gap to those behind him as he sweeps under the bridge and through in towards the hairpin. You'll see the LMP2 car come to the inside here. That's the way you want it to go, because that car always going to be performant on this bumpy braking zone with a flat curve on the inside, which you'll cut the most out of. Now running you through a little right-left kink here, which is a pretty simply flat out section of track, but when you have traffic coming, you've always got to be ready and thinking about where they're going to go. Cunningham Corner has been a trouble spot so far. You don't want to get to the curb on the inside too much. A little dab there for Jürgen Frank. Now slither your way through Will Vincent's favorite part of the track as you run down into Tower Corner. It is slightly cambered in on the apex here, so as close as you can get to the curb, the better it will be to run yourself down the double left-hander that builds you to the penultimate section of track. Little bit of an opportunity to breathe, except when you've got traffic coming around you, but that's the story of the entire track. Jean de Bion Bend, look at how he attacks the curb, almost getting half the car over the white line there, runs it out wide to sweep the momentum down through Le Mans Corner, where he's already built up now, half a second, 1.5 second advantage to the Fire car behind. A great lap from Jürgen Frank, showing the stability of the car that he's got underneath him. Now down into Sunset Bend, so many different lines that can be taken. You brake while turning here, so you got to make sure you're not locking the brake, getting into the anti-lock braking system, rolling onto the power nicely. Jürgen Frank doing a great job to maximize the track, and that's a lap here at the Sebring International Raceway, and he'll do it over and over again with still 10 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Indeed. The big question that we always like to ask ourselves at the start of these broadcasts is, are we going to beat the lap record from previous times? Well, as it stands, the computer was saying no, and we were only going to do 371 laps. The computer's now saying we're up to 383 laps in this race. So we are going to potentially have less than previously, because of the fact, of course, Arjuna, that the LMP2 cars are coming on towards pit road a lot more than what we've potentially seen in previous years. But we currently predicted 382 laps as we're on board now with the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car of Daniel Patstor, and that's one of those times when I really do wish those team names were a little bit shorter.
Yeah, seriously. Interesting that you're saying that we're getting less than 390, because my timing screen is saying 408 laps estimated.
You're using the same timing screen that I am.
Are we? I'm using ATVO.
Oh, okay, I'm not. I'm using timing 71.
See, this is what even JRT would give you a different number if you went and looked at it. That's the thing, and you never really know until you get into the end game of these races how things will play out. So I'm going to go back and have a look at 2021, because again, it was this Dallara P217 that was your fastest class then.
Yeah.
They were looking at average lap times in the 148s, fastest laps of a 144.5. Now, the fastest lap so far has been a 44.221 from Mitchell de Jong in that number 8 VRS Coanda car. I'm not getting the best indication of what the average lap time has been, but my guess would be that potentially we're looking at around that same number, because it is a relatively cool day here. I mean, the track temperature now has gotten up to 35 degrees Celsius, but given that we're past noon, there's not much more time for it to go up before it reaches its peak.
Yeah, and that will happen in the next 2 hours of this race, and after that it will stay static and then we'll start to cool down a little bit. When we get ourselves to the top of the racing hour, we'll give yourselves a run through of where we are, as we will then be 2 hours into this 12-hour of Sebring 2022. Again, our coverage today is brought to you by Heusinkveld Engineering. There's the track conditions. You know what? I noticed the fact the humidity's gone down by 3%, and also the wind speeds. Look at that. 3 kilometers an hour in Florida in March. That's rather nice.
Yeah, not bad. Although having said that, California's been having some beautiful weather recently. Nice enough that I've been able to go out in shorts and flip-flops to go walk the dog. Nice view there as well for Barney, the pace car driver, as we get awful close to that Mobil 1 billboard. I tell you what, that was almost uncomfortably close, but he's got the best seat in the house. At least he's not having to work as hard as the real-life flaggers do, because there was plenty of yellow flags last week in the 70th running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah. By the way, don't forget that we've got Aaron Likens, who's getting closer to the month of May. He works as a flagman for the NTT Data IndyCar Series. I keep on wanting to call it the Verizon. I'm stuck 5 years ago. But worth noting that the VRS Coanda SimSport car, now they have gotten past Williams Esports Chill Blast, have closed the gap down to 4 seconds now. It's just gone below 5 seconds. It's 4.8 seconds as they would come past the start-finish line. So, Coanda SimSports number 8 car, look how close that car was, right up on the grass, right up to the wall there. That's how hard they were pushing, but they just lost 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, it changes as quickly as that. Although having said that, even this lap around, they've still gained 9/10 of a second on Alexander Spett. So swings and roundabouts, right? At least for now, the Coanda car getting the best of it, as Williams Esports Fanatic just got past Urano. Now again, it says new tires versus old tires, and we're at that inflection point where new tires really are starting to pay big dividends for those who took tires about 16, 17 laps ago. We're not far away from the next cycle of pit stops where Mitchell de Jong will likely be the first car in probably 4 laps time.
And the funny thing is, in Formula One, you always have the argument about how the tyres, they are too dominant of a factor in terms of the racing and the strategy. In endurance racing, it is everything to do with strategy, but it's so important because it's so driver focused.
Yeah. No, I have a point, but because it's live broadcasting and it's still 7:30 in the morning for me right now, my brain is struggling to get it out, Will.
Shall I just do some holding music, or do you want to just move on?
Let's
there we
move
are.
on.
Stint laps right now. 17 laps for Koanda SimSport, 16 laps for Yassi, 17 laps for Apex Racing Team. That is the disadvantage that Koanda SimSport are going to have to live with for the next 10 and a bit hours of this race. The fact that they came in earlier than anyone else in that first stint and that second stint. If they want to really be in the mix, they're going to have to try and do some fuel saving at some point in such a way that they're not going to hurt their performance, but right now they are on charge attack mode and they can't afford to do any fuel saving.
So, I agree that, they have to think about that, but I also wonder if we know Koanda as Apex now gets past Yassi in the 32. We know that, they have so many resources. Yes, they're having to divide their attention with lots of drivers competing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, but they would have worked out the strategy, and I'm sure they would have looked at the possibility of doing triples. Maybe the cooler conditions might have favored the triple stint, and that's why Williams went to it. But clearly, the Koanda guys think that the strategy they're on is the fastest possible strategy. So maybe it plays out in their direction at the end of this race, because we still got a long way to go. And I always say this on endurance races, but you only really know how the story ends once you get to that final chapter. At the end of the day, the middle chapters are all just setting the finish up. They're not really indicative of how the story is going to finish. So, Philip Stam behind the scenes, I'm sure he's frantically working away and probably not too disappointed with how it's looking right now.
Very similar to what I always talk about at Indy, the countback.
Yes.
The same thing applies in endurance racing. You just have longer to try and set it up. We go on board, by the way, with Tommy Erskard right now in the Koanda SimSport machine, and they are still right behind, and they're still scrapping for position. This is with the Urano Esports car, and Tommy Erskard running in P number 8. And you've got Daniel Alves Luciano in the 7th place, as they work down in towards Sunset Bend once again here. And the gap between them, you're looking at about half a second right now. Look how close to the wall Tommy Erskard was going there.
Patrick Heinrich gets the move done on that Fire SimSport car that continues to slide backwards. That second Koanda car really has dropped off the pace at this point. We'll see if it comes back in their favor maybe later on as Oscar gets on through. We talk about Indy, we talk about the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Did you realize, Will, that there's a round of the Porsche Esports Super Cup the same day as the iRacing Indy 500? They're trying to steal our viewers.
I'm sorry. And you know what? They're actually going to be on around the same time as well.
Exactly. Stealing our viewers.
That's just not going to be happy. There we are. We see the pass change for position there as the number 18 car in towards the hairpin has got that position done. So you can move Koanda SimSport up into 7th place. With Tommy Erskard, you can move Urano Esports down into P8 with that number 190 car. You currently have 41 drivers running on track. 9 are out of the race early. A bit like Bathurst, actually. Early on this year, Arjuna, we have a lot of retirees early on in this race. Almost 1/5 of the field.
Yeah, early doors, it tends to be crazy. I mean, think about how many incidents that we saw on that first lap. 4 cars retired within the first 15 or so minutes, and from there it's picked up. Race clutch in the 15, we saw the big bonk that they had with the Fire SimSport Lamborghini into sunset. Both cars retired. Vlad Kimichev and the Rottenberry Racing Lamborghini for RAG in that AAA and the 21 car, victims of the palaver down at the hairpin. T3 Motorsports, I regret to inform the Green Army in our YouTube chat that they've retired as well after their moment with the Team Redline Green LMP2 car. Those are the retirements that happened after those first 15 minutes. But we got some GTD pit stops underway. Luke McEwen on pit road for Team Redline Purple. Don't be surprised if we see a driver change there. Ryan Barneveld is doing a driver change in the Mahler Racing Team number 10. Looks like Julian Kesselhut takes over from him.
So pit stops are aplenty. 3 drivers on pit road: McEwen, Kesselhut, and Heinrich on pit road. They're going to fall down the order for the moment, but other drivers will be coming on towards pit road rather soon as we go picture in picture then. Bottom right hand corner of the screen, that is the number 14 race clutch car. As we see these 3 drivers still on pit road: McEwen, Team Redline Purple. You've got Kesselhut in the Mahal Racing Team car, and then you've got the number 18 machine, Peter Racing Team Euronics, rear of that shot. Keep you up to date of where they will cycle back in once the rest of the GTD field will come in towards pit road very soon. 1 hour 15 minutes of this race will complete. Last time some of the teams came in at about the 55-minute range, so it is consistent then. Maybe they can do 55 minutes on a stint as we're on board with a Pure Sims esports car right behind the race clutch car through the hairpin. That one almost got messy.
Yeah, it did, but they get it sorted out just in time. The 26 car on a double stint of its tires, it goes deep and it overcommits. Now, what happened to the car he was fighting? There's Delta Sport. They've gone on through. The Pure Sims counterpart will go through as well. That's a 19 with blocker behind the wheel. Just overcommitting under the brakes. Didn't have the grip with the tires in the condition that they're currently in. And well, they've got another Pure Sims car behind them as pit stops now underway for VRS Kawanda and the Apex Racing Team. So that battle that Mitchell de Jong had with Matt Farrow ultimately meant he didn't close all the way up to Alexander Spetz. Now we will have to wait and see what the triple versus the double does overall.
Let's not forget, though, that the number 8 car had at least 2 excursions where they lost about 2 seconds. So it wasn't great, but the time delta is not perfect in terms of being fully representative, as the number 8 will come out of pit road. Of course, you talked already about merging back onto track. You've got to hope that you get a bit of clean air, a bit like what the number 8 car, Mitchell de Jong, does do, and a 32.8 second pit stop for him back onto the track. We had a crash down at turn number 1, Arjuna. What's going on?
It was Carbon Simsport, who I think might actually now be done for the day. We were just talking about attrition, and Sebring has claimed another victim because toe to pit lane. We'll see now, and oh, it's SRC Movano. That's going to be a horrific. Yeah, up and over, almost nails the landing, but has to hop on its side before getting back onto all 4 wheels. It's another case, an LMP2 car having absolutely no patience.
Down towards turn number 1, the track funnels down single lane so quickly. You kind of can't really be wide going through turn number 1, because otherwise you end up in the dirt and the gravel down on the entry to turn 2, 3, 4, 5. So I understand why the LMP2 cars want to get past quickly, because otherwise you can lose a second through that little twisty section down through turns 3 and 5. But again, I think you're a bit right there. Just a little bit too overzealous are the LMP cars.
Will, I'd like to date a supermodel, but we can't always get what we want. It's as simple as that, and that's Alessio Fabrizzani in the 1 SRC Movano Corso Rosso car. You just got to be patient through there. He wasn't alongside. He had more speed, yes, but he's not committed to the corner by the time that he gets back on, gets back up to speed. So you can't do something like that. It's as simple as that. Luca Kita, by the way, took over the 451 car. He's just been off the track as well, but has managed to save it. GTD pit stops continue to get underway, though. Chris Lullum takes over from, well, he's no longer 10K Baneke, is he? So we can't really call him that. But new driver for the 71, Phil Dinez, jumps behind the wheel of the 89, as that's what happened to the 451.
Yeah, and I have to say that I am married to a supermodel. That's the only thing I'm allowed to say.
There you go. Good recovery.
Yeah. Perfect. Most beautiful woman in the world. As just having a look, there's a lot of drivers on pit road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12 drivers on pit road right now. And you've got Balas Remniak, Yassi, Chris McGarr, Pure Sims Esports, Williams Gift, Pure Sims Esports, Maxine Naz, Team French Sport online right now. So actually just having a look through, there are 11 drivers on pit road. So another little pit party going on for us right now. But it is Williams Esports BenQ leading the way in LMP2 for the moment. And then you've got Williams Esports Chillblast second, Williams Esports Fnatic in third, but that one is going to change momentarily. Team 75 are currently your leader in GTD, but that's because they haven't come on towards pit road yet.
And look how close it is between Redline and BS Competition, the two BMW official cars at the front of the field. Now, Phil Denez is only 2 seconds back from Chris Lullum. Denez is rapid in a GT3 car and has some real-world experience as well to fall back on, both on the road to Indy, but also in GT3 machinery. So I think we're in for a good fight now in this next couple of hours of the race, because I think Denez is going to take the charge to Chris Lullum. We'll have to wait and see.
Going to be absolutely fascinating to watch there. Two BMWs, two BMW quote-unquote work team cars, scrapping it out for the next 2 hours in GTD. Going to be absolutely fascinating here as we see number 75, Team 75 car remain out on track. So that's another lap led then for Jürgen Frank in this race. And they are going to basically, by the time they come on towards pit road, get their service, they'll actually be at the top of the hour.
Yeah, they're closer, but I still don't think they're going to be able to eliminate a pit stop, because remember, it is the warmest the track has been, and it's only going to go down from here. And you know, the cooler the track conditions, the more time that you'll spend on full throttle, or be able to spend at full throttle, which ergo gives you more fuel consumption. So something that I think is playing out nicely for Team 75 to shorten the final stint. Not going to eliminate it just yet, but full credit to them. They've been able to do what no one else really has so far elected to do. Also, I said, by the way, Coanda last time around did 21 laps. I think they did a 20-lap stint this time around.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get the notebook out in a minute. Start noting this down.
You don't have to pull out your inner Jeremy Shaw and take, lap charts manually, because again, our wonderful friends at Timing 71 will provide for you.
I like that. That was a good link there. We're looking on board with Jürgen Frank as he works himself towards the end of the lap in that number 75 car. Now heading towards the Ullman straightaway through Le Mans corner. No DRS, unfortunately, in that Porsche. So there's not going to be any rear spoiler, just opening up like you have in DTM. As, yes, you can visit RaceSpot.WTF/endurance for live timing and scoring all race long. And I was thinking about how you're saying about things going downhill. That's just going to be the commentary of this broadcast in the next 10 hours. It's going to get worse right now, Joe.
I mean, especially when I leave. Come on.
Timmy award winning.
You said it, I didn't. You're talking, oh, there's the carbon car, by the way. You can see the damage to it. You talk about DTM. That's the DTM of old. No DRS anymore, because it's all GT3 cars.
Yeah, true. I do miss it. I mean, it's so weird having a DTM car with DRS in it. It took me a while to get used to it. So number 20, Williams Esports BenQ car on pit road, and the Williams Esports Chillblast car going to come on towards pit road as well as the Williams Esports Fnatic car. Basically, put the three of them together, you're pretty much sorted. You've got yourself the monitor, you've got yourself the PC hardware, and then you've got yourself your steering wheel, all in one package.
It sounds like maybe you need to message the Heusinkveld guys and say you don't have any pedals anymore, and can they help you out?
Yeah. How many times do I need to say Heusinkveld on the broadcast?
Well, we'll remind everyone that if you are racing, or if you want to sign up for the last time slot of this 12 hours of Sebring presented by Heusinkveld, every lap that you do enters you for the chance to win a Team Heusinkveld pedal set. Not a bad day if you manage to get that.
So if you do one lap, you get one entry. If you do 386 laps, you get 386 entries. So, it pays to enter. You pays even more for you to try and complete the race. And this is another good reason why, even if your race doesn't go to plan, just carry on, because actually endurance racing is about winning your own battles as well as everyone else's. We've got still 7 drivers on pit road, and they are all in LMP2. Williams Esports Shield Blast, Urano Esports, SRC Ravana Corsa, Race Clutch Red, SRC Ravana Corsa, Delta Sport, and also Netrix Grand Prix. So a busy time on pit road. 6 of them still on the lane as, hey, guess what? 2 hours of the 2022 Sebring 12 hours is complete. As soon as we get these pit stops out of the way, I think it's about time that we have a rundown through our field.
A RaceSpot hourly update, is that what you're thinking here?
Bi-hourly update at this point.
Fair.
We didn't do one at the last hour.
Well, that's true. Sounds like something we need to get a sponsor for.
Yeah.
Sponsored by us. We can do the LTT store beam. RaceSpot hourly update brought to you by RSTV.shop.
Yeah. Or D-Brand. I'd much rather have D-Brand.
No, that's true. They got plenty of money as well. What's happened to one of the Movano cars? 25, I see, has gone slightly backwards. Florian Lebigre in this R8G car had a moment off track by himself as well, but has managed to recover quite nicely to still be in the footsteps, the foot tracks, I should say, of, I believe that's the Mahler car in front of him. Here we go. So Sam Michaels behind. Oh, wow. Oh, my word. That's an unusual one. That was all sorts of slippery in the braking zone, I guess, for turn 3.
That looks like they didn't have their brake beers or something set properly.
Yeah, no, you don't usually see that in a prototype machine, but that's what you expect more from a GTD car. Speaking of which, look at that hands from Florian Lebigre to get that back under control after losing the rear of the car through the middle. Beeler Racing Team will say thank you very much. Lucas Gestats will take over that position for now. But what a save there.
Lovely color combination, the black and then the kind of reflective colors on it as well on that BMW. So we've got ourselves now a little bit of time to breathe. Shall we start by having a conversation about your GTD field first? Because BMW Team Redline are leading the way. They have basically led every lap when it's not been a pit stop sequence, but the gap between themselves and Team BMW Team BS Competition is now down to about 3 seconds on track. You note the moves and shakers in this race. Beeler Racing Team Euronics, get that one, up 17 spots in the number 450 car. Marlow Racing Team car up 10 spots as well. So a lot of movers inside your top 5. But the key one is Team Redline Red starting on pole. They are leading the race, but under increasing pressure from BMW Team BS Competition.
Yeah, and I think what we are seeing, though, is that Redline car has more speed in the first of the double stints because they are able to do 2 stints on the tires. BS Competition, a little bit lighter on the tires in the first stint. It comes back to them in the second stint. That gap has opened up about a second since both of the cars were down on pit lane, but you can see Phil Denaire's yellow headlights looming in the rear view mirror of the BMW Team Redline car. Big movers as well. Let's give a shout out to the likes of Vendeval, who have worked their way forward. The second Beeler car as well has not been totally off the pace, let's be completely honest, but they've had some bad luck here and there. Team 75 on strategy have led this race. Let's see if their strategy will play out the way they want. So that's your GTDs. Let's talk you through the LMP2 cars as well, because that's been a fun one here, Will.
It really has been, as I forgot to hit the magical button. That means that my voice gets communicated over the internet. But Karina SimSport, they are starting P1, leading right now. But it's more complicated in this field compared to what we had in GTD because of the multiple tire stops that are going on. Is it going to be 2 stops, 3 stops, 1 stop? How is it going to work as this track progresses? The Apex Racing Team number 72 car, they are up 3 places. They are your biggest movers inside the top 5. What is worth noting is that you have a lot less movement in your LMP2 field compared to the top end of GTD, but that really comes down to just how close the qualifying times were. You saw how close it was, especially P3 down to about P8 here, and what that's meant is these cars are so finely matched. It comes down to traffic management, in laps, out lap, fuel management, tyre management.
It was also about how they survived the opening couple of laps of the race, because there was plenty of side-by-side action that shuffled it around very slightly, and a lot of the movement back in the pack is by virtue of cars dropping out of the race. And once that first cycle of traffic really played itself out, it really stabilized from there. There's some technical issues for one of the Pearson's cars just in front of Paulo Dreiter.
Yeah, you're right. So that is a look at our field. We got Team Wrenchport Online up 7 spots. SRC Movana Corsa, we've seen them in the number 25 car. They are up 9 spots today. There is Team Wrenchport Online in that number 97 car as they work down towards Sunset Bend. Once again, Maxime Gnas behind the wheel of that one in towards Sunset Bend. They are coming right now. So movers and shakers in the lower part of your LMP field. But again, a couple of major incidents between LMP2 cars and GTDs. We have to really talk about the Team Redline Green car in terms of that one more than anything else, because they've been involved in the wars at least twice here today. And as far as I can tell, they were, I'd say, the biggest incidents we've had between LMP and GTD cars today.
Oh, I don't know about that one. I think maybe the race clutch incident with Maniti was pretty big as well, although, excuse me, with Fire was pretty big.
Yeah, true.
The T3 Motorsport Maniti car was a big incident with Redline Green as well. Basically, this car is out of contention of trying to defend the win from 12 months ago. Now, again, Redline's still in a good spot in your GTD class, but you got to remember the performance that we've seen in this prototype category from Redline over the different competitions we've seen them in. Sports Car Open, they've been smashing in 2022 to get a couple of wins on the board there. VCO Pro Sim, yes, that was a fixed setup competition, but it wasn't just the real life drivers in their stable. For example, Max Verstappen that were performing well, but even Maximilian Benecke adapting very well to the downforce machine. You think back to the success that they had last year in these special events. They won all 3 of the classes in multiple of these IMSA special events as well, including Watkins Glen and I believe Petit Le Mans. It's a bit of a surprise, if we're being honest, that they've only got 1 car and it's down and languishing outside of the top 10. It's also down a lap as well, but that's the way it goes. 9/10 off the pace in qualifying. I think that set the tone for the approach that Dominic Hoffman was going to have. He's been aggressive to start this race off. Aggressiveness, not always your best friend.
And the key thing about it is qualifying is a lot more important in LMP compared to your GTD because of the high speed of these LMP cars, and also the fact that you don't have as much room at the start of the race to establish positions compared to in GTD because, well, as I said, you give it 10 laps and all of a sudden you're right there into traffic. So these LMP2 cars, despite the fact that qualifying was so close, it was also more important, one could argue, compared to in your GTD fields. We're having a look, by the way, at that fantastically looking number 88 R8G car, who have got the Beta Racing Team Euronics 450 right behind them right now, about a half a second separating them on track. But for LMP cars, the work they had in that short qualifying session meant more, I would say 10th for 10th compared to in GTD.
It's interesting you say, by the way, that the R8G car looks great, because I think the old R8G livery, probably circa 2020, was the better livery. And for Bela Racing, I loved the old livery, don't get me wrong, because they used to do some really interesting things. They do Stars and Stripes for Daytona, they do Peaches for Petit Le Mans, and they had all sorts of interesting things. But their new livery, their new look, a little bit brighter, a little bit better, is the opposite to what R8G with this current iteration of the livery, where it's very dark, it's very brooding, it tries to use the spec map. I just think bright cars look better in iRacing. I know that's not the point you were trying to get to, Will, but I like pretty things.
Okay. Talking about pretty things, we've got some RaceSpotTV badges. Have you actually sent them over to me yet?
No, I haven't yet. I've got to find a cost-effective way to ship them to you, unfortunately, because apparently that's harder than I thought.
Yeah, it is. Shipping stuff from the UK, the US to the UK. It'd probably actually be easier routing it through, like, the Silk Road and putting it on the boat. So long as it doesn't get stuck in the Panama Canal, we'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, they're coming soon as well. We've got some lovely RaceSpotTV badges.
Well, those aren't publicly available, although maybe we should do a giveaway.
You can win them. Yeah, you might be able to win them. That'll be a once in a don't sell them on eBay sort of thing. As we're looking at Balfour B9, GTD, Veneval Sim Racing White, Team BMW Bank, and MSI Esports Red. And look at that. After 2 hours and 10 minutes of racing, they are separated by about 1.5 seconds on track. And I'd say, don't forget, the second in the line, the Team BMW Bank car, was the one involved in the incident right at the very start of the race, trying to work themselves back up through the field a little bit. We've had another crash.
Yeah, and this time it's Coanda, but not the Coanda you're thinking of. It's the Coanda Junior team. And what happens here? Down into... right side's on the grass, getting on the brakes, difference in grip between the rights and the lefts, and well, Bob's your uncle, around you go.
By the way, you're wondering why these cars don't look the same as they normally do? That's, how do we put it politely, Arjuna?
They forgot to submit their liveries. There's no polite about it. They just forgot.
Yeah, simple as that. So,
somehow Vendaval managed to sneak in a paint without the correct decals as well, which I'm very confused how that happened.
Yeah, we'll have to get onto quality control after the race and figure that one out. But Vendaval, they're looking down to the right-hand side of the track right now as they come past the start-finish line. You can arc it around the outside into turn number 1, but quite often at this point you're just going to slot back into the line. If you arc around the outside, you're then on the outside for turns 2, 3. And because of that, Vendaval's actually going to lose a position, kind of doing what I said they were at threat of going to be doing without saying what they were going to potentially be doing. If that makes any sense to you.
No, it does. And again, they're fighting the BMW Bank car that started up in second spot, right? So, bit of a tough day for that car, of course, powered by BS Composition. Saw Bruno Spengler take the first couple of hours. Keiko Shube now jumping into the car and trying to recover what he can. This is MSI Esports, another car that was up there in the mix as well. They're down now in 10th. I'm not sure if we saw what happened to these guys. They've had to take a very short stop last time around, unless my timing screen is playing games with me, because it says they were in pit lane for about 2 minutes, but they only stopped for 30 seconds.
That's very weird. That could just be a miscommunication on the pit wall. That will come back to bite you. I'm interested to see if they're going to come back on towards pit road soon, actually, because that's the sort of thing that can just dishearten the entire team if they just forgot to put the right amount of fuel in, anything like that. Because, of course, if it was just tyres, they'd have been back on pit road already. But, yeah, that's a tough call.
Yeah, I'll try and go and figure that one off by myself as we now jump on board with Lucas Prada in the Vendaval Sim Racing White car. Did well yesterday in our Friday night preview, put it on pole position, but then slid backwards, but clearly has the pace to be delivering here today.
That's nice. We're on board with that Vendaval Sim Racing White car. Exit the Sunset Bend. At the top of this show, I talked about how bumpy this track is. I don't think there's anywhere worse than Sunset Bend. I mean, we talk about porpoising going on in Formula 1 right now. These cars have been porpoising in GT around Sebring for over 60 years, 70 years now. So for Lucas Prada, that Vendaval Sim Racing White, what's gone wrong?
Sorry, I've just figured out what happened to this car.
Go on.
So they did the driver change and then had to go forward and pull back into their box. Now, I'm not sure if there was a technical glitch or if it was their issue with not setting it correctly. I will go down and talk to the MSI Esports team. But that is a costly mistake because it has cost them roughly 20-30 seconds out on track from what we can tell.
Ooh, that's going to be really bad. And these things sometimes happen. It comes down sometimes to just how the drivers set themselves up for, how they actually do the driver changes, stuff like that. But yeah, you can find 20-30 seconds on track, but it's so disheartening when that happens to them as well. So with MSI Esports, that's going to be a massive, massive shame as just cycling through them.
I have word.
Word?
Their tires somehow got unticked, so they were about to get back out onto track without fresh tires, and so they had to sacrifice 25 seconds there.
And the reason why you do that is you wasted 25 seconds and it hurts you. You go onto track with worn tires like that, you'd be losing 25 seconds in 10 laps.
Yeah, no, that's heartbreaking for them. And I mean, it's a team that we've really seen. Yes, they've lost, Alejandro Sanchez, who for a while was the breakout driver of this outfit, but even without him, they're showing that they can perform. We've seen it in the 24H esports series. We've seen it in these special events as well, and well, they're on the back foot. And even if today doesn't go their way, I have no doubt we'll see that car tomorrow in the BMW Sim GT Cup. And don't count out Danny Elgabe, don't count out Christian Lamella.
Yeah, it was great seeing Sanchez winning a round of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup in those MSI team colours, and actually was one of those few times that we've seen someone that's not been a Coanda, a Redline, a Red Bull Racing car, or even a Williams car for a long time really get up to the top step. It was a breakout year for MSI, but we often say how these teams are once they lose one of their star drivers is really a mark of the team as a whole. When Josh Rogers, for example, left TTL Esports, it had a massive impact on that team. Whereas for MSI, that they're still staying strong, and a little mistake like that will hurt them, but they're still pounding on as we now turn over to LMP2 SRC Movado Corsa Rosso and the Urano Esports Media car number 190. These guys separated by just under half a second right now as they work themselves through Big Ben towards a hairpin.
Are we acknowledging the presence of a red and black car, or is our new philosophy that if you're red and black, we're just not going to talk about you? We'll have to figure that out. In this LMP2 class, I'm watching the lap times for your leading Coanda SimSport car versus the Williams Esports Ben Q car. The first car that took tires as well. Team 75! Team 75 back in pit lane. That Porsche that had led the race on strategy. What has happened to Jamie Moon? Well, that's a Pure Sims car into the rear end, and that is a horrific contact down into tower corner. Now, which of the Pure Sims cars is it? Going for a gap that did not exist, and again, I'm going to say it, that is unnecessary. Incredible.
That, I think, would be the worst incident we've seen with LMP2 today. To be honest, we see a car threading the needle, two cars threading the needle there, splitting off the GTD cars as three wide again in towards turn number one. But yeah, in terms of unnecessary driving, now part of the racetrack, I've always said, is pretty much 1.5 lanes wide at the best. And a big smoke then.
Tommy Osgard.
On track, Tommy Osgard.
That's the Coanda 18. Now, what's happened? Is that the other Coanda? Is that the Coanda Junior car?
That's the Coanda Junior car. They just punted.
My word.
Phillips Dam has just done a Toto Wolf.
Well, I can tell you, by the way, sorry to cut you off, Will, but Eddie Purcell's behind the wheel of that Coanda Junior car. This is the first time I think we've ever seen him drive for the Coanda Junior team. Might just be the last.
Mistakes happen, but one of the first rules of racing, don't wreck your teammate. I mean, even in NASCAR, when it always seems to be every person for themselves, don't wreck your teammate. And I mean, look at that replay. Our executive producer, Hugo Louise, of course, his long association with Coanda SimSport, even he right now must have his head in his hands. So here's Eddie Purcell then, coming down in towards turn number 2. Check your wing mirrors, mate. Check your wings.
Yep. Well, it's not even check your wing mirrors, right? You got an F3 box. You've got all the tools being given to you by iRacing, things that you don't even get in the real world. Like, I'm struggling to contain my laughter right now. But I feel for Tommy. I feel for Matt, because even though the race wasn't going perfectly for them, they were still in a decent spot to get some good finishes and to show Coanda's strength in these special events. They're not as committed to them as they have been in the past, not as committed as Redline is right now as well. Like, Redline really puts forth maximum effort, but it was good to have them, and unfortunately, well, they're now down in, what's it, 6th spot?
Yeah.
34 seconds behind their teammates.
Yeah, that's not good. I can imagine what Philip Stam has been saying right now over the last 3-4 minutes, and it's not going to be things that I think I could actually say on air in this broadcast. Giga Louise just said, and he actually hit the guy who's trading him as well. I mean, that's got to be a bit of a low blow. So there's going to be some... On one hand, we can joke about this, but actually that is a training and development opportunity, because there are times when you have those incidents, and sometimes actually, I remember when I was in racing, I would actually tense up more when I had a teammate around me compared to someone else, because you don't want to hit your teammates. Sometimes you end up making little fails. That means you do end up hitting your teammate. They might have been talking to each other. He might have been saying, we go this side, just wasn't paying attention. Because in some of these cases, the teams can communicate directly with each other. Rookie error.
Yeah, no, I think rookie error sums it up best, right? It's trainable, but it's also something where... it's Williams Esports, BenQ, and Fnatic switch around. So that's the new tires taking over the spot from the old tires. Nicely done from Kalpanen to let Spets go through. No driver change either for either of them just yet, by the way. But it's also one of those things where I didn't get the best look at it because I was trying to figure out what was going on with the contact itself, but I just wonder if Purcell maybe got back on the throttle when he didn't need to. And it's always dangerous when you try and let someone through like that, where you're compromising yourself so significantly. We saw this even in Lionheart this past Wednesday, where it was Long Beach, so a very different situation in terms of the track, but a driver trying to pull over at the hairpin, you know, it juts out wide at the last corner, and they're trying to let cars go, so they come to a stop. And when they get back up to speed, they don't recognize that someone else is coming, and so as they try to take the corner, someone takes the corner, and two doesn't go into one. That's why they say for a GT car, for example, run your line, be predictable. I'm not saying Eddie did anything unpredictable there, but I'm just saying stuff like that, it's always a little bit more risky. As we jump on board with that Williams Esports Fnatic car with the worn tires.
You are. As the Williams Esports Fnatic car, we're just having a look from the rear a moment ago, the Williams Esports BenQ car. I was just thinking, I had a couple more things I was going to say around that situation. LMP2 cars, they always, again, more twitchy offline. Sometimes you just don't want to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Don't forget, he was also on the inside line as well. That would have made things a little bit more different. But we're on board with Ati Kuppanen in the Williams Esports Fnatic car. We've got the BenQ car ahead of them, but again, different tyres on these cars right now. 2.3, by the way, meanwhile. In terms of your GTB battle between BMW Team Redline Red and BMW Team BS competition. So we're going to turn our attention over to that one in a minute, because it looks as though that BMW Team BS competition's come back into this, and it's going to be close as well now on the exit of turn number 1. But we turn our attention actually over to the Zebra. I kept on calling it a Tiger. I kept on calling him a Tiger last time, but now they're a Zebra. And Team BS competition, 2.5 seconds. The gap between themselves and Team Redline Red. They are at the bottom of your screen right now. And we've got the BenQ versus Fnatic battle on the top part of your screen.
And that was your fault. You tried to redirect Hugo's attention to the BS competition car. So he trusted you. He followed you. It is looking, though, like, early in the stint, Lulham's got the pace. I think traffic has closed it up right now. Pace is pretty equal between the two of them. It's tense here, tense there. Dinez, though, is much closer compared to Rainer Talvar in that first hour of the race. This is what they wanted to see. Now, after that next stop when they take fuel only, will it be the opportunity for the Monterey, California native to close up to Chris Lulham? We'll have to wait and see. In terms of LMP2, been tracking the lap times, like I said, is going back and forth. De Jong really has not dropped off this stint with the lap times. Did a 46.0 last time by, compares to a 46.1 for Alexander Spets. Now, we are seeing the occasional 45s from the cars that took 4 tires, but consistently, De Jong's not totally off the pace. And if the form book applies, we would expect in about 3 laps time De Jong to get out of that car and hand it back over to none other than Josh Rogers.
Yeah, I've only got 2 cars registered in that Commander Sim Sports machine. You've got De Jong and you've got Rogers. So I don't know though, is it going to be worth doing basically an hour and a bit each time? I would personally much prefer to have them do the longest stints, a bit more time in the car, give more of a rest to the other driver. But at the same time, you've also got to remember, in that team house, or team house, now the Commander Esports Hub as well, they are also preparing for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. How are they going to manage drivers in 2 different series running at the same time in terms of their workload?
Well, I think the reality or the realistic thing is that as soon as the Porsche Esports Super Cup starts, Philip Stam and the engineering teams, bail. They don't really care about what's going on in this race. To be completely honest, as much as we want to pretend, right? This is probably not where the focus is. And all 4 of the main Commander drivers part of this race across the 2 cars aren't racing in the Super Cup, so they can be, monitoring the strategy with by themselves. They'll have the data, the spreadsheets and whatnot already filled out, and they just need to keep updating it. So I think, half an hour before the Super Cup starts, you'll see Philip Stam, the rest of the crew focusing more on the, still 11 drivers or whatever that Coanda has in the Super Cup. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is insane. It is. As the gap between Commander SimSport and Apex Racing Team now 12.7 on track. We're on board with Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, 13th place. Sam Cutter right now. Number 4 car is just ahead of them on track.
Sam's going to be doing double. We're just talking about the Super Cup. Sam's going to do double duty. New Urano recruit. Last year was with, I believe it was Racecraft Esports. Qualified for the Super Cup and joined up with Urano to represent them. It's been an up and down season for him, mostly down. Best finish of 15th so far, running down in 32nd in the points. So looking for some redemption, but not a terrible day so far for this number 91 car. This is a car, of course, in partnership with Mercedes. Now, they've complained about the BOP at Daytona. I haven't heard so much moaning from them before this one. BOP, I mean, we have to just read it like we see it. BMW, definitely the strongest car in this GTD field.
Yeah, one Porsche's been good.
One Porsche's been good on fuel strategy.
Yeah. But apart from that, it's all been BMW. Oh, here comes Sam. No, nowhere near close enough. In towards Sunset Bend, the number 4 car, able to stay ahead. And that's into the final corner on track. And number 4 car is the Fire SimSport red car. And that is currently 12th place in GTD. In towards turn number 1 again. And you just notice that Mercedes loses a tiny little bit from the medium speed corners there.
It does. And speaking of BMWs, by the way, we have another retirement. Don't think anything happened to it, but BS Turner have become the most recent car to park it out on track. Now, my bias for them. I love seeing that yellow white zebra out on track. Now, I don't think anything happened to it. I think they may have had a technical issue, to be completely honest.
It can happen. We always forget that, it can happen. And ironically, as we just have a cat walking across the fence outside of my house. But don't forget, this is one weird day of the year as well in Europe where the clocks will go forward. And I've had it before. We've done races when the clocks have gone backwards, the clocks have gone forward, when it creates all forms of internet mayhem. Now, in the UK, this race will finish just before the clocks go forward, about half an hour beforehand. But in Europe, they will go forward in the last hour of the race, and that's aggressive there by Coanda SimSport working through some traffic.
Yeah, no, but they got it done. Calculated aggressiveness, that's what it is. Glorious madness, that's what we like to see. It's always fun as well. Fortunately, this is not a 24-hour race, because can you imagine the difficulties of trying to plan a strategy knowing that the clocks are going to be changing? That would be fun.
I always wanted to know if I can bill an extra hour. if it was actually changed. You know, by the time we finish post-race, it might have been the clock change. I'll just build myself another hour. It'll be great. Just make sure I don't do it on the clocks, go back at the end and
De Jong on pit
lose an
road.
hour. So that is about on target. That's about on target because he's about bottom of the hour now. So yeah, that's fine.
And Brienne follows him in. I think it's only a 20-lap stint, though. They're going shorter than I really think they want to be going. Yeah, this was definitely a 20-lap stint. The last couple have been 21, so interesting discrepancy there. I think De
Stayed in
Jong's
the car though. No, he's not. He's changed over. He's now just changed over. It was a while before they did. Normally would have happened, but it took them about 5 seconds longer than normal. But Rogers is back in the car.
Yep. And Dion Fiallo takes over from Mr. LMP2, so driver change for the Apex Racing team as well. Not a super long stint. 2.5 hours is not, you know, a marathon by any means in the LMP2 class. But yeah.
Macca's back getting behind one of the 18.
Yep, so driver changes galore for them. Now, one of the Williams Esports cars has done a driver change. That's Michael Romanidis taking over the number 9 Williams Esports Chill Blast car. So he took over from Matt Farrow. Alexander Spetz has been in there from the start. You'd expect that he's likely to do another stint at the very least. Ate Kalpanen likely to jump out this time around, so matching strategy with Maxime Briand. Joop de Ligt has taken over from Daniel Lorenzo in the Urano number 190. So interesting to see how different teams have approached this. Some drivers, like even the Movano Rosso number 1 car, doing just a double stint for their drivers so far. Some choosing triples. Got to manage your drivers over the course of the day, because you think you're talking about how we're getting to where the clocks are going to change at the end of the day, but that's a long night for them as well. And one thing that you know is that drivers and even commentators, we have different times of the day where we work better, right? We're more accustomed to doing things. You can't get too much sleep if you're in a 2-driver lineup either, so you got to manage your energy. You got to make sure that you put the right drivers in at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm actually best with about 7 o'clock in the morning. You know, that's the time I normally hit. My car ends up in the staff car park. I'm in the office, cup of coffee, sit down, crack out about 4 hours worth of work in an hour and a half. You're trying to get me to do that at 6 o'clock in the evening. My motivation levels have just completely changed. And there are certain people who have also their daily routines that they want to do. So they will sometimes have that situation where they can't commit to certain points of the day. Don't forget, you know, sim racers have kids, wives, girlfriends, partners. Commitment
Sim racers
outside
go outside?
of that. Occasionally they do.
It's news to me.
Some of them even do studying, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. But all of these extra commitments, they come into play as well. And the good thing for the De Jong and Roger situation is, even though you've got a Californian and an Australian, they are within about, you know, 5 square meters of each other.
Touching distance.
Yeah. So it is Antti Kuppinen who's leading the way right now. Williams Esports with Natek by 0.2 of a second. Over to Williams Esports BenQ car. This is actually temporarily the battle for the race lead going on between the 2 Williams cars. And of course, what they don't want to do is have what happened to the Commander and the Commander Junior car about 15 minutes ago and hit each other. They work themselves around the traffic. They are 1-2 right now. Think maybe a bit of fuel saving going on in the BenQ car?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a bit surprised that Spetz hasn't been telling the team to let Kalpanen let him through, because he's on, you know, fresher tires compared to the car in front. You'd think that maybe he wants to take advantage of them. But lap times for Kalpanen not totally out of the ballpark. We are seeing that the tires are holding up somewhat decently, even here at the peak temperature windows. Gone up to about 37 degrees Celsius as we get towards 1 p.m. here in the Sunshine State. Will only go down from here, as that's, I think, the Pure Sims car rolling itself out of pit lane. Can't tell because it's all black.
Oh, come on. One of the things that I always think, though, is, do you want to save the tyres at the start of the stint, use the tyres, save the fuel at the start of the stint, or save the fuel later? I always prefer saving the fuel early on if possible, Because I can do that without using the tyres up too much.
It really depends, because I've heard from some teams that triple stints is not an issue at all. So if you're double stinting tires, then pushing shouldn't really be a big concern, right? I mean, that's at least how I think about it. The question then I would have is the BenQ car planning on doing another triple stint, even though we're at the peak of the temperature? You know, they did the triple when it was slightly cooler at the start. It's gone up from there. I would have thought that you triple to start, you double now, and then you get back to the triples later on in the race. I love this. This is why I love endurance racing, Will, because you get strategy games being played. As that BenQ car, I think, tried to go around the outside of Bila, then realized discretion the better part of valor. That's some good LMP2 driving, and I like to see it.
Yes, that was really good there. And I think also that they've got a target lap time in their heads down at Williams. And if they fall behind their target lap time in their first and second stint, they will just do the double. If their lap time is above a delta, below a delta, depending on which way you want to call it, that will give them the opportunity to then do the third stint. But that's all going to be, oh my word.
Now, did he clip the wall at all? Because he did get sucked out close to that tire barrier.
That's what De Jong did earlier, though, remember?
Yeah, no, we've seen that a couple of times. We've seen that a bunch of times so far. It's so easy to do, right? We talk about the multiple lines through Sunset, but it's so high commitment. It's not as high commitment as Turn 1, but to go fast through Sunset, you need to just go as daring as you can get. And he might have gotten away with that because the left side of his car still looks pretty factory fresh, if you ask me.
That was about Sunset potentially lights out, as we got an Eric Andre behind the wheel of the Race Clutch black car right now. They are doing a service, and then you've got Dominic Hoffman on pit road in the Team Redline green car. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Oh, there's a replay.
European super slow-mo. I think he does brush it, but he gets away with it. Yeah, he brushes it, but because he was already squared up, he's going to get away with it. He's lucky he wasn't at more of a leftward angle that would have sucked him in. And just look at the wiggle as we jump back to the full speed. That was a close one. He'll be lucky to have gotten away with it.
That was a Darlington strike. Even. That was a Darlington strike. That was mighty, mighty close. Or if you want to call it road racing, that was your little brush at Le Monaco Grand Prix. If you do it perfectly square on, you're fine. And that was just about acceptable there. But, you know, any more of an angle, that could have been completely race ending. Live timing and scoring, that's what I was talking about. RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. You'll find it pinned, the link as well, at the top of the YouTube chat. And don't forget, if you'd like to support my Iron Man cause, as I try to do as much of the 2022 iRacing special event commentary as humanly possible, you can find out more about the story, the charity that I'm supporting, Calm Zone, by going to RaceSpot.wtf/calm. That is RaceSpot.wtf/calm. We are 2 hours and 30 something minutes into this race now, and Williams Esports Fanatic, they did get the gap up to almost a second over Williams Esports BenQ, but it's come right back down in this middle section of the racetrack. This is where it can get really frustrating, when you are having yourselves a good lap, and then all of a sudden, bam, you've got 3-4 cars ahead of you that you've got to try and close off at a part of the racetrack like Tower Corner.
By the way, going back to LMP2 driver changes and whatnot for a while, we see the guest drive for Dion Fiallo in the Apex Racing number 72. I mentioned Matt Farrow and Williams. We're getting confirmation that he has actually left Redline as the Williams duo ducked down onto pit lane. So I would suspect that he's likely now a full-time Williams driver, which is good for them. We see them with a pretty good LMP2 lineup. I'm not trying to diminish it at all, but Matt Farrow just adds a whole wealth of experience with setting up the car, with competing in the car as well. We talk about, you know, lap traffic being something that you really have to practice to make it perfect, and that's something that's going to help. He's got 5 SCO endurance wins. He is the 5th most winningest driver in SCO competition history, so a pretty good addition to the ranks, I'd say.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's those extra tenths of a second that might just be 1/10 here, 1/10 there, but they can make such a massive difference. By the way, you talked about shorts and t-shirt weather earlier on. I did literally just made my own pit stop in that time. Can't commentate in the sweatbox jeans. We are down to shorts already. Still wearing the NFL jersey because they are actually really good. It's number 14 car on towards pit road. Number 25 car also on towards pit road as well. That is Sam Michaels in the SRC. Of course, a Gallio car as well as 14. The Timu Milikangas in the race clutch red car.
You're having the fun with names that I did yesterday. Friday night preview, God. You think the entirety of Scandinavia would show up, and they did.
It was the perfect time zone for them, that's why.
True, it was. I blame Hugo. It was his fault, clearly.
Always blame Hugo. We need to get the blame. Actually, no, we're going to end up having to have like a series. We've got blame Hugo, blame Arjuna, blame Randy.
Blame Tyler, blame Mike, blame Will,
Mike.
blame Connery,
Yeah.
blame Paul. I mean, we can go on and on. Anyone who's
Yeah.
produced a broadcast for us, we're coming for you.
Yeah. Hashtag you blew it, as we used to do as well. Back in the day, many moons ago, as Timu Milikangas is, he did it.
That was glorious.
Yeah. The funny thing is, we're the only two people that would actually know what actually that was. But yeah, he did it. Great, fantastic. Thank you, Hugo. Yeah. What was I saying? Milikangas in the race clutch red car is back out onto track in 12th place right now. And Eric Andre in the race clutch black car behind him, 13th place. Colin Sparks just losing a position there in 15th as he comes out of pit road in the NetRX Grand Prix gold car. As well as looking, Sam Michaels is in 11th place in the SRC Vivano Corsa Gallio car. So, we will have a more full rundown of your LMP2 build in a moment, but what's worth noting is that Koana Simsport are again 4.2 back from Williams Esports at BenQ. So that battle we talked about earlier with the 3 stops and 2 stops, that's going to be the battle once again because of the fact that now the Williams and the Coanda cars are basically on alternate tyre lives.
Yeah, and again, I said it earlier, we'll only really know how it's going to go when they converge at the end. I do think it's looking good, though, if you're Coanda to be 3.5 seconds back even after making the extra stop, as it were, the extra time down pit lane. But you can see the gap there between the pit stop laps. They're now at a 5-lap deficit with less than 3 hours done of this race. If you work that out, you extrapolate it forward, it's maybe even half a pit stop difference that they're going to have to work to try and build up, but we'll wait and see. I'll change the topic again to something we've already discussed, but for those who maybe have missed the opening couple of hours, that NetRX Grand Prix Gold 27 car. Now, that's a team that you usually see competing in R-Factor 2, but they're making the switch over here. They had a good run in the VCO Esports Racing League Round 2 just this past week in their partnership with Unicorns of Love. And this is what we like, right? Sim racing has always been so platform specific, and you only race on one platform, you don't really care about anything else. But we're a community at the end of the day. We're a niche community, and it's nice that we have this crossover. Colin Spork doing pretty well in that car, I'd say, for his, I think, first ever top split appearance, to be up there, still on the lead lap, running in 15th position ahead of established iRacing LMP2 teams like Pure Sims, Delta Sport, even Team RSO. It shows that speed is speed, no matter what platform you're on. Something we've seen from Josh Rogers as well. When he goes off to race in the SRO Esports Series, the Virtual Le Mans, he's quick no matter what you put him in.
Fast race car drivers, anywhere. Not universally. We see it every so often at things like Race of Champions, where some people just completely disappoint you. But most of the time, as we're looking at the battle for P15 and LMP2 between the NetRX Grand Prix Gold car and the Pure Sims Esports car, normally you're fast in one car, you'll be fast in another. I mean, come on, Kimi Räikkönen wasn't that bad when he did NASCAR.
I mean, Kimi's just awesome.
Although Jacques Villeneuve was bad with Daytona 500, so that doesn't always apply.
I mean, he was with a relatively small team. I think something to think about as well with something like Kimi. Like I got into Formula One, I got into motorsports because of Kimi Räikkönen. The Kimi that a lot of newer F1 fans, maybe saw from 2012 onwards when he joined Lotus was a completely different beast to the Kimi Räikkönen that raced for McLaren. And if McLaren could have given him a car that could survive for more than 10 laps without going boom, whether it was the engine, whether it was the rear wing, Kimi Räikkönen would have become a world champion before 2007, before he joined Ferrari, and might even deprive Fernando Alonso from being a two-time world champion. I will die on the hill. That is, Kimi Räikkönen will forever be underrated.
He should have won the 2003 World Championship, actually. I think it was when he was that close to Michael Schumacher. And it was only around the United States Grand Prix that Ferrari got to stretch their legs at the end of the season. No, I agree. I do always laugh, though, the old Kimi Räikkönen just hopping off after retiring at the Monaco Grand Prix.
For an ice cream.
Down to his yacht. Let's get an ice cream. Let's go and get ourselves whatever the Finnish decide to drink that of course is non-alcoholic. We've got ourselves a look then at the battle with that great blue car, Netrex Grand Prix Gold, number 27 machine. It is very baby blue, I have to say. And they are not that far back, actually. And I do like the fact we have got these crossovers. We always have. I mean, let's be honest. You go to any of the online forums, race departments, probably the biggest one, and it's just sometimes it's like waving inanimate body parts around each other because mine's better than yours. Mine does this. Mine does that. You know what? I just like seeing some good quality sim racing, and that's what we've got here today. So we've got 9 hours and 13 minutes of this race to go. We're going to turn our attention over to other battles going on in LMP. Race clutch versus race clutch. Now, this is where it gets interesting. You've got two drivers who are separated by about half a second on track, P12, and do you let one go past the other? Well, sometimes yes. But also, are you going to do a bit of fuel saving?
Pit stops in GTD, sorry, we'll come back to that because I agree that team battles here are important, but they're 7 seconds down the road. It's not as important as Red Line Purple, 13 minutes before the top of the hour coming in. This is extremely early to be boxing.
Very early. Very, very, very. I mean, by this point, I'd expect them to be maybe 3-4 minutes maximum before the top of the hour. This is actually maybe Team Redline Purple doing a bit like what the number 8 car are doing for Coanda in LMP. Just throwing caution to the wind and say, okay, we just want to go as fast as we can with fed up fuel saving.
Looking at timing 71, this is actually on cue for these guys. They've been basically doing the same stint length, and Luke McEwen will stay in there for another stint, so it'll be an almost 4-hour start to this race for him on his Redline debut. 41 seconds means fuel only, no tires. Now you'd expect, as Luke Akita boxes this lap as well, the Lolum, Dinez top 2 cars to come in next time by as well. Now, go back to what was happening an hour ago or so, right? Where Jamie Moon, Team 75, they were looking like maybe they could extend closer and closer to the hour than anyone else. That is not a consideration anymore because of the incident that they had.
And once you take a team like Team 75 out of the equation, you don't need to cover them off anymore.
Exactly.
They can just basically do what they want to do. Now there is no team that can realistically do it without massive fuel saving. You've lost, arguably, some of the strategy battles in this field.
A little bit, but I think there's still going to be some games played maybe later on in the race. Actually, Redline is going to stay out. Dinez will stay out as well. So that actually, I think, is on cue for them. I'll try and get that one all dotted up. McEwen total, from what team timing 71 says, it's a 28 lap stint, which I think includes where the positioning of the box in Mahler will come in this time. Julian Kesselhut, of course, this is in effect a BS competition car, so 2 of those machines inside of the top 3 right now. Dinez, Lolum, probably next time by then.
I have got to say something about this virtual cameraman. He gets scared far too easily.
He is right. He's right against the wall though. He's feeling the energy of the cars.
I've been on the pit wall at the Indianapolis 500s. They come past me at 2:35.
They're just showing off here. You're making me jealous.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. That wasn't supposed to be a flex. That was supposed to be making a point. As we see more cars on towards pit road. That is the Arnage competition. Eau Rouge sponsored car. Yeah, Eau Rouge really are a real company. It still makes me chuckle. They're on towards pit road and they overshoot.
So easy to do though. So easy to miss your marks. And someone who's not missing their marks, certain Joshua K. Rogers. 8/10 away now from that car. Alexander Spets, Williams Esports BenQ. Target acquired. It becomes so much easier to focus at the task at hand when you can see them out of your windshield. It gets easier the closer they are. And Rogers, well, give it a lap or two. I don't think Spets will fight this one as hard as what we saw. Was it Ate Kaupinen? I think it was. Who was fighting with Mitchell de Jong.
Now, the gap's only 2/10 to a second between them that last lap line. We're going to see, as they come past the start-finish line, it's a 1:46.6 for, oh, look at that one. That last time by, it was 1.1 seconds faster with Josh Rogers. So, yeah, this might be a lot easier than we might have otherwise have predicted, because I was about to say that they're running 2 seconds slower than their fastest lap in this race, but Josh Rogers picked up the pace the last time around. Gonna be about 6-7 car lengths back as they come down into the hairpin. A little twitch there, and that is Team Redline Red on pit road again. Is that car?
No.
Car looks totaled.
The purple one was the one that came in before.
Oh yeah, sorry.
This
Yeah,
is
that's
on
the red.
cue, but BS competition, BMW BS competition, have not come in. So Phil Denez has only lost about a second in total over the stint, but was able to go 1 lap longer. Now, the fill time for a lap is likely to be a second and a half, maybe, or so. So that's not a bad call. If BS competition are only losing a second, but to cut out a second and a half in their final pit stop, swings and roundabouts, it will swing back in their direction.
Oh, sorry, I got confused there because I was looking down at an angle on my monitor, and with all of the air hoses and all that stuff, I honestly thought that the rear spoiler on that Team Redline red car was bent, but it isn't. Thankfully, they're still going. All is fine. But here comes Rogers down to the inside. Sunset Bend. They're going to stay side by side on the exit off the corner. But now it's a case of how hard are you going to push it. Rogers, you're now going to go from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. Inside line, turn number 1. Commander Sim Sport back to the race lead.
Easy as pie. Easy as pie. Set it up through Sunset. Yes, he didn't get the move done, but he knew the opportunity would present itself into turn 1. Now the question is, with Rogers due into pit lane in about 9 laps time, how big can he build the advantage to Alexander Spets behind him, because he really has got to get a move on as they round themselves past that net Rex machine. Here comes Denez to pit lane.
Yep, that is the BS competition. Number 89 machine that won round number 2 of the BMW Sim GT Cup 2022. Don't forget, we've got the next round of that happening tomorrow right here at Sebring. Catch it across BMW social media feeds and also right here on RaceSpotTV. As Koala Simsport already pulling out a half-second advantage over Williams Esports BenQ. I will say it is a lot easier to put a couple of seconds gap between drivers here compared to at Daytona the last time we had these LMP2 cars in the pit.
Yeah, draft was such a big, factor there, and it was really lockstep between them. Denez is off a pit lane. Now, where's Redline Red going to be out in comparison? Because it's a long way before you can release yourself off the limiter. Okay, so Redline Red retakes the lead. There comes Denez. See the gap between those two cars. Already up to speed is Chris Lullum. Gap's going to hold steady at about 3.5 seconds. They were basically matched in terms of their pit lane time, but 0.3 longer in the box for Denez, who had a bit more fuel to put into that car.
And and that 3.2 is kind of been there now for a couple of hours between Team Redline and BMW Team BS competition. That's another part of endurance racing I love sometimes. A game of cat and mouse, is stalking. We've got 3 cars coming out of pit road, 2 of them side by side. That's the Kei Kashube Team BMW bank car losing out to the R8G Esports car on the exit of pit road.
Yeah, I mean, it's the danger here, isn't it? You can get so close, and because there's no real pit-exit blend, you can also stay side by side on the exit, but just about survive there. And at least for now, the R8G car holds in front for in Labigra behind the wheel there, who did, by the way, take 2 tires in that stop.
Okay. So that's interesting to note, the way that these teams are going to take 2 4 tires. Still not as crazy as that one time Commander SimSport took 1 tire at Silverstone in a GT3 race. So it still will go out to play as well. But how they do this, because of the amount of time it takes you to do wheel service and fuel service and everything, there is going to be a little bit of a balancing out going on. But I'm always of the opinion these long races, just put 4 on. If you're going to do it, just put 4 on.
Well, yes and no, because 2 tires has very much been a good strategy call across of the various competitions that we've seen over the last, I want to say, 18 months or so with this specific tire model. Of course, before this version of the tire model, still we're doing 2 tire stops, but in a slightly different way. The thing is that you lose about an extra, I want to say, 15 plus seconds for taking 4 tires. You lose 15 seconds just for taking 2 tires compared to taking no tires. So clearly in that R8G camp, they're seeing the temperatures where they are, up at 36, 37 degrees Celsius, and they don't think that likely, I would guess maybe it's I don't even know which side tires you take here, to be honest, left or right sides, because there are more left-hand corners than right-hand corners, yes, but a lot of the left-handers are much slower speed than the couple of right-hand corners that we've got. I would guess it's left-hand tires, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
This is why we're not strategists, guys.
That's why we don't drive either.
Yeah. We don't drive, we don't do strategies, we just try and figure it out as we go along.
What's that shirt that we have? The F it, we'll do it live?
Yes, very glad that you said that bit and not the actual word you're supposed to say.
Am I allowed to use my bleep machine? Because then we'll be safe.
Yeah, go on.
There we go.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say, to be honest. As we are just about to be 3 hours, 1/4 of the way through this race, the 2022 12 Hours of Sebring, brought to you by Heusinkveld Engineering. You know what that means? I'm about 3 hours away from a cup of tea, Arjuna.
Was that the 8 car going a bit deep?
It was. You see the secondary wiggle there as well, on the run down into Tower Corner.
It's not the
18.
It's the 18. That's the issue right there. This is why you got to make our life easy as commentators. If you're going to have the same base livery, you got to do something interesting. I personally am a big fan of what Redline do, right? Where you got Team Redline Orange, Team Redline Red, Team Redline Purple. Unless you're looking at it from a slightly different angle, it's pretty easy to tell which Redline car is which.
Well, also, you could start off by submitting your paint schemes.
That too, yes.
Should we leave it there?
We'll leave it there.
Okay. As I say, getting closer now to 3 hours of this race. Flashing lights there by the number 18. And going to go past. So that
GCT lead, by the way, 2.6 seconds, Will. So Dinez, we saw this last time around.
Comes down by a second.
Yeah, second stint is where BS competition seems to have a little bit more speed.
So, that might mean that either Lewis is hard on his tyres or Dinez is saving a bit more. I think it's the second one, because Dinez has always been really good on his tyres.
Yeah, he does tend to be good, but I think even we saw that with Talvar and Beneke as well, which makes me wonder if it's something in the setup where BS competition have been able to find something that works better over the entirety of a 2-hour stint as compared to a single stint. Now, I'll remind you what I said earlier today. We're what, 3 hours into this basically now, and I said it maybe 60 minutes in, where with this new tire update, with this entire strategy cycle that's changed with this car. Teams a week ago, 2 weeks ago, weren't even sure if a double stint was the right way to go with these tires. So clearly they've actually been able to find something which means they're comfortable doing a double stint for most of the field, but maybe that second stint, the fall off, the way it falls off, BS competition have just found something. Maybe it's a little less camber that's working out for them. I'm not exactly sure, let's be honest, but they've clearly got something in that car that's working wonders. And this time it's not an 8-second advantage at the pit stop, it's just 3 seconds. So very, very good for the Zebras.
And one thing I've always learned when I was doing team management over in IndyCar was that the first thing you do when you get a new kind of like tire model or something like that, you test out everything you've learned so far, see if any of it works, and then you start investigating the new options.
Yeah, and well, it's interesting you mentioned IndyCar because it's not really related to tires, but it's about the overall setup itself, right? So, old tire model for IndyCar, I think it's fair to say that our setups, especially in qualifying, the 4-lap average qualifying for IndyCar, was whack. I think that's the best way I could put it. You were doing things that are so far out of the ballpark for what a real-world IndyCar team would do that I think it was Team i5G. They shared their setup with a real-world engineer, and they got laughed at. And I mean, it wasn't laughing at the team. It was laughing at the setup and the ways that they were going fast with the setup. Now, though, with this new tire model, you try and do those same tricks. There's a couple of things that work, but those are tricks that you do in the real world to make things work as well, with how you play around with the in-car tools. But the box that we're playing in now is very, very different. And at Power Slide, because Adam Blocker is a real-world NTT engineer now, trackside with Ilmore, he shared the setup with one of the engineers there, fairly senior engineer, if we're being completely honest, who said that we're not totally off in the realm of Fantasyland. We're somewhat in a ballpark. And that's the reason why I bring this up is you try the same things, but there's no guarantee it works, right? And that's why you then have to go find new things. And being creative is ultimately a good thing. And it's something that in the real world you can't do, right? Limited track time. There's only so many concepts you can throw at the wall to see what sticks. Here in the sim, well, you can go and drive 24/7 if you have enough drivers, see what sticks. That's what sim racing is about.
Yeah, unless you can actually got that massive long tunnel. And don't forget, they're not even allowed to have that much. Do you think iRacing subscriptions count part of the Formula 1 budget cap?
Is that why Mercedes decided to put a Formula 1 car here?
Yeah, you never know.
You
But
never know.
that's one of those interesting things that, in motorsports, like Formula 1, for example, even wind tunnel time is limited these days, so you don't get the time to tinker. And the tinkering part is a really important part of nailing a setup. And I mean, the worst thing I remember, Penske 95, when they basically had all their ducks fall out the pram, splattered all over the place when they could barely qualify for the 500. That's a race clutch car just going past the R8G esports car. Team BMW Bank, they should be making their way past any moment now, but they just try and wait for the traffic to go past, in my opinion.
Don't forget that the R8G car took 2 tires, so it's able to roll the momentum just a little bit more through the corners. But going back to what you're saying about Formula 1, it's even more interesting than that, right? Because it's not just limited, but depending on where you are in the championship, your data time, your simulation, CFD, whatever it is, that gets limited by where you finish. So whoever's down in 10th, which let's be real, we know it's Haas, they got the most time to develop their 2022 car. For Mercedes and Red Bull, they had a lot less time to tinker. And so, I love these real... The one thing that I think VCO Pro Sim and even this ERL concept that we've been working with VCO on, that it gets praised from the drivers, is the fact that you don't know what track you're going to until 24 hours before. The fact that it's fixed setup as well does help, but limiting the practice time equalizes the playing field. It's not fully equal because if, for example, there's full-time sim racers for Coanda, they're always going to be able to do more laps than the driver that still competes at that level but has a 9-to-5 job, like Niels Naujoks, for example. But it's one way to get on the road to making it just a little bit more equal in the practice time.
Yeah, you're right. And there's a lot of little things that can be changed around, a lot of little things that can be done. At the same time, though, it often comes down to the drivers. And I always hear people saying, why don't you put this driver or that driver? Because actually the compromise sometimes comes down to how you get your 2 drivers working together. And if they got a setup that they can both drive, great. Sometimes that's just impossible. I remember I think I say this every so often that, you know, my Finnish sim racing teammates when I was running the team, they had setups that I just simply could not drive, and I had setups that they simply couldn't drive. You know, you'd go into the 8 hours of development time, you'd come up with your 6-7 tenths of a second, but you've done it completely different ways. So
Yeah.
it does change. It swings and roundabouts. Talking about swings and roundabouts, there have been some people not lucky in this race today. We're down to 39 runners on track. We've got BS Plus Turner car out of the race. That basically is your heart broken into 1,000 pieces.
I know, and it was. I did get confirmation from social media that it was a technical issue for the driver who was behind the wheel, and they elected to retire the car after that with uncertainty, I would guess, as to whether he was going to be able to come back and contribute to the driving any further. A lot of these teams, it's a 12-hour race. You can get away with just 2 drivers, and so especially with this new system that iRacing, you know, brought in about 12 months ago, 18 months ago, where you declare which drivers are competing before you even get into the car. If you have an issue like that, you're done. It's as simple as that. And Elastitiosis had done, I think it was like 8 laps before that issue had appeared itself, had reared its head. So that's a real shame. And like you said, my heart is split in 2.
I understand the reason for that, but I think there should always be an emergency driver option. One extra driver can come in. They did it, of course, to stop people getting themselves into splits where they shouldn't have belonged in for one reason or another. But go on. I know you want to bust into this one.
I want to just toot my own horn. This is, you mean like how I got into Sebring top split 2 years ago? Qualified 9th, less than a second behind Josh Rogers. That will forever be my proudest sim racing achievement. If we
Are you going to make that into an NFT and sell it at some point?
Oh, I should. But let's put it this way. If that same margin held true today, I would have started 8th in this field. Now, let's be real. I would not be a second off the pace. I would likely be closer to 4 seconds off the pace nowadays. But I will always mention that when I can.
Battle for 8th place in GTD, RHG Esports, BMW bank car, and I don't quite understand why the team BMW bank car hasn't found a way past yet, because I am thinking on paper they look a little bit faster, and I'm wondering if they do get past, if they could pull out that 2-second lead and get a cushion.
Tires, as simple as that. It's those 2 tires, I think, for RHG that's helping them out just a little bit more to get off the corners, carry the momentum through the corner. Now, Keikashube's quick. That's the car, of course, that we're riding on board with, that started second in today's race before Bruno Spengler had his moment down at the hairpin that's forced these guys down the field. But I think those tires are playing out nicely for RHG. Now, it's not really giving them the lap time benefit to the cars in front, but it's at least enough to hold off the cars behind.
As just having a look to see where they can go after this one. So BMW team bank car right now is, I'd say in a good position overall in this race. They've still got a lot they can do. However, they are currently down in 9th place, looking to get to P number 8. The issue is they're going to be at risk soon of going down a lap to the leaders. BMW Team Redline Red, and we haven't talked enough about that Team Redline Red car, because we talked a lot about the BMW Team BS Plus competition car closing up, but actually Lulham has been absolutely fantastic behind the wheel of that Team Redline car now.
Yeah, I mean, Lulham, what a consistent driver he is as well. A really good addition for Redline, as here comes Josh Rogers onto pit lane, a lap after, by the way, the number 18 car came down to pit. So bit of a difference now. Rogers able to go that 1 lap longer. Looks like Dion Fiallo will follow in that number 8. So Apex and Coanda, they were battling at Daytona. They're on the same strategy, at least here at the Sebring International Raceway.
We have had it where we had 1 year when everyone had to do that extra lap and half the people ran out of fuel. That was when you mainly had GT3 cars. That could be absolutely crazy if it comes down to it. And a lot of the people are looking at the computers just to go, are we going to potentially have to save that 1 additional lap? Because if it is, it could be so crazy. It is not as bad as the Nordschleife or Circuit de la Sarthe, and it's not a million miles away. because of how much you are on throttle at this track, and we're now up to 390 laps predicted in this race.
I don't think if you're a prototype, you're too worried about, that at this point. I think they're pretty on cue. The question will be if you're a GTD car, that final stop, how are you saving fuel and how much fuel will you put into the car, at least for now? Yeah. I think if we see any drama, it will be because you miscalculate how much fuel to put into your car, which, if you ask me on a road course, there's not really too much excuse for it. Now on ovals, I think it's a totally different ball game, because as the tires wear out, the amount of time, especially in an Indy car, you spend at full throttle is very, very different. And so you've got to aggregate and figure out, okay, so based on how many laps I'm going to do on the tires, how much fall off am I going to have, how much fuel fall off will I have, that's a different game. But here in a GT car, your fuel usage is pretty consistent over the course of the stint.
Although, to be fair, there was a time when I used to do laps at Pocono when I couldn't do laps on half a tank of fuel. If I had like just 7-8 laps ago, I'd rather just put the full fuel in and deal with it, because a track like that, the balance just gets so weird sometimes. But you're right, on a road course, it matters a lot less, apart from the how much longer are you going to be spending in the pit stall when you get towards the end of the race. That will be the potential difference maker, as we're looking at Vanderbilt Racing White versus Mercedes AMG Team Dorado Esports car, battling it in for P10 in GTD. You've got less than an hour remaining with me, Arjun. You get to go and have a weekend.
I get, well, kind of. I've got
okay, you get at least you get to watch the qualifying or something.
I got plenty of broadcasts coming up this week. That means I actually have to go prepare for them, because a shock horror, it takes work to put on these broadcasts. We don't just go turn up and make them happen, as some people I think that we do. But yeah, I get to go watch some Formula One qualifying that 24 hours ago we weren't sure if it was going to happen.
Yeah, true. Who's coming on after? Because that was a change that was happening in real time.
Still figuring it out. Beauties of live broadcasting. You do get David Haynes, that's for sure.
And then me. I know I'm here.
Yeah, you're still here till the end.
Yeah.
I'll remind you.
Oh, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'll remind you that you're the one that volunteered to do all 12 hours.
Clarity.
True. Again, RaceSpot.wtf/com.
Thank you. As we're going to get so used to making up all these new short links at some point down the line, we are going to become the new LTTstore.com. Or
RSTV.shop.
Yeah, RSTV.shop. There we are, up on the screen. Thank you very much, Hugo. And don't forget, our coverage today is brought to you by Heusinkveld, the title sponsor of this, the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring. The bad news is, it's still 26 degrees in the sweatbox of an office, and it's very different to when I did the Bathurst broadcast when it was freezing cold. The water consumption is massively up today. I can't turn the fan on because it's such a small office you can hear it, so it's the window that's open, but thankfully there's no dogs going right now. I remember talking to Martin Haven when he was doing voiceover work and commentary during lockdown. It's like his commentary studio was literally an insulated box, and when it did get really hot, there was no respite at all.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. I will say, I've got my AC set to a nice and chilly 22 degrees Celsius right now. Just rub it in.
Race Clutch Black, P number 9. You've got SRC, Ravana Corsa, Gallio, P number 10 on track. So, in terms of these two cars, they've been separated by not much for a while. And we did talk about the downforce levels earlier, but you are right. Having had a look at the cars, they all seem to have similar enough downforce levels to not actually create much difference.
The big difference right now is tires. Sam Michaels, we saw he had a bit of a moment, what was it, about an hour ago or so? He's on a 2-tire stint right now, so rather no tire stint. He's on the double stint, the second of the stints right now, although he is due to come down to pit lane in 2-3 laps. Enric Andre is coming to the end of his first stint in the car, first stint on the tires as well, and you can see what's that means in terms of him punching out of the corners and getting onto the power, and making sure he doesn't get into the traction control, which is so important in these LMP2 cars. You get into that traction control, you bog down, and in the blink of an eye, you'll lose 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second, and it's so easy to do.
And that's what the difference is between this top split and the lower splits as well. In the lower splits, you're looking more for consistency. So if you are running traction control there. Yes, you're losing lap time, but you're gaining stability. In these top splits here, you don't want the driver's aids on. Yes, you might want the ABS on, but apart from that, actually, things like traction control do more to hurt the car than it actually does to help it.
Well, even in the GTDs, ABS and iRacing is something that you kind of want to stay away from. It's much more like a road ABS system where it's not the most efficient, not the most effective, if we're being honest. So you do tend to see teams, drivers try, stay out of it, and they'll recommend to even those in lower splits that you want to try and avoid leaning on it to stop impacting your lap times stint on stint. To be honest, though, that is one thing where maybe these GT3 cars are very much, shiny beasts for iRacing. They're always getting, we're getting new models, we're getting new updates nowadays as well, which is great to see. But that's one thing maybe we can have a look at, because you talk to real-world GT3 drivers, depending on which manufacturer they're in, they very much do rely on the driver aids, even as the pro drivers. GT3, of course, designed initially for gentleman drivers, the average Joes, the dentists of the world, to come and compete, but they've got to adhere to the ability for manufacturer program to push them as well. And even those platinum rated drivers will use the ABS, and they'll play with it over the course of the stint to ensure the maximum performance. They'll use the traction control as well, which is something that maybe you don't expect, but maybe the next thing that we can look at evolving on these GT3 cars.
Having a look, by the way, as to the longest stints that anyone's done in this race, am I right that Luke McEwen and Alexander Spetz have not actually done a driver's change yet today?
You're correct.
That is, to be fair, 3 hours and 15 minutes in. That's what I would normally expect for something like a Circuit de la Sarthe race or Daytona. Getting towards 4 hours when you hand over the car. I'm still rather shocked by this whole very, very short stints that we're seeing by the Commander drivers and others in LMP2. And now I know this track is bumpy and it can be a handful, but you should still be able to handle 2.5 hours, I would say, in any one go. And I know that they're doing it based around the fuel and the tyres as well, but they could do a double stint on it in 2 sets of tyres, in my opinion.
Now, I agree with you, but at the same token, I do think that this is the kind of track where it's so easy to fall out of the rhythm that it's not the worst thing in the world to keep the stints maybe a little bit shorter. Again, I agree with you. I would likely have pushed to do quad stints if I'm in an LMP2 car myself. Double, probably in the max for a GTD car, because that's 2 hours basically done and dusted. I don't know, because you only did 12 hours there. That's a line down the inside, I think, by the race clutch car on the Fire Sim Sport number 4. Daytona. Now, Daytona's fairly easy, right? It's quad stints there, name of the game. It's not really a big deal. However, what do you think the longest stint that we saw from a driver was at Daytona?
6 hours.
No.
Less?
10.
10. Okay. Was that a Finnish driver by any chance?
I'll be honest, I don't actually know. I do know his name is Govan Kini.
Oh, okay. So yeah, definitely it wasn't Finnish driver. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, he was on Iron Man, I remember now, before he ended up with that incident.
And the thing that impressed me more, I know Daytona is relatively easy. Like, I mean, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's an endurance track where you can do longer stints. But the consistency that he had over 10 hours, yes, Govan's got a bit of a colorful reputation in the community, but it really impressed me how he was able to put in lap time after lap time after lap time without getting involved in too many incidents as well, which is always the key thing when it comes to Govan. It really impressed me, and it's a bit of a shame that he got taken out in the first hour here with that incident down at the hairpin. Don't know how monster of a stint he would have really done, but physical endurance is becoming increasingly important in sim racing. Mental endurance and strength has always been important, don't get me wrong. As Williams Esports and Alexander Spetz coming in, that should be him handing over the car. But we see this from so many drivers who are transforming their physical conditioning. They're focusing more on their diet. They're doing more exercise. They understand to get the results they want, they got to do things outside of just driving.
Yeah. Physical, mental, social development are all massive things. And don't forget that they started even doing media training in a lot of circles as well, which is something that if you were to say that 5-10 years ago, I'm sure a lot of people would just laughed at. But we have got people on pit road. That's a number 20 machine. That is Mike Patrigan, who's on pit road. Number 9 car, Michael Ramadis on pit road. And the number 190, Joop de Ligt, has been on pit road. So it's another kind of like, what's we call it, LMP2 pit party right now. We've got 4 of them still sat on pit road at the same place. There's a number 25 car on track. That is battle for second place, the SRC Ravano, Corsica, and the Race Clutch Red Machine. As we have got others on pit road, which is why these graphics haven't moved too much. That's Williams Esports Fnatic, Williams Esports Chill Blast, and SRC Corsa Rosso, and 1-2 cars I think decided to come on towards pit road as well.
So Mike Partington taking over in that number 20. Now he's got plenty of LMP2 experience. Excited to see what he's going to do in that machine. I've been checking out the people who have been coming in and getting ready to drive. I do believe in that Team Redline purple machine, which they're probably 5 laps away, excuse me, from maybe making a pit stop. Might see a certain 2021 NTT IndyCar Series champion come and join the party here, Will.
Yay.
Now give me your thoughts on a certain Alex Palou.
Incredible.
So I have a fun stat for you as we see Delta Sport, I think that was coming down to pit lane. The driver that has won the opening race of the NTT IndyCar season, I think now for 3 or maybe 4 years, has gone on to win the championship. So if that holds true in 2022, that means we can say an iRacing Indy 500 winner, albeit not the top broadcast split, will then become an NTT IndyCar champion.
That'll be exciting to watch. We'll see happen. It's going to be a long series, though. Very long series ahead of us, and I'm really looking forward to it, actually. Go on.
No, I was just remembering what a great start to the season. It's been 2 incredible races so far.
Yeah, unless you're in attendance in Texas. But that was for the fact that you have a race in Texas that starts before noon.
Texas, well, we always like to say Texas sucks, right, because of the PJ1, but I'll be honest, this was potentially the best Texas race that we've had since they put that down.
Oh yeah, I can completely agree with that. I can completely agree. So we've got, by the way, Dion Valier on board with him in the Apex Racing Team number 72 car, 3rd place, putting pressure on Williams Esports Fnatic right now, and there's some traffic that might help out Dion a little bit.
Although they're now 6 laps offset from the Williams Esports Fnatic car that's in front of them, so Dion really needs to get a move on, as that was Luke McEwen in the Redline purple car, just coming a little bit wide. Fialo's a little bit deep into the corner, gets a wiggle on, but doesn't lose too much time. 6 laps difference, excuse me, though, between the Fnatic and the Apex Racing Team car, and to be behind them on basically now the same strategy, not looking great if you're the Apex Racing Team.
No, we're not. As we're getting ourselves back closer to 3.5 hours into this race, you are watching RaceSpotTV, and you're watching the 12 hours of Sebring presented by Heusinkveld here today. So Koala Sim Sports lead by 22.5 seconds in LMP2, but that is not even part of the story, as they just clicked a weird curve. Just have a look at their last lap time, shall we? Because they did themselves a 1 minute 46.092. And meanwhile, Williams Esports Fnatic, they must have just had a pit stop a moment ago, because they just registered a 235.0, and that can't be right. So
They did.
They did.
Yeah, they've just come out of pit lane.
Yeah, so they have come out of pit road. That's exactly what I mean. So we'll get a kind of representative lap time from them in about 2-3 minutes time from now, Arjuna.
Yeah, but again, I think it's good for them right now in the overall swing of things. As there's a look at the lap times for Rogers. Consistency, the name of the game when you're at this level of racing.
And quite often, I always like it when you can basically just put one of those simple XY charts up, put on a kind of like scatter every single lap, and then show the kind of the lap time fall off, the lap time gain you're expecting to see. There are the last few laps from Josh Rogers. Look at the consistency. 146.0, 146.4, 146.4, 146.3, 146.8, 146.2, 146.4. Very, very consistent from him then over the last few laps, including having a pit stop as well on lap number 104, 105.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say really about Josh Rogers, right? It's all been said. Great in qualifying. What was it? Quarter of a second clear of his teammate, half a second clear of anyone else not part of VRS Coanda. It's not been smooth sailing, I'd say, in the race. Now, maybe they didn't expect Williams to go off so left field in the strategy compared to them, but ultimately running their race and doing a good job. The question I really have when it comes to Rogers is, what is he doing with all his free time nowadays?
Learning German, maybe?
It's a good point. He's been there a couple of years now.
He has, yeah, in the Heusinkveld. And I say it's a very small community there, so you're not going to get many English speakers either. So he must have had to learn something by now. I remember David Williams, when I spoke to him, he was saying, well, he's had to learn the very basics at the very least.
I'm now just imagining David Williams with a German accent. And it's great.
Now I've got the same thing in my head as well.
Right?
Yeah. Williams Esports Fanatec, second place, shall we say, in your LMP2 build, but you only got the Apex Racing team right behind. Apex Racing team, we're not talking about them much here today, but they're one of these teams that have been there or thereabouts. I just think they could have delivered a little bit more had they gotten past people they were battling with earlier.
Sorry, who are we talking about, the Apex or the Williams team?
The Apex.
So the Apex team, I think they showed decent speed in qualifying. I think they're just missing a tenth or two in the setup compared to a Coanda right now, because they're on the same strategy as Coanda. For large parts of this race, they've been somewhat close. I mean, 12 seconds was the last time I was really staring at the gap between them, and it was 12 seconds, and that was purely on the pace itself. I think they'll still be happy, but you think back to how Daytona went for them, where they clearly had got it figured out. They had the setup, they had the strategy, they had the measure of Coanda, who have been so dominant at Daytona. 2022, the first time Coanda have raced the 24 hours of Daytona and not won it. Think about that for a second.
Yeah. And today, it's not as if we're saying they're slow by any stretch of the imagination. They are, 25 seconds back from Coanda, and we're getting to about close to one quarter distance. So they're not slow. I just think that you're right. They've missed a couple of attempts here and there. A car which looks grounded, but not always fast when you look at it.
Yeah. No, and again, I wonder if the multitude of different things they're racing in this weekend is playing a factor. They've got this, they've got the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, they've got Porsche Esports Carrera Great Britain tomorrow, and BMW Sim GT Cup competition, and it's coming off a weekend where they did both Porsche Esports Super Cup and Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain competition, so it's been a busy time for the Apex Racing team. Don't forget that some of their drivers were doing the VCO Esports Racing League as well. When you're fighting on that many fronts, something's always going to fall by the wayside, but look at that, Dion Fiala nicely down the inside of that Fanatic car.
Gets position done up to second place for the Apex Racing team, and that number 72 car can now look ahead to about 25 seconds up the road when you get to Coanda Simsport. You are right, these larger teams actually, they do sometimes have to spread the Marmite a little bit too thinly across the toast, or Vegemite if you're Australian. Here's a look then at a replay. Number 90 car, Nicholas Labish, losing it all by itself.
And then almost gets taken out by his sister 91 car with Sam Coiter behind the wheel. That was a good job to back it up in time and make sure he rejoined somewhat safely. We got the tail end of that one there where maybe it was a little aggressive, but yeah, spreading yourself too thin is definitely something to be thinking about.
As the battle going on, by the way, between Team Redline Red and Team BS Competition, up to 4.2 seconds. So actually now Redline's ready to flex a little bit, and Team BMW BS Competition down to about 4.4 back.
Yeah, been monitoring the gap, and I think maybe it's slightly traffic assisted. I think also maybe Dinez is doing a bit of fuel saving now. Last time round, the gap was just 0.2 of a second, but it's been a little bit more here and there. I still think if you're BS competition, you're in a very, very good spot. Already have a 1 lap advantage to the red line car. If you build that up lap after lap, remember we're thinking about a second and a half for your fuel time for that final stop per lap. So you cut out a lap, you cut out 1.5 seconds in pit lane. It's much harder to find 1.5 seconds in pace than it is 1.5 seconds on pit road.
Oh God, you're completely right. Having a look, by the way, through the list of drivers in this race, having a look at those who are still participating, we have got 38 now running on track. 2 of them are scored on pit road. Of these 2, one of them has been there for a while, and the other one is Scott Banchini. So both of them really struggling, going to be out of this race for all intents and purposes. And that is going to be a shame, as I said, for Govankini, because I was looking forward to see how he would cope after that sterling performance he had at Daytona earlier on this year. So we are at a situation now where you've got to start letting this one play out. The traffic as well, interestingly enough, Arjuna, has calmed itself down a little bit. And what that's meant is that these drivers can now get into a little bit more of the rhythm of setting those consistent lap times, rather than every single lap trying to dance left, dance right to just get past someone.
I mean, yeah, we've lost, what, 11 cars? Or 10 cars or whatever it is. It's a big difference, because that's, what, 20-odd% of the field that we've waved goodbye to so far. And it's not the longest track, but it's not the shortest track either. So having a good, healthy amount of traffic does make things more interesting. I always say that. I say it, though. I said it before. Road Atlanta, out of the 4 big IMSA endurance events, by far the most difficult to manage traffic at. Some of the things that we've seen, though, with the LMP2 cars have me a little concerned for the next time that we're doing one of these IMSA special events, which will be leading up to the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. And, well, that's so fast, that's so flowing. It's a dangerous thing, I think, for some of these LMP2 cars. We've seen how aggressive they're going to be at some of the slow corners here. Think about what they'll do at some of the fast corners there. On board with Pure Sims in the all-black number 26 car. As they chase down that Netrex machine in front of them. Ashek Milnik behind the wheel of the 27 right now. Nice little fight going on here. Gap for the lead, still 24 seconds as Fiallo stretches his legs to pull away from Pietri Waikala. Excuse me there, I've been butchering Scandinavian names left, right, and center. As the Coanda Junior team is having a moment again. This time it's Carl-Peter Nordstrand behind the wheel there. And turn 1. Gonna push wide, gonna get in the grab. Oh no, it's gonna be... and it's a mirror incident of what happened to them before. Just pushing the track limits that a little bit too much. Right side's in the grass. This time it's a bit of contact to the nose into the wall. Coanda Junior, the last running team in class. Getting some valuable experience out on track. You think about the drivers that have gone from the Coanda Junior team now up to the full-time rostrum. It includes Oscar Bixrud competing in that World Championship race later today. And it's good that Paul Smith's not here, because he'd not be happy when I start talking about the ages of some of these drivers, Will. I mean,
oh God.
Youngest ever iRacing podium winner in iRacing Rallycross history. Well, in iRacing Rallycross was set last year, but this is across of the iRacing World Championship history. 13 years of age.
Got a 13-year-old taking part in one of the competitions with Hyundai at the moment in the NX Global League. Don't forget that was a qualification series with fastest drivers from across many nations around the world and the United States. 13-year-old Noah Carpenter. So he got into the series based upon his raw speed there in a TCR style car. So age is always an interesting one. I often think that there are some people with younger age, you get a lot of bad rep on iRacing. We've had it in IndyCar, we've had it in other series as well. But sometimes, we talked about Kimi Räikkönen earlier. He did 21 races before he ended up getting his FIA super license.
Yes. No, but I think the thing with younger drivers, especially since you can do, top level events from 13 years of age, here in iRacing, is the maturity level, right? And you definitely develop. You see the Apex Academy, for example, yes, they've revitalized that program this current year, but going back to the names that have come through that, the likes of Sebastian Joe, the Zach Campbells of the world, what they need is not just the driving help, but that maturity help as well. And you see Zach Campbell winning his first feature event in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. It wouldn't have happened without the Apex Racing Academy. I don't know, but I definitely think he's in a good place now with Coanda helping him out.
And also a big part of that is these academies, they're not about getting good drivers. It's about teaching drivers how to deal with the highs and the lows of racing. Because I often see it, there's some guys who's got a lot of speed, but actually don't know how to react when things don't go their way. And it comes back again to that next corner up. It's always easy to say next corner up. Very difficult for a driver to implement that.
I mean, I started broadcasting because even at, 24, how old am I now? 26, 25, whatever I was getting frustrated with racing, right? So like, it's not like as soon as you grow out, stop being a teenager that you find that mental maturity. And that's why, you look at someone like Josh Rogers, so young, but so wise, so cool, even when he's in the heat of battle, and he's had plenty of tumultuous moments with plenty of drivers from across the service. It takes a special head, I think, to succeed at sim racing. And you're right, it's highs and lows, navigating your way through that, because the reality is, Will, not everything is going to be hunky-dory 100% of the time.
No, it's not. And that's not just in sim racing. Apparently, that's what happens in life as well.
I know. It's very unfortunate, isn't it?
I know. It's absolutely crazy. As we're still having a look at this battle between the number 27 machine and the number 26 car. Number 27 machine is the NetRex Grand Prix Gold car. Number 26 is a pure sim sports machine. Scrapping it out for P16 on track and just cycling through, actually, to these cars coming in towards turn number 1, and that was almost a change of position, maybe balked a little bit by the lap traffic ahead of them.
Yeah, good driving again, though. I mean, realizing that the Vendaval car was there and he didn't want to force the issue is what we like to see, especially given some of the moments that we've had before. I mean, overall, we're 3.5+ hours into this race. We've seen enough questionable moves from LMP2 cars, but by no means has it been a terrible day, which, I mean, it's a low bar, but it's something that I'm somewhat happy to see.
Yeah, apologies. It's enough to be a plot in the storyline. It's not the storybook. Does that make sense?
Yep, no, it does.
I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, we've had about 4 incidents now where there really should have been more respect from the LMP2 cars. That would have been from a while back there. Donnie Squirk over on the Pure Sim Esports car. And because of that, he actually loses the gap all the way for this fast section of the racetrack that works all the way from Tower Corner all the way down through Le Mans. So, and again, this is that whole thing when is a corner not a corner? Welcome to the Sebring edition. But on the exit, Le Mans turn 16, the widest curb actually, I think, on the entire racetrack that you can actually use. And now you're into Sunset Bend once again with more lap traffic coming into play.
This is the fun part, though. This is why I love. Oh, we're going to see something that's happened. The Pure Sims 19 into Sunset Bend, going around the outside, or trying to go around the outside of Bila. What has happened there? Because that is straight into the wall.
Okay, so this might be a technical issue. Yeah, on the outside line.
He's on the brakes, though. You can see the lights on the bottom of the car.
That's worse than my driving.
That's questionable. Oh, and I'm now going to have to go talk to Adam Blocker about that one.
Why?
Because he's now trying to get into that car.
Oh.
It does. Yeah. Well, he is in first gear. He's able to get to reverse. So maybe there's some component that's a technical failure. Maybe he's not able to get onto the brakes in the way that he was expecting to be able to do so. But
if you had done that, then you would have been simple to just go straight on at Sunset Bend, right?
No, because he would have hit the wall even harder. if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly.
You can't, the tyre barrier is still there, so you can't do what's in the modified layout and basically just go straight forward towards that hairpin.
Yeah, and I think Adam Blocker is trying to roll that car back out after just a 47-second pit stop, which is interesting to me. That car must be completely mangled at the front end.
That needs more than a front. It needs much more than a front clip, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I would have thought he would have damaged the steering arms and, you know, what the various interconnected suspension bits at the front.
Meanwhile, the number 26 car still within about 10 car lengths of the number 27 as they work down towards Sunset Bend. So again, this is your LMP2 battle going on right now, and it's an interesting battle to watch. We are at that stage of the race where we have got less battles compared to what we had earlier on, so we can be a little bit more selective with what we watch, how long we watch it for. But this is P15, and that was close.
So good comment from the chat, Will, about maybe it was a screen freeze that left him disoriented about where he was going. That's something I wasn't really thinking about, and it could even have been, I've seen even recently, VR freezes happen as well. It's not really too common at the top world championship level on road and oval iRacing, but there's a lot of drivers that do enjoy virtual reality, and it's not a bad shout there. We'll try and get word from the Pearsons camp.
Yep, and with that, I lose my production fees, so I have to turn over to the backup one, as we have Rogers leading by 25 seconds right now over the number 72 car. So, Commander Sport leading by 25 seconds over the Apex Racing Team car. Williams Esports Fnatic, third place in your LMP class. Then you've got Williams Esports BenQ in fourth. And get that, your second Commander Sports car in fifth place. But I do still wonder if that 18 car got some mysterious damage or something. So they did fall back rather quickly at some point during the race.
Their lap times don't indicate to me that they have too much damage, to be completely honest. Now, you're probably not wrong, as that, by the way, Adam Blocker is back on pit lane. I think that's probably now our next retirement of the race in that 19 car. But I don't know. I think, yeah, there you can see. That's definitely not a sleek aerodynamic front end that's going to cut through the air.
No. That needs a little bit more than a new front clip. That needs a little bit more in terms of everything.
Oh, they got the wrench out there.
Whack it. No.
Yeah. But going back to the 18, I'm just looking through the lap times right now. I'm not seeing this type of fall off that I'd maybe associate with getting damage, and I'm also trying to figure out where they would have gotten damage at this track, because the car itself looks fine. There are a few places where hypothetically you could get floor damage, but I don't think that's necessarily the case, given that they do have the occasional lap time that's right on the pace.
Unless it was to be down at 2 and 3, 4 and 5 when they might have just scraped over the curb or something.
I guess maybe. But again, I think you need to do that repeatedly, and even then you wouldn't have the occasional lap time that's bang on the money, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You can't drive a damaged race car like that to be within 2 tenths of your fastest lap time. You're right. We are looking at P12 and LMP2, RSR by Buttkicker and SRC Movano Corsa Galo, and they are 2 tenths of a second apart from each other as they work through turns 1 and 2 in towards the slow complex at turns 3, 4 and 5. And for these drivers, as I say, they're not quite in the top 10, battling for P12 on track. And actually, to say how far back they are from your top 10, the answer is, well, that's quite a bit, about 30 seconds right now. Yeah, actually, no, take that back. It's a little bit less than that. It's 16 seconds.
The gaps are still pretty big, though. They really have grown in this prototype class. Not totally unexpected, if we're being honest, but it's just such a, I don't want to say gulf in performance, but it really is. I mean, Lewis McLeod and myself are having this debate tomorrow for a new project that we'll hopefully get to reveal soon, but we're going to debate who is the best sim racing team, and to be honest, there's just 2 names that really spring to mind. and I'm sure you can guess which ones they are, Will.
Redline and Commander.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to discount the Apexes of the world, the Williams of the world, and on other platforms there are plenty of strong teams that maybe those who are just iRacing fans don't really know about. But in terms of consistent quality across of the years, across of the sims, there's really only those two.
On road, yes.
True, I see what you mean.
Now, if you were to do oval, I think you'd have 5 or 6 teams in the mix. But on road, definitely. And I say road because, of course, you have your open wheels where both of them really became what they are. You see Redline, you know, through GPL, then through Gregor Hooter in the World Championship Series, Coanda through its 3ID route with, I'm going to say something nice about Hugo, so one time he's on a toilet break.
Yeah, come on. Perfect.
But then you've got, you know, when they were Ferrasa team for a race and then they became Coanda, it was all through the World Championship Grand Prix series that they became what they were, and then they kind of split into GT when we had the iRacing Endurance World Championship, which, let's be honest, at the start Team Redline were nothing in. It's actually only been the last few years that Team Redline's developed on the GT side, and that's because of their massive investment in drivers as the shift was started moving away from open wheel in terms of top level competition.
It was when Pure Racing Team, they, most of the drivers got absorbed, wasn't it? As the 18 Coanda cars on pit lane, that should indicate the 8's in next time around. But yeah, you're right. But when it comes to oval as well, it becomes that much more difficult, right? Because of the new franchise model that they have with the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, where you've got, 20 teams or whatever it is, but then within the teams, they're split up into set-up alliances. I think that's the right way to put it. Technical alliances, the Team Contis, the Nexus Esports, Lockdown Racing, whatever they are. I'll be honest, there's a reason why I'm not a commentator on the oval side. I don't pay enough attention to it. But I mean, even counting in the oval, guys, you can't then exclude Coanda.
True, because of the work that they've done over the years. Yeah, you're right.
Keegan Leahy, Bobby Zelensky, now Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah. And Redline at the time had a couple of oval drivers as well, so it's not to say Redline have been completely overless. This is a number 8 car on towards pit road, and let's have a look. Then 18 is already on the lane, and the 18's got Tommy Erskar, Josh Rogers getting out of the car, Mitchell de Jong back in the car. So time for Rogers to have a, well, I say 90-minute break, but it's much less than that, but time for Rogers to have a break, shall we say, just briefly, as Williams Esports Fanatic comes back out onto first place on track, whilst Coanda finish their service.
It does look as though Apex Racing Team are doing their own driver change. Sorry, just trying to confirm that. So, yeah, they're basically on a similar strategy to Coanda. Dion Fialo just doing a double stint. Of course, Maxime Brienne did do a quad stint to start this race off, but we were thinking that quad stints would be the preferred option. I guess maybe Apex responding. Track temperature, by the way, blistering now, 42 degrees Celsius.
It's gotten warm quickly. Let's have a look then at that weather graphic in a moment on the right-hand side of your screen. There we are. Humidity down to 39%, track temp up to 42 degrees Celsius. That is translated into Fahrenheit, hot. It'll be 110 degrees Fahrenheit, I'm thinking. 3-degree-kilometre-an-hour wind, 23-degree air temp, still cloudy. So what will happen is, later on in the race, once we get to about 4 or 5 o'clock, that track temperature will drop quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've already reached the zenith here. 2 p.m., probably the highest the sun ever is going to get, and from now it should just continue to drop. Coolest we'll see. Oh, I don't think we'll get down to 23 as the GTD pit stops are going to get underway, as the Williams Esports Mercedes is in with Lafuente behind the wheel. Nuno Henriquez following him in. Ryan Barneveld already in the box for the Mahler Racing Team BMW, as they're up on the jacks as well, getting 4 fresh tires, I would think, at this point in the race. Still waiting for Redline and BS Competition out front to come on down. But look at the gap between the two of them, Will. I was singing the praises of Dinez and saying that he'd have the advantage in the second stint. Well, I guess that's why you never trust a commentator. 9.5 odd seconds.
And talking about that, we're going to talk to a couple more commentators in about 11 minutes' time. As Arjun is going to get himself a well-earned rest. Or are you staying with us, Arjun? Have you worked this one out yet?
No, I think I'm stepping away. David Haynes and Will Chadwick will be alongside you for the next 4.
You mean I have to deal with Will again?
Unfortunately.
2 Wills in a broadcast and a David in the middle. He's going to absolutely love it, all David Haynes. He'll be here in a moment's time. Don't forget live timing and scoring. Visit RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. That is RaceSpot.wtf/endurance. I mean, let's try and sum up the first 4 hours of the race then, shall we, quickly, Arjun? And again, it all started with the crazy chaoticness that you'd often see at the start of a 12-hour race. And it's one of these things that it's like, oh, why can't these sim races ever get calm at the start of the race, all that sort of stuff. Anyone ever watch the start of 12 hours of Sebring?
Did anyone watch the 24 Hours of Daytona last year where they didn't even get to the green flag before the GT started wrecking?
Precisely.
Yeah, the first 3 laps saw 3 retirements. First, it was the Orion race team. Number 3, Dean Woods was ping-ponging around, and he was very much the ball there. Ended up off the track, no fault of his own. Day done for them. Williams Esports Razor in there. McLaren almost did a barrel roll. Soto Muto had to park that green machine pretty early. Then Yannick Lapchan in the other McLaren also had an incident, escorted off wide, and that ended the day for the Altus Esports team. But out of the 50 that took to the green flag, just 38 are out there and running. It's been a day of attrition. Traffic management is a little bit easier now than it was a couple of hours ago, and that's why we've also seen the LMP2 field making less contact with the GT cars. It's cleaned itself up very slightly, but we have seen 4, maybe 5 big incidents with GT cars, unfortunately getting the short end of the stick. It's taken out a couple of them along the way as well.
I will say, I'm very disappointed not to have been able to see more of the Orion race team. As I said before, it was always good to see Ilka Happala and others back in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. You had Fulvio Barazini there at some point as well. We thought nice about Hugo without him even understanding a few minutes ago, but we're not going to repeat that one again. And in terms of the kind of the chaos that went afterwards, you were completely right. Sometimes they need to just be a little bit calmer in LMP, because we talked about the start of the race being chaotic if you're in sim racing or if you're on track-based motorsport. But the thing is, those moves between LMP over GTD, if Eduardo Freitas was looking at that, he would definitely say to give back the position.
Yeah, I think that's an understatement. The World Endurance Championship takes a very different view to IMSA when it comes to car contact. I'll say this over and over again now that I've heard it from inside the paddock. IMSA drivers are told, if you hit someone, you better expect to get hit twice as hard. Now, I'm not advocating that by any means, but I think sometimes self-preservation for these LMP2 drivers has got to be a bit more important. Their car is a relative tank. They can get away with a lot more than maybe they should be able to, but that does not mean that they should take full advantage of that. I'll repeat the line I said earlier as well. You can't have everything you want, because if that was the case, I would be married to a supermodel.
I already am married to a supermodel.
Good save again.
There we are. And we're going to see 2 more supermodels in our commentary booth in just a moment's time. Hey, David Haynes! Not ready for me yet. There he is. Hi, David.
Hello, Will Vincent. I'm currently wearing a racing helmet.
Absolutely fantastic. So, why are you wearing a racing helmet, and are you looking forward to 4 hours of Sebring commentary?
Absolutely. I love Sebring. I'm wearing it because I was showing it to Hugo. I've got a new racing helmet.
There we are. So we're going to talk more about the racing helmet when we get to the next part of this. In the meanwhile, we'll let you carry on doing that.
Coanda!
Oh, my word!
Which Coanda was that?
Just having a look at the timing screen.
Coanda Jr. It was Coanda Jr., but it was with a Williams Esports car. That was the Chill Blast machine, I think. So not the one that's been running at the front, but still... now we need a look from the aerial angle, because you can't really tell if it's Romanidis who goes deep or if it's Fuglsang who turns in a little bit too aggressively. Cunningham corner, very tricky, because again, it's a bumpy break. He gets loose. He gets loose.
He does. I was going to say, if you're going to go that deep, you need a little bit of protection once in a while. But he just gets loose on the apex of the corner. And that's the start, part of the race now, Arjuna. The track is
Romanidis has got damage. Look at that car. That is crabbing significantly. That's going to be a long stop on pit lane. And one of the 3 shots in the barrel for Williams Esports. Well, it's just been fired prematurely.
Yeah, indeed. So the last part of this, oh my God, sorry, I need a moment here. The last stage of this first part of our race, and all of a sudden it is going massively wrong for Williams Esports, and that completely changes their perception of the race, Arjuna. And for them, well, now they've only got 2 cars in the race, and that all started with them just getting a little bit loose into the corner, making contact with one of the Commander cars.
At a disappointing end to the day for Michael Romanidis and Matt Farrow on his debut as a Williams Esports driver. Gutting, heartbreaking. There aren't enough adjectives to describe how they'll feel right now. They might be able to get back out onto track, but they'll be a couple of laps down. At best, they're fighting to try and get a top 10 finish. And we talked about Coanda Jr. and the mistake that they made that took out Tommy Osgaard and Mac Backham before, but that was no fault of their own. They were running their line, and, well, side by side, seeing a battle now in GTD.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. And so we are 3 hours and 55 minutes into our coverage here of the 2022 12 hours of Sebring here on RaceSpotTV. Well, I was about to wrap up, Arjuna, and say what has been your highlights and lowlights of the race. I think we just saw one of them there in terms of the lowlights. I will say, though, we still got a lot of potential battles going on in terms of Battle for LMP2 race lead and, of course, Battle for GTD race lead, although Team Redline Red have pulled out 7 seconds over BMW Team BS competition as of the last kind of 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and we've had the driver changes come forward in that class as well. Patrick Holtzman behind the wheel now of the 71, so it's a 3-pronged affair in that BMW Team Redline machine that leads the way. Rainer Talvar taking back over from Phil Denez. We'll see if he's able to enjoy a little bit better speed than Denez was able to do in that second stint of the race. Bennett's taken over in that Team Redline Purple, so unfortunately I don't get to see the only Alex Pillow behind the wheel. That will likely come later on in this race, but they're being brought into the mix as well. We talked about Bilo with the terrible qualifying, great drive through the field, which is the story of them and GT3 racing across the different series that we've seen. But I will give a shout out as well to Luke Bennett and the entire of that Team Redline Purple machine, because they're +8 from where they qualified. Also, by the way, Michael Romanidis tried to roll out of pit lane and immediately had to take a tow back to pit lane. That car might be terminally done.
That is going to be a huge disappointment for them. So with that, the first 4 hours of our coverage here on RaceSpotTV is almost at an end. I have to say, Arjuna, great working with you once again. Got a little bit crazy at the end because you were commentating on a crash. I just knocked half a can of Monster over. So having to turn off one computer to stop it from exploding like 3 years ago, if anyone remembers. And yeah, in the meanwhile, been absolutely great working with you.
It's been fun. We don't get to commentate again tomorrow, but at least you'll be alongside for BMW Sim GT Cup action, and you'll be the long hand of the law tomorrow. Hopefully, it's a little less busy than it was at Road Atlanta, because that got messy.
That got real busy real fast. And as I say, David Haynes and Will Chadwick are joining me for part 2 of our webcast here. Don't worry, we are not changing streams just yet. I don't know when we're going to change streams, actually, so I just need to wait for producer Hugo Louise to tell me about that one. But thank you very much to Arjuna. Any final thoughts before you go?
I'm going to try and do some predictions here. And if I put the commentator's curse down, well, tough luck. Start with the GTD. Let's go Team Redline Red. I love a bit of Phil. I love a bit of Rainer. I just think the quality in that 71 is shining through. And as soon as Mr. Beneke jumps back behind the wheel, that they are looking strong, and it's only going to get stronger from here on out. Maybe Rainer Talvar with colder temperatures can come back, but yeah, I think 71's the one to beat. Then in LMP2, we were trying to debate Williams versus Kawanda, who's got the right strategy. I don't think you can count out Kawanda, though, having thought about the different possibilities and deciding that they've found the best one. I think Josh Rogers, I think Mitchell de Jong, I think they'll win. That's the way I think it's going to go.
Thank you very much then to Arjuna Kankapati, as that will conclude the first third of our coverage, as I said, of the 2022 iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring. As we are now going to welcome in David Haynes and Will Chadwick. Hey, we've still got Hugo Louise working behind the scenes as well. My name is Will Vincent, and we've lost Team RaceSpot Online, apparently. They have had their internet connection gone. Live timing and scoring, by the way, is still available. Visit racespot.wtf/endurance. That is racespot.wtf/endurance. We see a GT car going a little bit over the curbs at the start of the lap. That, I believe, is the Urano number 91 car, all over the curbs down at the first sector of the lap. And Will, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nearly forgot to mute my mic there, but I am really excited to join you here today. And I'm ashamed I can't be out there, but yeah, it's looking like an interesting race, and it's interesting to see how it's going to shape up.
Well, what we've got to do, just because of the fact that I actually need to go and get some tissue paper of sorts to wipe up the sticky energy drink that isn't Red Bull before it completely destroys my desk. We are going to go on board with a car. Actually, no, we're actually going to turn our attention first over to this number 8 car. It's a Williams Esports Fanatic machine coming in from essentially second place on track. So going to do service, and you can see that you just got the third Williams Esports car in the background, the one that is now potentially terminally damaged. So the number 8 car just going to do a service right now. In fact, no, I'll take that back. It's the number 5 car that's on pit road, not the number 8. You see the pit timer on the left-hand side of your screen, and they'll be back out on pit road in a moment's time, but we're trying to see where they're going to end up lining out compared to Kawanda Sports et al. In a moment. In particular, we're looking for the number 8 car. The number 8 car has gone ahead, as we'll actually have a pretty nice advantage, as Williams Esports Fanatic car does now come out of pit road, back out onto track. We're going to go on board of them, Will. Take us through an opening lap on board of an LMP2 car.
Okay, right, so we're down into the 3, 4, 5 section here at Sebring International Raceway. We've got a GT3 Lamborghini ahead of us. We're going to try and probably go around the outside, as the GT3 will force us around the outside. Down into turn 7, the hairpin, really important to get it stopped on the brakes and rotated here, nibbling a bit of that inside curbing, straightening it out as we go down past through Fangio 8 and 9. As we head to turn number 10, Cunningham. Always going to be hard in the LMP2 car here on traction, as they will inevitably get in a little bit of the ABS. Not there, though. No, I mean traction control, I should say. As we go down through Collier, down through 12, 13, Tower, up towards the fast right, double left section, I should say, of Bishop, and then we're now down into the S's, turn number 15. You can nibble a bit of that inside curb. Important to try and not get a slowdown as we round turn number 16, Le Mans corner. As we head down to the final turn, Sunset Bend, the corner of 1,000 lines. It's always hard to understand which line you do here, but the drivers will have figured that out in testing. We get a wide entry in, aiming for a late apex, making sure that we get a really good run out down towards turn number 1, as we've got another GT3 BMW to navigate here, as we'll look to get past that down into turn number 1, and we've there or thereabouts completed a lap of the Sebring International Raceway at Daytona. Not Sebring International Raceway.
It was all so good. It was all so good until the final word. But yeah, thank you very much, Will. Great lap there. On board with the Williams eSport number 5 car, who are now back down in second place, and they are about 9 seconds back from the VOS Commander Simsport car, who are leading the way. As Lasse back, we're looking right now at them in the Fire Simsport red machine. And Fire, they've not been having a bad race right now. They say they've been up and down in the mix. Lasse back, and that number 4 car right now. They've got the Urano number 91 car just ahead of them. And David, we're into that middle phase of the race now. So in most cases, everyone has done a driver change, apart from 1 or 2. And from here on in, we talk about the rhythm, but because of some of the short stints that the LMP2 guys are doing, there's not really much of a rhythm they can get into in terms of their driving stints, because they're in and out of the car pretty much every hour and a bit.
Yeah, that's the nature, isn't it, of those prototypes. They're short fuel tanks, they're short stints. Means that you do often get some quite frequent driver changes, more than you might expect to see out of these GTDs, but that's kind of where the action is right now. You were talking about this Urano car in front, how it was riding the curbs very aggressively in many places, and we saw that again as we were riding on board with Lasse back on this particular lap as well. Is that a strength to the Mercedes?
There's not been many strengths in the Mercedes because it's been so BMW focused here, but the Mercs do seem to have a little bit more of a straight line speed advantage. Now, that's not going to be much if you've got a racetrack where pretty much you're being dominated in all the twisty bits of the racetrack, but they have been able to get at least a little bit of an advantage here and there. But BMW, they have been overall pretty darn dominant here today. And this comes back to that whole discussion, David, over balance of performance. Sometimes it goes the way of one car manufacturer over the other one, and everyone complains unless they're in the car that's got the slight advantage.
This is a very, very well-trodden path, isn't it, Will Vincent?
It is. It is. But the thing that's worth noting here is that the BMW, we often talk about the fact that BMW always seems to be the car that gets a good balance of performance, this, that, and the other. But at the same time, we often have to remind the viewers that the BMW is, in some cases, one of the easier cars to set up to go moderately fast. And it's also one of the cars that a lot of people are used to because of the fact that, you know, we've got the number 89 machine who won the last BMW Sim GT Cup races. There's a BMW Sim GT Cup race tomorrow at this track. So a lot of teams are just thinking, well, we might as well just use the same car twice.
Economies of scale, efficiencies, I don't know what you want to call that, but yeah, I mean, any endurance or team event is going to take a big sink of practice and investment and that, and if you can try to find a way to kill two birds with one stone, can you blame some of these teams? Because there is a different philosophy to this event, which is glory, and BMW Sim, which is prestigious but also financial.
Yeah, and tomorrow in the BMW Sim GT Cup, the prize for winning the race, of course, the points that you can get will give you the golden ticket, Will, to BMW Sim Live 2022. And with that, of course, comes the opportunity to win even more money. As well as, I have to say, from last year, some very, very nice trophies along the way as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the main reason we've seen this car selection here today. I spent a little bit of time preparing for this event, unfortunately not able to make it due to a teammate dropout, and I really don't believe that the BMW is the dominant car. I don't think it's a case of the BOP being favoured towards the BMW in any way, really. I think it's just down to the fact that all the teams tomorrow are treating this race. Of course, it's a very prestigious race to win, and the teams are really focusing on that. But if you can treat it as almost like a 12-hour open practice session for all your drivers for Sim Cup tomorrow, it's the perfect opportunity for all the teams to get ready for that event.
We've got ourselves a total of 1 car on pit road, 37 running on track. However, the 1 car that's on pit road right now is Govankini, who is all the way down in P45 overall. That car has been on pit road for a long time, and unfortunately his race was out very early on due to some incidents that actually started around him. He just had absolutely nowhere to go in that number 21 Rottenberry Racing Grid and Go car. So Govankini, we might see him back on track, but realistically, he's just running for laps, and dare I say it, he's running for the safety rating as well at this stage. So we turn our attention back up and we go on board again with Lasse back in that Fire Sim racing car, and Lasse back right now is in 13th place in class, and that is Mercedes AMG Team Urano car again, still ahead of him. Lasse back has been behind this car for such a long time now. Well, it must get really annoying after a while. You've been sat behind the same person, you can't quite overtake them, but they can't pull away from you either.
I think it depends on the strategy that Lasseback has in mind here. I think that it's very easy on iRacing to save fuel behind another car, and it's often a tool that you can use to your advantage, especially if you're, worrying about going the extra lap at the end, as I think we talked about earlier in this broadcast. And if you don't believe that you could, maybe Lasseback could quite easily pass the 91 Urano Mercedes here, but if they're going to get that much of an advantage from that, will they be able to run that much faster lap times? And they'll be definitely using more fuel, I'll tell you that for free. It's a game of strategy, and I'm sure that Lasseback's running to his plan and knows exactly what he wants to do here.
And in terms of that, David, when you had that plan, we talked about that one earlier, the difference that you might have for the track conditions here today is you might have that window where you might decide to go from a double stint to a treble stint. We've seen a lot of drivers doing the doubles already here today. But apart from that, the plan is often pretty simple. Even though they change the way the fuel numbers are in these GT cars, it's still a case of often running to a fuel number. It might seem really easy to the viewers to say, okay, just have a couple of laps of burning that extra fuel. But the extra fuel that you might burn at this stage of the race, you've got to find a way of making that up later. And even though you can sometimes gain the advantage and save fuel after you pass them, that's not always guaranteed.
No, it's a well-established fact that it's typically easier to save fuel behind someone than in front of them. And while the fuel tank capacity, a lot of these GT cars did get reduced, they, as we all have to in these times, found a little bit more fuel economy from what they had. That's not curbs, that's just dirt being kicked up through turn number 1
Yeah.
there.
I was going to say, in Australia, I'm assuming you're having pretty much the same issue as us, where my fuel tank bill's gone up by about $25 in the last 2 weeks.
It's amazing how, global commodities have a price effect that is global across many markets.
Yeah. But in the meanwhile, we've got to say this Urano number 91 car. We're going to run through, actually, your field. We're going to start off with your GTD field once again, because BMW Team Redline Red, they had that gap up recently to about 10 seconds. But the thing is, David, BMW Team BS Competition have again started to close it down, and it is now back down to 7.3 seconds on track. Last time by, they were only separated by a tenth of a second, but Reynolds-Harvar is slowly starting to eke that gap back now, which has been as low as about 2 seconds in the last hour and a half. It's been as high as about 12.
I mean, it's interesting to see it change by basically exactly only a tenth of a second across the last lap, across the last 5.5 kilometers of Sebring. I mean, as we were riding on board in that other battle in this category, you saw exactly how much of an effect, just a little bit of, prototype traffic placement can have on your lap. Very easily more than a tenth of a second. Your error bars on the average lap in this class are greater than that difference. Very, very evenly matched there. Just trending one way, trending the other. You kind of wish for it to close up a little bit.
Yeah, as we're looking. By the way, live time and scoring is available on Facebook. /endurance. You can also see that one. It's just pinned to the top of the chat if you click it. Last time by at 1:59.157 for Brendan Telvar. He is right now actually going almost 2 seconds a lap slower than his fastest lap of the race. But here's an interesting point. Patrick Holtzman in the Team Redline Red car is going 2.1 seconds than the fastest lap that car has done all day. The Team BS competition car only going 1.9 seconds slower than its fastest lap of the day. Does that mean anything at all in terms of the amount of performance that's being left on the table by Talvar compared to Holtzman?
I think it comes down to a few factors. Obviously, we've had the temperatures increase since the start of this race today, which is obviously contributing to a lot of the difference in lap time that we are seeing. But then again, you can also put it down to drivers. I think last time out in was it round 2 of the BMW Sim Cup, we saw Reina Talvar put in an amazing stint, and they're clearly very, very comfortable with that car. And we've had Chris Lulham get out of the Team Redline Red car. Could it be maybe there's a slight difference in drivers? Obviously these drivers are all incredibly good at what they do, but small tenths of a second. We're only talking about a few tenths of a second here or there, and lap after lap that tends to build. Could it be that Reina Talvar has the measure over Patrick Holtzman? Maybe, but I guess it could also be set up as well in the hot temperatures.
Yeah, and that's one of the things actually, well, because you've got to sometimes think about this race started off before midday build, and is going to run all the way through to pitch black. So all stages that make up a 12-hour race day are really going to be here. You've got yourself that really hot sticky temperature just getting towards the end of now. We're going to have the track cooling down. We're going to have the whole track, sun going down behind the skies, the sunset, dusk, right into that nighttime once again. And eventually you'll end up with these headlights basically providing the majority of the lighting around the track.
Yeah, I think as soon as we get to the night stage of this race, we'll see, obviously the track temperature will fall greatly, same with the air temperature. That's when we'll start to see the fastest laps of this race. And it'll be interesting to see what teams have practiced for. Of course, IMSA this week, as we saw in the Friday night preview last night, that was a night session. So I think it was maybe 5, 6 in the afternoon at Sebring International Raceway when those races were taking place. Whereas here, I think we're just past 2:30 in the afternoon at the minute. So we're very much at like the peak temperature phase of this race. And it'd be interesting to see where teams have focused their main amount of practice on. Some may have done mainly day sessions, some may have done night sessions, or maybe they have even modelled it off the Sim Cup weather, which was a very hot session. I believe it's going to be tomorrow for Sim Cup. So yeah, it kind of depends what the teams are going for here and how they've prepared for this race here today.
Come on, David, hot or cold? Which one do you prefer here at Sebring?
Ooh, hot dog?
You're in Florida. I don't know if their hot dogs are actually as good as if you go to the northern states. Come on, okay, I'll rephrase it. Would you prefer racing here, daytime, these conditions, getting into the darkness, or pitch black?
I have to say, I think in the darkness would be an experience. So I'd pick that.
Okay. And that battles to say, it's actually now down to 7.6 seconds between Redline and Team PS competition. Third place in your GTD class is your Team Redline Purple car, who are, just having a look at the timing and scoring, they are about 13 seconds back from second place and BMW PS competition. Last time by the way, their lap times were, David, comparable to both P1 and P2 in class. In fact, they were faster than second place that last time around at 159.215.
Yeah, and fastest in that class, I think, was fourth. So there is a little bit of an accordion, maybe, or at least on the last lap, for whatever that means, happening for this GTD class. I mean, you could see it without even going to RaceSpot.WTF/timing. You can see it on screen there that your top six are still well and truly within half a minute of each other, and there's every chance that there might be a car a little deeper in the field that have got to set up better tune for later in the race, or saved some of their big gun drivers for later in the race.
And that's going to be one of the interesting things as well, actually, David, because if they end up in a situation where we've already seen it, one team's made a mistake, they overshoot pit road, there's 5 seconds gone. Or we've seen one team basically make a mistake and having to put a new set of tyres on. That's another 20 seconds gone. That, with the gaps this small, 31 seconds after 4 hours and 20 minutes worth of racing, the margins for errors in GTD are still microscopic compared to what you've got between some of your gaps in LMP2. And you've got, for example, Team Redline looking to try and get a 1-2 again in your GTD field. And the BMW Team BS competition, they're there in the middle, but they keep on going from stalking to just kind of drifting around. And when that happens, it looks like Team Redline Purple might actually be in the position to close up a little bit more.
Yeah, it all hangs so finely in the balance that if you're going to sneeze, make sure you do it down one of the straights, not in a braking zone.
Oh my word, yeah, definitely. Trust me, I've done that on the M5.
It's the worst thing, man.
Yeah.
Like you turn a corner or something, suddenly you're facing into the sun, you got to sneeze if that's you, and you can't avoid it.
Yeah.
You're like, man, I hope I don't, hit anything.
When going up the M5, you might know this one, Will. Junction 2 is your junction 1 of the M5. They got this little twisty bit, and the light just hits you right at the worst possible moment as you're trying to drive around. They've got a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit there as well to boot. You're going around, light gets in your eye, sneeze first thing in the morning, and you're just thinking, okay, there's a lorry that's exactly 1 foot to the left of me. Please don't let me die.
Yeah, I always have it's when you ever get into this is very UK specific, by the way, but if you're ever in like a motorway like repair zone, whatever they're doing to the road,
yeah,
and you've got like the concrete barriers to your right, and then you've got and you have to go into the third lane on a 50, and you've got a lorry in the second, and you feel like you're about to be crushed internally. I feel like that's something that I always have problems with when going through that type of situation. But I think it's important not to count out the Team Redline Purple car here, because if we cast our minds back to the start of the race, they started in the 10th position, which is already a big disadvantage to how much time they're going to lose before they manage to work themselves up into that third position, which they've been for the last 1, 2, 3 hours now. And they really aren't losing that much time to the leaders. And as we see different drivers get into the car, and for both cars, we could see that gap ebb and flow, even with traffic potentially throughout the rest of the race. So you really can't count out any of the top 5 at this point in time.
Yeah, and then in 4th place, you got Sven Hasse in that Bila Racing Team Euronics car. And the number 450, Sven Hasswell has been behind the wheel of that car now for just over 2.5 hours of this race. So in terms of how much of it he's done just over half. And this comes back again down to some of these teams are doing the 2 stops, some of them are doing it every time. Now, when you get to this phase of the race, you are most likely going to be double stinting this time around, and then you might start thinking about the treble stint, the stint after that, if you are going to go bold and try and roll the dice. So trying to get the drive time right is important, because even though the majority of these are going to be 2-car teams, you've got to make sure that you get the balance of both your race car drivers in there as well.
Yeah, it's very important to split your driver time correctly. You don't want to be at the end of the race thinking, oh no, we have to make up loads of driver time all of a sudden and be worrying about laps here and there. I'm sure they'll all have it planned out on a stint sheet and ready to go. But, you know, we're looking at, you know, it's 28 seconds for a tyre stop, a full tyre stop here. And if you want to gamble it, at the end of the race, it's going to be cold conditions. It's going to be the best time to maybe go for a, in my opinion, crazy 3-stop with how the tyre wear's looking from the testing that I'd done. But maybe these teams have got the tyre wear set up much better than I did. That's where you could get a punt, especially if we're looking at, you know, the gap between the top 5 being only 26 seconds. Any of those cars could make that gamble and jump up into the lead.
Yeah, the last of those top 5 drivers, by the way, David, is running just actually now outside of 25 seconds. There is, just have a look for my time, Ryan Barnveld in the Marla Racing Team car. And Marla Racing Team car, they've been kind of there in the picture all day, but we've barely seen much of them. We're going to go on board with that BMW again, and it's another BMW running towards the front of the field, and they're doing a good job, but they're just not quite being able to get close up to the rear of the Bela Racing Team Euronics car, and it's now got about a 2.5 second advantage over them.
Close, but so far it's such a frustrating place to be in this kind of racing, where you've obviously put a lot of preparation and a lot of heart and soul into trying to maximize your performance, and it's so close to being the best, but it's just not quite there for them at the moment. And this is one of the driving combinations that has been more equal so far across this race. It's Team Redline Purple, Commander Junior Team, R8G Esports 88. There's a few cars out there I see that have only in the last stint put their second driver in, so you expect them to run a bit longer with the driver that's only just been installed. The lap count, one driver to the other, will start to get a bit closer to an even split. But
yeah,
there is definitely some drivers that are going to do some real Iron Man hours in this one.
Yeah, actually, the longest stint we had so far was when the number 15 of Rick Jonk in the Race Clutch white car. Unfortunately, they are out of the race right now. 888 machine, they have got one of the longest stint lengths as well. Unfortunately, they are out of the race. That was the R8G Esports car. Yannick Lapchin in the number 43 car. Well, again, they're out of the race. Logitech GL2C Sports car. They're coming up as long stint lengths, actually, for those drivers. That's because of just the way it's worked out in terms of timing and scoring. On pit road, talking about the Commander Junior Team, they are on pit road right now, Will, coming in to do another service. This is a team, though, that they've had. They hit their teammate earlier. You don't ever hit your teammate, especially if that teammate is the person who's training you from the main division.
Yeah, it was rather an awkward moment, and you know, I definitely don't envy that position that Eddie Purcell was in there. But I guess they move on with the race. You know, there's nothing they can do about it once it's happened. You know, you got to pick yourself up and just and keep moving forward and seeing what you can achieve in this race today. As we see, I think Benjamin Flusang is in the car still. As they pull away now, so they've had their service, and I think we also saw the number 8 VRS Commander Simsport of Mitchell de Jong come in not too many laps ago either.
Yeah, and for that Commander team though, they are 3 laps down. So we talk about development when you're in a junior team, David. Actually finishing one of these races when you're in the junior team can be really important, just to actually, again, turn the lap, understand how you interact and work with other drivers. As Bally's Remnex, by the way, is on pit road for Yats Heat. But it's also important to make sure that you actually finish the race and you get that partnership working. The same way that, you know, we often talk about on RaceSpot. It's not just a case of chucking random people into a booth and seeing how it sticks. The teamwork's important. Commentary team teamwork's important when you actually come to the actual racing drivers, because then they can start thinking more about setup development, how to communicate things like damage and how the car's handling, how to talk about things like tyre wear, marbles, and track conditions on track.
And don't forget, these prototypes also have a myriad of adjustable things driver to driver within the race as well, that they might, talk about, yeah, I got to that second stint on these tyres and I was moving the brake bias this way, brake bias that way, traction control this way, etc., as well, that kind of thing. And if we're talking about experience and practice and potentially sorting the wheat from the chaff as well in your development, the car kind of needs to get to the end to evaluate all of that. If driver A puts it into the wall, turn 1, then driver B and C don't get their time and their laps to show themselves, to learn, to demonstrate what they're there to demonstrate.
And from a selfish perspective, it means that the teammates don't get to ever win the teammate war, because they're all battling with each other. And if teammate A just decides to crash it on lap number 2, well, yeah, they'll have the fastest lap just because no one else has been able to set one. And that sort of thing, when you have the breakdown of the team dynamics there, especially in junior teams, how they respond to that and how they deal with those situations is often the reason why we see people move out of development teams, not to the main team, but actually just go somewhere else.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things about a junior team is that you can be on the exact same setup in the exact same weather and compare to the likes of Josh Rogers, to Mitchell de Jong, and get that really important data. You've got no excuse. Once you're on the same setup, you're in the same conditions, you have no excuse to why you are slower than these drivers, but you get a really good sense of where you're missing time, what these really high level drivers are doing, which differs to you, and maybe even where you are faster to them. There is points in time where that can happen, and yeah, I think that's the main importance of making sure that they get laps in here, even if they are in 2 laps down in like 19th position in class. I think making sure they get the laps in, get the data, compare it afterwards, debrief is really important.
What's going on with Race Clutch, David?
They're presently sandwiching and potentially bullying RSR by butt kicker, who find themselves in the middle, a sea of black and red liveries, which is apparently all in vogue right now. But for Race Clutch, I think this is a relatively new livery for their prototype. They've been around prototype racing on iRacing in officials and these special events, and also hosted leagues for quite a while. They've maybe dropped away from the peak of that and their relevance. Can I say Sports Car Open on this broadcast? They were big there for a while and have dropped off in the last 2 or 3 years. So it's, I guess, good to see them with a couple of cars, maybe some old faces and a couple of new drivers on board as well. Looks like their league car's starting to get away from this, and the Race Clutch black car that finds itself third in the train, not able to get around RSR by butt kicker and Oscar Copa at the minute.
Well, one of the things you're talking about being faster or slower than other drivers, of course, if you're in the Commander Junior team, you know that you're going to be faster than one driver, William. That's going to be Hugo Louise, because he's barely got an inter race car in about 5 years now, and the last time it was...
I've heard it's because his suit doesn't fit anymore.
I'm not going to go down that route. But
It's his words, his own words.
I know, but I mean, the last time I saw him in a race, well, he was only 25th, I think, in a World Championship race. He's going to hate me for saying this.
I think we just need to all collectively get together and get him out of retirement for the race spot, the top split karting.
Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, can you imagine if we actually had a RaceSpot team car in one of these races? We probably wouldn't be able to show it, because everyone we did was like, stop showing your own car, you're being so biased. We're looking at the battle between BMW Team Bank, by the way, and Beneval Sim Racing White. The BMW Bank car, well, they were involved in an incident early on in this race. This is when Govankini was taken out, David, but they're trying to recover. They are at the edge of the top 10 right now, our Team BMW Bank, in that number 6 car. you've got Bruno Spengler currently behind the wheel of that. And I'm just trying to do a quick look. And in terms of the stints so far, it's pretty much equal between Spengler and Kashube. Spengler's done 51% of the laps, Kashube's done 49%.
Yep, that's 78 to Kashube, and of course, 79 now to Spengler, and Kashube's done slightly fewer. So, racking them up is the Star Spangled Banner in the pursuit of ninth here, with that real and true BMW connection for that car.
Yep, of course, running that in racing around the world. Spengler did the first 2 stints in that car. Kasube did a treble. Bruno Spengler back behind the wheel this time by. In fact, actually having a look at this, he should be due on towards pit road, not too far away from now. And we're going to have that ongoing issue, Will, that a lot of the cars haven't been able to make it to the hour. Are we going to see some more teams fuel saving? And we're now getting towards the peak of our temperatures here today. Having a look, actually, and the track temp is hovering around 41 degrees. It's just really peaked. It's starting to get a little bit cooler by about half a degree Celsius compared to what it was about 30 minutes ago.
You definitely end up using less fuel in the race when you're in these hotter conditions. You know, you can get on the power less earlier, you know, you stay on it for less long, so you end up using a little bit less anyway. Whether the teams will be looking into what kind of fuel strategies are on, because every car isn't making the hour in the GT3 class, so they're all going to be kind of planning how much fuel they use and how many minutes they are under an hour per hour in order to kind of target being out of fuel at the end of the race. So if you're looking at something like maybe a 52.5 minute stint, that would leave you on 7 stints in 6 hours. And that's something that a lot of these teams may be working to. I think it's a great shame that we have SimRC out this race, because they were really looking like they would be able to make the hour, and that is, you know, it's really throwing a cat amongst the pigeons, because it then gives other teams a different aspect to think about, you know, with that Porsche that was just about making the hour, and it's a shame about what happened to them. But, you know, with all the teams on a similar strategy, you know, you're just working to your plan and making sure that you hit your numbers, and just try and drive as fast as possible.
Team 75 SimRC. We've got to give them the new name with the new overlay, the new car colours, David, and you're going to be a bit like me. Getting rid of the yellow and black that SimRC have had for so many years is just a confusing one. It is a shame they're out of the race.
Yeah, obviously they've had that colour scheme for such a long time, but it is important to change things up. You know, people often divert away from change. You see it with graphics, everything really. But you know, I think it's interesting to see the partnership they have with Timo Bernhard's in real life team and that sim team, and yeah, I'm excited to see what the future holds for them.
You know what? I'm just going to go over to simrc.de. And you know what the good thing is, David? Their website is still yellow and grey.
Beautiful, because of course SimRC have been involved in this kind of iRacing endurance events since the very first moment that multi-driver events were a thing on iRacing. They go back that far at the tip-top level of it, so there's a lot of history to a lot of their drivers that are still around, like Jürgen Frank and others. This is their thing for the last 7-8 years.
Oh yeah, definitely. They were there, if I remember correctly, back in the first ever 24-hour endurance race that we did on iRacing, which was at Circuit Sport Francorchamps, all the way back on November the 1st, 2014. We were talking earlier on. I don't know how it is in Australia, David. Have you set your clocks backwards or forwards yet recently?
I live in one of those sensible places that refuses to change their clocks.
Okay, so basically that's going to be
so
like
it's like me in Las Vegas or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, most of Europe are basically going to try and stick to one of them soon. I know they're trying to get one in the UK, Will, but it's that weird one that by the time I finish commentating tonight, depending on just how the interviews finish, or post-race interviews might either take 15 minutes or 1 hour and 17 minutes.
And ours go in
Yeah.
the opposite direction to yours as well, because, you know, hemispheres. Sorry to jump in on this. So the time difference between, say, Sydney and New York changes 4 times a year between 15 hours, 14 hours, and 13 hours difference.
That's just confusing.
That's really
I know, it's so silly.
Yeah. Can we all just have one time zone? That wouldn't work, but you know what
that
I
would
mean.
definitely not work.
What would you even call it? GMT? UTC? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know, but Hugo has a mild sweat every time we talk about it right now. This is why we have UTC, is exactly what our executive producer, Hugo Louise, is saying. Everyone aboard the UTC train right now. We're on board, by the way. Battle for first place, and this is Williams Esports BenQ versus Williams Esports Fnatic. How hard do you push your teammate right now, Will?
I don't know. It's always a weird one, inter-team battles. Will there be any team orders? Is there any inter-team beef, rivalry, whatever you want to say? You know, sometimes these teams don't know, as we see them come into the pit lane and make the stop, I'm sure, on schedule. Maybe it's not on schedule. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. But yeah, sometimes...
I think it is after 22 laps.
Yeah, sometimes drivers don't like each other, and sometimes even within teams, you tend to get a little bit of rivalry going on.
You got to air some laundry about your team?
No, gosh, not my team. We all love each other very much, and
That's good,
we
that's
work
good.
together fantastic.
I'm filthy with myself for ever even suggesting that was a possibility and trying to paint you into a corner.
I tell you what, I can
Peace,
air
love, and
dirty
rainbows
laundry.
sounds great.
I can air dirty laundry. It's been over 10 years now, so you're right. You end up sometimes with factions in sim racing teams, and we had it when I managed an IndyCar team all those many years ago. You had those. Sometimes it's not even geographical. I've often seen over the past, Will, that you've got some people geographically that will just get into a rhythm with each other and then actually start ignoring the rest of the team. Radicals Online actually had this for a period of time, but in my team, you had partially the Americans and the Europeans in 2 different camps, but then also you had the ovals and the road racers. And as I said earlier on, sometimes you just got people that work with completely different setups to everyone else. The Finnish guys always had the crazy setups. Hugo was talking earlier on about back in his early gaming times and this start of Coanda, his setups were completely different to everyone else. Now, if you develop a setup that no one else uses, or you can't get to grips with the setup that everyone else uses, that can make you feel like an outsider real quick.
Yeah, I think it sometimes can come down to a language barrier. If you've got a teammate who speaks the same language as you, you know, you're from maybe the same type of area, and you can just work with them and always be in a car with them, then you can definitely get that separation, like you kind of mentioned there. It's not necessarily a bad thing for teams, but sometimes, you know, it can come down to where then you get, like you say, teams on track which effectively should be working together, and sometimes they tend to race each other a little bit too hard here and there. But yeah, I think it comes down to kind of who tends to work best with each other, and you know, some drivers just manage to strike up a connection with others just a lot better than, like you say, others.
On large competition on pit road, Beta Racing Team, Onyx on pit road as well. There were a couple of others on pit road. Oh yeah, indeed. We've got
One of the
Urano
race clutches leaving.
Yep, Race Clutch leaving pit road. Urano Esports on pit road. SRC Movana Corsa, they're doing a driver change. Sam Michael's getting behind the wheel. Next Rex Grid Grand Prix Gold. There we are. Next Grand Prix Gold on pit road as well. By the time they actually finish their pit stop, I might be able to say that one correctly. We had it with the Indy 500 every year, David, that it seemed on paper to have it be useful that you had a European and then an American and a West Coast American team, because they'd always be able to then do development all the way through the week. But actually, you end up waking up, checking a setup, and it's gone completely away from what you're able to drive, and then all of a sudden you're going back and then there's 4 different setups going, and sometimes it's like, well, can someone just try my setup and do this, that, and the other? It doesn't matter as much in GT racing as open wheel, but the frustrations can often be the same as what you get in companies. You know, is there a hierarchy of the more senior people are always right? are those who are newer to a team, how much opportunity are they afforded? How is it in terms of you fitting into the quote-unquote virtual locker room? There's a lot of different dynamics at play, and we often see this with newer teams. Unless they get those fundamentals right early on, they don't often last more than a few months.
The person who buys the most beer is right in my team, but I'm not sure if that's an entirely sustainable form of government.
I've got 6 crates of lagers today.
We did see the car that was leading LMP2 peel in that group as well, and as you keep working through these pit stop phases, different tyre strategies, etc., the chance of a car in this class coming out in a battle with someone seems almost inevitable as you look up and down the field across the last couple hours.
Yeah, I'm going to say, as much as I love Timing 71, I can sometimes struggle actually trying to figure out what their last pit stop was compared to on our good old 18 time. Not a jab against Timing 71, of course. They do fantastic work, making our lives a lot easier. Making us actually a little bit more intelligent than we actually are. As we've got the battle for P14 and LMP2 up on your screen, separated by 8/10 of a second right now. Rex Grand Prix Gold and Delta Sport LMP2 separated by 1.5 on track as they come past the start-finish line. As in towards turn number 1 they come again, and right now the 27 and the 26 down to about 1.2 seconds on track. So out front in LMP2 right now, Will, you've got Commander Sim Sports 32 seconds ahead of Apex Racing Team. But this is where you got those 2 different strategies going on. One moment, you've got Commander leading, but the next pit stop, you've got Williams leading, because they are on 2 different strategies.
Yes, and that is what happens when you maybe have a little bit too much tyre wear in the first stint, and you're like, oh no, now I have to change my tyres, and we have to go and alter the strategy a little bit. Maybe, it goes either they're against you, but it's really important to see the gaps when they cross over. So if you're constantly having them cross between Kawanda leading and then maybe a Williams car leading, it's important to just monitor those gaps between the few hours and see who's tending to open it up and who's doing a better job with their strategy. Ultimately we'll only know the conclusion at the end of the race. But go ahead.
Well, that number 5 Williams Esports Fanatec might have led a couple laps there on the basis of they went triple stint when a lot of other cars weren't game, and so you do that, you save a little bit of time in the pit lane, you might come out near the front and then fade as that stint goes on.
And was that actually beneficial to them? You'd have to go into the data of each car and see what times they did. Was it beneficial for them to go for a triple stint rather than changing tyres at that moment in time? Did they save enough time to make it worth it? And that's something that only these teams will really know.
There's one reference point to that, though. It's the other Williams car, and they've both pitted around about the same time, now ended up on the same cycle of tyres. They're both 5 minutes into a new set of tyres, and that car that did try the triple stint is ahead at the moment, but 48 seconds shy of the lead. So if you compare what they did to what their teammate car did, it kind of still worked out okay, but it wasn't enough to get Coanda or Apex shaking in their boots.
And in that as well, you've got to remember that what might have worked hour number 1, hour number 2, might not work here at the end of hour number 5 because of those changing track conditions. But as I always say in these races, David, it comes down to you just filling up more and more inflation to that memory bank. So when the temperatures do drop, you've got more options available if you need to roll the dice. But if you're leading the race and you're all comfortable out front coming into the last couple of hours, you don't actually want to roll the dice. You just want to stick with what was working with you, unless all of a sudden everyone else starts changing it up.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of it is how comfortable you are in the car, and it's getting into that rhythm. That's why we sometimes see these drivers going for like 4-hour stints. You know, would you say that it's maybe most practical for a driver to sit there for 4 hours and go at it straight at lap after lap after lap? But the real underlying thing there is that they get into a rhythm. And I can promise you, once you're in that rhythm of where you're just lap after lap, you're just focusing on each corner at the time, trying to make it as perfect as possible, you just like transcend into another level of consistency. Whereas that's what kind of why we see these drivers taking on a little bit longer stints that maybe you would initially think to be more efficient.
Right, you've got to build up as you settle in, and a fall off as fatigue comes along. But you balance those two with how often you change the drivers, and if the consistency remains and doesn't drop away as drastically as that hit to building up a new driver, then yeah, the smart play becomes leave your drivers in for longer stints.
Absolutely.
So with that in mind, why do you think that Koana Simsport were changing their drivers every 90 minutes at the start of this race? Because you've got to argue, quite frankly, that they are very
More trouble
capable
for the
drivers.
in your team.
What's happening to them now?
Well, that's a matter of interpretation. Did they turn themselves across the nose of a GT?
Ooh, that's a weird one. I think there was a sizable amount of air there, but
That dude back there is hyped for it no matter what. These Florida fans or something.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, if there's one incident, you can always say, okay, that's a small lapse of error. But that's the third incident now for that Koana Junior team. And at that point, David, you've got to start asking the question, are they actually focused on all of their surroundings? And this is where you go from being a good hot lapper to a good endurance racer. And I'm not convinced that Koana Junior team today are recognizing the fact that this race, you've got to be on it as an endurance racer as much as a hot lapper.
Yeah, I think.
When did your name become David?
Sorry.
It's a form of, card reading or palm reading or staring into a crystal ball to work out exactly where your prototype car is going to be relative to a GT car. By the time you reach the braking zone or the turn-in point or the whatever at the end of this straight, I mean, your two cars of a different speed profile and totally different teams in these cases, and what was kind of looked a bit clumsy, they might have turned across too early there, was only a millimeter away from being like, yeah, good move. They got back onto the racing line to open up the angle into the following corner and not lose too much time. Like it's just a very subtle misreading of the situation, trying to do what the best do to be consistently fast in this style of racing as a prototype driver.
Go ahead, Will. You want to say something as well.
Sorry, that was my bad. But what I will say is that I think that kind of underlines why these junior teams are here, because it gives them the opportunity to make these mistakes while they're not in a high pressure environment, racing with the Josh Rogers, racing with Mitchell DeYoung. And they can make these mistakes. The only thing that you worry for maybe is that with these mistakes, they take out all the cars, which obviously isn't fair on everyone else. But I suppose you could say in that incident, at least it was only themselves they harmed.
But they are racing with Mitchell DeYoung. They are racing with Joshua Rogers in this race. And, I mean, don't forget, they have crashed with one of their own teammates in this race already. So, and also, one could argue that this is a top split of an iRacing special event. You don't get much bigger in terms of visibility than that. So my question would be, I understand that, everyone needs to train, everyone needs to develop, but is this always the right place to do so? On one hand, yeah, you could always say that, it's not money paying compared to things like the BMW Sim GT Cup, for example. But at the same time, there's a lot of eyeballs that goes into these special events.
Yeah, I completely agree with that perspective that you have. But then again, you know, they're going to have to make these mistakes one day, and I suppose that because they're in the junior team, they are not pressured for a result here. They are just pressured in the sense that, you know they've got the high ups at Coanda watching them and seeing how they perform. But as in terms of a result and making sure they get a result, it is just down to their individual performance, really. Unlike when you look at something like the Coanda SimSport 8 car or the 18.
Battle for P7 in GTD is Team BMW Bank versus Arnage Competition. Team BMW Bank can move themselves up to P7. They have been up and down in this race, of course. We talked about earlier. They got involved in the incident that took out Gobantini earlier on in this race. They have been up and down, but they are ahead right now of Arnage Competition by about 0.5 of a second here, David. And what's going on is that they're trying to just establish themselves back into a rhythm. I'm just going to look at who's been in that car today. We talked about Bruno Spengler and Kei Kashube, but for Bruno Spengler, he's got a good teammate. I mean, Kei Kashube has been one of those drivers who have been synonymous with GT racing for so long, as, sorry, just turning my attention over to my other feed, as they are seemingly pulling away actually right now in that battle for P number 7.
Don't need much timing to say that. It's a car length and then it's an extra car length, and SRC Movano Corsa Rosso facing the wrong way are stopped in the number 1 car. Oh no. This is another game of millimeters, isn't it?
It's a hard one to call, that one, because what you have there is obviously the LMP car struggling to get its traction down, and the BMW actually getting a little bit more of a run, maybe better tyres, etc. And also they have traction control. Oh, they both have traction control. I'm lying. But yeah, like you say, it's a really hard one to call, and maybe I think if we could see maybe another angle, maybe from above, potentially you could see whether one car was to one side than the other. But yeah, it's
one of those awkward little things where in almost every scenario and phase of the race and corner, these LMP2 cars are faster, except for that first gear punch and that torque out of a really slow corner. That's where the larger displacement and turbocharging of some of these GT cars actually just has a bit more torque down low, and the GT cars are just slightly less reliant on that aerodynamic grip out of the really slow corners, that really low in the rev range punch. The GT cars can maybe just surprise a prototype driver with their drive off a corner like that.
Yeah. You basically mean turn 5, the hairpin, maybe turn 10 as well.
Yeah, the horseshoes at Daytona too.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah, definitely the horseshoes at Daytona. I think sometimes it's a little bit surprising if you're watching it for the first time, because everyone sees LMP cars and think, oh, they're gonna be faster. I think people don't always recognize the difference between LMP2 and LMP1. I mean, these LMP cars, they are so stonking fast. But you're right. I remember my first ever memory of driving an LMP2 car was every time I put it into first gear, it was as if I had just gone into a frozen pond and my name was Bambi, compared to when you drive it in second gear and you can put the throttle down, the thing doesn't want to just destroy you at will. And you made some really good points, David, actually, about how these cars and the battles between them and all this stuff has been going on. But for the LMP2 cars, you talk about how they got to almost predict where they're going to be. How much of that racecraft do you think is actually important to these drivers actually being able to survive, not, all 12 hours of the race, but even the first 5 hours that have completed? How important is that racecraft compared to being able to eke out that extra 10th of a second lap?
It's everything, isn't it, for these prototype drivers? Every single lap, they're going to be looking at the back of a GT car somewhere and asking themselves, if I get a good drive off Sunset Bend, am I going to be stuck behind them in turn 1, or am I going to get down the inside of them at turn 1, or am I going to be past them before we even get to the braking zone of turn 1? Rinse and repeat for every little straight, every section of corner here. Trying to, as early as possible, know when, where, how am I going to catch this. So is that one of the presumably several slowdowns that happen from being just a little too aggressive, or they're just getting out of the way of the overall leaders?
I would say the way they picked up the lead, they're just going out of the way. And sometimes it's easier, and to go back to carry on about that, it is sometimes easier when you are multiple laps down to just wait when you get to places like the Ullman straightaway that run out of turn 16 towards Sunset, because once you get into the braking zone of Sunset, it can sometimes be just a case of, okay, I've now got to hold my line and hope that no one rams into me from the rear, David. But just taking that half a second, that's all it is sometimes. Half a second, just lifting off the gas, letting drivers go past. When you run older tyres, when things aren't as perfect behind the wheel, you're starting to slide around, that confidence level can slip so much sometimes. And for some of these drivers, that half a second can be compared to, well, I've just spun a leader, or I've just spun myself trying to do something not stupid, but just something outside of what my comfort zone is right now.
So we're just riding on board with this Williams Esports BenQ car right then, and at the same time I was watching one of the off-board cameras, and they got a millimetre away from that GT car. They were just passing as they tried to get back onto the racing line for Cunningham Corner. It was there. So for Kenneth Gould-Branson on that occasion that we just rode on board with, fine and dandy, good momentum, keeping up with their team car, a millimetre away from... Oh!
What the was that?
Team Red Line Purple have been hit. They're off in the grass. And it's Prototype versus GT here, coming towards the...
Oh! Is that one of the Williams cars, or...
Yeah, it was the Williams car that was just up the road third overall, I think.
Yeah, so that's another LMP2 versus a GT driver, and that was pretty high up, of course, at the time, for Team Redline Purple, because they were doing a sterling job at one point. Now, just having a look through to see where they are right now, Team Redline Purple, they're down Alex below behind the wheel of that car in P number 11. I would love to see another replay of that one from up above if possible, but Alex below in the number 11 Team Redline Purple car, down at turn number 16 on track. That was a massive hit. Here we are, another replay, and that's one of those white line incidents where naturally you would arc off that corner and then come back in it. But my argument always is, if you go outside the white line, you got to make sure you come back into it yourself. So that one really comes down, Will, to how you interpret what the edge of the racetrack is.
I actually think that is fully on the LMP on my first look at it, and second as well, because there's no reason for me for that LMP to be so far to the left, where they have plenty of room on the inside, and I think for me, I would be putting that on the LMP, because I think it should be. I think they should be more right, and giving the GT3 a lot more room, because I don't think we'd even reached the turning point for the BMW there, really.
We'd seen it. I was talking about. I'd seen it again, and then I was interrupted talking about it when, for the third time, one of these prototype drivers are really squeezing GT cars on the entry.
Yeah, and I think that, as a prototype driver, you can't squeeze that close, especially in high speed corners. And there's for me there's no conversation on who's at fault personally. But then again, I am a GT driver, so
I'm neither these days.
Species, bud.
Yeah, I'm neither these days. But I mean, I could also argue there as well, Will, is that the GT drivers like to arc that corner off a little bit more, because it does actually give you a couple of tenths of a second advantage when you do so. I have noticed. Yeah. I have noticed that there's a lot of damage to the front end of that Team Redline Purple car. How much of that was suffered from that incident, how much of it's come from elsewhere, I'm not incredibly sure. By the way, Commander Sim Sports number 18, Mac back in behind the wheel of that number 18 car right now as it's sat on pit road. De Jong is on pit road as well with your race leading number 8 Commander Sim Sports car. There's a lot going on, and in terms of that turn 16 again, Sebring's a very different track to, I don't know, insert Spa-Francorchamps here, for example, where that turn 16, a lot of the times you do really want to arc it around the corner, as it's just the easiest way to make it work. So you're looking at the number 14 right now, David.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Race Clutch 14, I think, was the car we saw get really far out of the way of that Williams duo. Maybe with hindsight, that was the right thing to do, but then I've just seen them get out of the way and multi-21 with their team car here. And I just see the last 2 laps as not being competitive at all for this 14. I was just wondering if this is they're starting to really stretch out the fuel or play some strategy games here. It's the second stint on the tyres, so nothing too drastic, but that's gone and just pushed really wide there. It's like the pace has just disappeared from this 14 for some reason. Their team car is skipping car lengths in the first half of this lap.
You're right, I could see that one immediately, just as you said it, as it was working through Collier Corner, turn 11. You could just see how much time he was losing. Just as that car was trying to change direction. Just
Front
trying
clip?
to have...
No front grip? Extra drag? Is there damage on the front clip?
I can't see it. If we can get an onboard with it, we might be able to see something, but I don't see... It looks as though it's pointing in the right direction. Again, with these different colours and the way that they pattern out these LMP cars these days, it's very hard to see when you're just looking from the camera screen, Dave, because the black bit is the bit that I'm trying to focus on, but you can't really see any of the damage there.
So the team car peaks at 270 k's an hour at the end of the straight. The 14 peaks at 271. On the pit straight there, no difference in the end of straight speed. So it's not in the straight line speed. It really looks like it's this transition between the braking in a straight line to trying to turn into these corners where the 14 just washes out and pushes in the front. Surely that's what we saw about a lap ago.
Yeah.
How has it lost this much to that other?
Okay,
I'm not
number
quite sure.
14.
There's
It's
only 4 lap difference to the tyre age.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a look at what their last pit stops that they had, and they look about the same. That's the thing that's confusing me. So maybe a loss of confidence because
They're not lift and coasting.
no,
They're not on older tyres.
confidence.
I potentially think it could just be down to driver at this point because there's no visual damage. Usually in iRacing, when you tend to get damage, it tends to affect the straight line speed more than it affects the handling, or at least that's how it's been for the past few years.
Maybe he ran over a
And-
cone and it's stuck in there and we can't see it.
Or he could potentially have picked up floor damage that no one can see. But
But I'd be with your previous statement there that when you pick up floor damage in these prototypes, again, you lose some grip and you're losing this downforce through the corners, but you also tend to lose straight line speed in
Yeah.
proportional, which doesn't seem to be the case.
yeah, I unfortunately at the minute I think we're going to have to put it on driver, but I would be very open for any of the Race Clutch team members to come in and tell us we're wrong.
Is what we often say at that stage. Just a reminder, RaceSpot.wtf/endurance if you want live timing and scoring. Our coverage today is brought to you by Heusinkveld Engineering. And don't forget, if you are taking part in any of the 12 hours of Sebring this weekend, so don't forget, if you're not doing it now, you missed the 4 o'clock one, there might be another one tomorrow if I remember correctly. Every single lap that you complete put you into a draw to win a Heusinkveld pedal set. Now, I would love a pedal set, but as I was joking earlier on, David, I can't actually race in the 12 hours of Sebring to get a pedal set because I have no pedals.
Oh, it's such a catch-22, man. My boy Justin Hall could do with a new set of pedals as well because he broke his load cell. So he's not racing in this race, so he's not going to win it. Man, it's just the system just rewards the haves at the expense of the have-nots, bro.
Hashtag one. I'm not going down that route. But about a P10
What are the? Oh, there was a hippie character in like the Cars movie. I just want to channel that like pacifist Volkswagen bus.
One thing we should also mention as well. It's not just the Heusinkveld Sprint pedal set. It's the Heusinkveld Sprint Team Redline Edition pedal set, which I have been told by the members of Team Redline that it does give you an extra 10th over the normal ones.
Yeah, but the thing is, then you put a RaceSpot sticker on your car, then you get an extra half a second.
That's actually, I can confirm that as well.
Can I have a RaceSpot sticker for my new helmet?
Of course you can.
How much faster is it going to make me?
If it's on a helmet, it's going to be, at least 10 kilometers an hour.
Is it? If it's on a helmet, is it worth IQ?
Yeah.
I'm going to need a lot of stickers.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll have to do the simulation. We'll get sports science on. We'll get them to coordinate it for us. But we have got about going P10 and then P2, by the way. So yeah, Team Redline Edition pedal set. The 1/10 of a second may vary. In my case, it will probably still make me slow and useless and last. But hey, that's why we do commentary, right? P10 and LMP2, Kawada SimSport. 1.2 seconds almost now ahead of the RSR by butt kicking car. We talked about drivers and teams off pace. This Kawada SimSport car at the start of the race were, in terms of Kawada SimSport, they were up there and then they just started to fall down the order. So I was wondering at one point as well, Will, whether or not that Kawada car might have had full damage, but you can't really tell the differences.
No. No, you don't. You don't tend to be able to tell the differences. I'm quite interested to see what this next pit stop phase from these cars we're gonna get out of it, because I'm looking towards the fact that we're approaching the halfway point in this race, and I think that'll give us some sort of idea of where the teams are on fuel strategy. Down to the fact that you can kind of just say times that by 2, see where they'd be. And there's plenty of time for these teams to turn it around during the next phase of the race, the next 6 hours, which will be coming up very soon. But it will give us a sort of a little preview into what it may be starting to look like at the end of the race. But not to forget that we will be seeing a higher fuel consumption as the temperatures start to drop here.
Yeah, as actually just having a look at the temperature, shall I? It is currently down. Actually, that's been a massive drop in the last half an hour or so, David. The track temperature has dropped from 41.1 degrees Celsius down to 36.
That means it's underneath 100 Fahrenheit now. That's a line in the sand that I know at 38 Celsius.
And that's also important because we talked earlier on about the double and the treble stint in the tyres. There are going to be teams that are thinking, wait a minute, it's only halfway through the race and the track temperatures are starting to cool already. They might think, as we get into the second half, maybe we can do a couple of trebles, and that balance of that 25-second difference might become a little bit closer to play. The only difference is, though, second half of the race, you don't always want to have older tyres because of the amount of marbles that there are offline.
Can I just interject here? I believe the Team Redline Purple car is out the race.
That was one of Alex Palou in it.
I think I've been told, I see another news feed I have, that they had a screen freeze. I don't know if we can quite get it up, but it's just as we start to head down into, I believe that's turn 10 Cunningham. They've had a screen freeze and he's just gone straight into the right-hand side wall.
That was, you know what, Team Redline don't always have the best of luck with their drivers who come from the world of motorsport, because we all remember what happened with Max Verstappen in the 24 hours of Spa that one year when he had the pedal mess up. which I had on good authority, by the way, were not Fnatic pedals at the time. Interesting enough, they were Heusinkveld pedals. Sorry, Heusinkveld. But then you've now got Alex Below, who, of course, is the 2021 Entity Data IndyCar Series champion, and he ended up with an issue here today. I like that one, Dave. I'll let you say that one, David. I'm not going to.
Look, it's incredibly unfortunate. Alex Palou is a great racer, a champion, seems like a really cool dude, but if he's been taken out of this race today by a hardware issue, it's got to be a computer chip Ganassi failure.
I love it. That might win comment of the day. In fact, you know what? When we get to the Simi Awards in December, I'm going to put that one down as commentary moment of the year. I do love Chip, actually. I do miss the fact that they don't have that for GTs anymore. Michael was running a great job over there. But Alex Palou, again, bad luck again for, I don't like saying real racing drivers, but for the drivers who run in various top-level motor racing series around the world. We will try and get a replay of that one, but that's going to be hugely disappointing for the headline and all the IndyCar fans possibly watching right now will.
And our junior counterparty.
And our junior counterparty. That's true. Very true, David. And it's not just sim drivers. I don't know if you can cast your mind back to the Suzuka 10 hour. Luke Bennett had a wheel disconnect failure. That took them out the contention for the win. You go to Petit Le Mans last year. Diego Pinto had I think another steering wheel failure disconnect, and they went into the wall. So it's been very hard luck on Team Redline recently, I think, with the cars. Carry on.
Finnish and German ISPs resetting at 3 a.m. have crushed more dreams than Simon Cowell.
Yeah, true. One thing that maybe someone is asked Dom to just do a kind of system-wide upgrade of hardware in the Team Redline camp. I mean, they must make enough money these days with all the competitions they're taking part in. Of course, they're doing great in some of the VCO championships right now. So just invest all that money. Get some more sponsored pedals sold, and maybe they can upgrade the hardware for some of these drivers. It is a huge shame, though, that the Team Redline purple car are out of the race. The Team Redline red car is leading the way in GTD. And of course, let's not forget, David, the last time we were on air for an iRacing special event, we had Team Redline trying to get a 1-2-3, and then they had that calamity in the last third of the race.
Can I talk about another hardware failure?
Go on.
My parents, bless them, got a microwave as a wedding present, right? And after 34 beautiful years of their marriage, I mean that microwave, it failed just the other day on their wedding anniversary. So they know that the microwave also failed. Sorry, my parents are still together. The microwave failed 34 years to the day of its microwaving life.
I tell you what, you can imagine you've got a 34-year warranty. You go back and say, "Oh, sorry, it's 1 day too old, that warranty." That's a shame.
All my life, my parents have been like, "Oh, this microwave is the same age as our marriage," and now the microwave is gone, but their beautiful marriage continues.
And of course, you can't call it a microwave. You've got to give it the Nigella Lawson approach. It's a
Microwave.
Battle for 9 in GTD, Beta Racing Team Euronics 451, Vanderbilt Sim Racing White 1, 2, 3. Just a reminder, by the way, if you're sick and tired of my voice already, well, you've got 6 hours and 43 minutes of race commentary to go, plus a white flag, plus driver interviews as part of my Iron Man Challenge to raise money for Calm, a UK mental health charity designed to support one of the biggest killers of men under the age of 40 in the UK. For more information, and if you want to donate, visit RaceSpotTV/calm. That is racebot.wtf/com. Link will go on your screen as soon as Hugo can press the button to do so. But that's the battle going on. P number 9 GTD, and it is about half a second separating them on track right now, Will.
Yeah, and it comes down to that thing that we talked about earlier when we were seeing the BMW bank car and the 91 Urano battle. I believe that was who it was. Maybe I'm incorrect, but do they want to sit there, save a bit of fuel, look towards hitting their fuel targets, or do they want to make the move? I would say that by the look of it, they're looking a little bit, but there you go, you hear the clutch there, dips the clutch in, saves a little bit of fuel before the apex. Not very early, but I can see the Vendaval car staying there for a little while longer yet, although saying that, they'll probably pass this lap.
Knowing our luck, he'll be down on the exit of Big Bend. Well, we're going to find out anyway, because we're on board with Spencer Cotswitz in the Vendaval Sim Racing white car, heading up through the gears, heading through Big Bend, heading towards a hairpin down at turn number 7 on this track, David. Well, just almost outbroke himself there, did the Vendaval Sim Racing white car, but still on the rear, battle for P number 9. You know what the really annoying thing is? Because my window is wide open and let's get a little bit of air in here, I just have the waft of someone grilling something, and I've still got 7 hours of commentary to do.
I've also got the window open, enjoying some of the beautiful fresh air, and had to make sure I didn't hit my hot mic button when an ambulance went past a second ago. But no one's cooking anything good, but that's because it's 4 a.m. Sunday morning. So,
if someone was cooking something good, though, you know it'd be worth eating at that time.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But we're looking at
the
Spencer.
greasiest hot dogs.
Yeah. Exit turn 16, down the Omen, straight away they come once again. You know what, I've never actually been to Sebring. I've always wanted to. I've heard the atmosphere is really good around here, David. I know you've been to racetracks in America in the past. What's your favourite part about American racetracks compared to what you've got over in London?
I've talked about this before on broadcast, I'm sure. Mid-Ohio at the concession stand, they've got a machine that dispenses warm liquid cheese onto whatever hot dog, fries, burger you just bought.
Is it an industrial scale liquid cheese?
It's a serious bit of kit. It's a serious bit of kit.
Meanwhile,
Something that I just don't think would be right to indulge every day, but...
I mean, they have some amazing food fairs in America. I think it's Minnesota where you got the massive bucket of cookies for like $5, and you get 1 glass of milk to go with it. Compare that.
Like IMSA seems to do that I don't see replicated that often by other series or other whatever, is the car corrals and such, where they try to make some of the race events a big deal for Corvette sports car owners or other brand, sports car owners, and as much as the racing sells the cars, the popular owners clubs of various popular vehicles brings them to become fans of the racing.
Yeah. I think when I was at Road Atlanta, they had one from Mazda. Mazda was the support series for the Petit Le Mans.
Time I
had
went
a
to
load.
VIR, there was several manufacturers and brands for that kind of thing.
Yeah. By the way, SRC Corsa Rossa on pit road. That's the number 1 car, Fraser Williamson behind the wheel, and then you've got Sam Michaels getting out of the car, SRV Ravana Corsa Gallo, and then you've got Race Clutch Red on pit road, Netrex Grand Prix Gold on pit road, Urano Esports on pit road with the Heineken Media car. So a number of drivers on pit road right now as some of them come back out onto track. So it's that time again for your LMP2 cars to make their service. And as we do that, we turn our attention over to Leader Racing Team Euronics car in your GT3. That is, I believe, the 450 car right now on track there. We don't really have much in terms of massive food stuff at sporting events, especially motorsports events. You're kind of lucky if you get a burger or the equivalent of about $10 US, William, if we're lucky.
Oh, I mean, I think the things that I tend to see in the past, you get burgers. Sometimes, if you're lucky, there's that like pizza truck, which will do like fresh pizzas, which is always very good. Always get fish and chips because we're British. And I mean, realistically, there's always going to be a bar, so you can just consume alcohol instead of consuming.
Do you not drink and drive, of course? Remember what Bernie said? Sven Hasse. That's very unlike Sven Hasse. He did a really good point on the track, though, that he could just reverse out of the way, because that's a very fast section there.
That looks like it's gone round on him very suddenly. But what I will say as well is I was about to say that car's made some really, really good progress and inroads on the leader. And now that has all been thrown away.
Some very good off-roads.
Yeah.
Well, apparently now, yeah. A good bit of acrobatics as well.
Yeah. I do remember the first time at Download Festival when they got rid of the dirty pizza stand and put in a Domino's instead, and then realised it was like £20 for the world's smallest personal pizza. The fish and chips stall is always, battered seahorse and chips. And the burgers, I mean, there's a rule in the UK that for a sausage to be called a sausage, it's got to have 32% meat content in it. But I would always call it a sausage and never a pork sausage, because it means that it's not got 43% meat content in there. So you kind of know what you're eating. It's always bad. Compare that to Texas Motor Speedway, for example. They always have you talk about some things, David. Texas Motor Speedway always push the boat out when it comes to food. For their IndyCar. Now, their IndyCar races, we were talking about earlier, not well attended this year, but their food stores are always incredible for NASCAR events. And I think that's a big part of it. The whole tailgating atmosphere in America, it's one of those things, if you've got your own barbecue, that's great. But if you're just tailgating and you need to go and get some food, Indiana, pork tenderloin, $7, and it's about as big as your face.
I've remembered some of the best racetrack food that exists is the Gold Coast Street Circuit, previously Champ Car, etc. Now V8 Supercars, Australian Supercars. It exists in a very dense urban area. Skyscrapers all around, etc., etc. They're not able or legally allowed to prevent the businesses that are encircled within the racetrack from trading. So there's a cafe that every other day of the year is a cafe, but when they're encircled and contained within the street circuit racetrack, they're not allowed to stop them from trading. So they have awesome food that isn't racetrack food, isn't sporting event food. They're like, we are surrounded 360 degrees by the enemy, I mean racetrack, but we're still allowed to operate.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. We're unbiased, by the way, with unbiased competition. Number 100 car as they work through turns 14, 15 and 16 coming up in a moment's time. This is actually 15, that's 16. And that goes back to the point I made earlier, actually, about the Team Redline car, Team Redline purple car, and the fact that, yes, you got the line that represent the edge of the racetrack, but you just see just how dark that racing line is off of the racetrack on that bit of concrete to the left-hand side of turn number 15 there. So it does really exist well, and some of the time, especially in a race like this, you will have different rules compared, for example, to the BMW Sim GT Cup, where there is a form of race control, or other series on RaceSpot, like the 24H series or SCO, the VCO series, where it's all very clearly defined as to what you can and what you can't do.
I think we've seen some interesting concept as well with I believe the IVRA League was running their own sort of track limits that they kind of regulated themselves. And yeah, you also have different strategies allowed in tyre warm-up for stuff like qualifying between like maybe Sim Cup and then an iRacing special event can be quite different. So yeah, I think it's important to note what like the rules are for the specific event, and obviously the fact that we don't have live stewarding is really a case down to the fact that this is open to everyone. Anyone can have entered this race today and kind of raced with some of these pro esports drivers, potentially, if you were able to somehow have enough iRating in order to make it into these splits. And that's one of the beauties of iRacing. Anyone can compete.
So yeah, as I was saying, I'm just trying to think what I was going through in my head right now. But we've always talked as well about the fact that you can't live steward, 30, 40 splits or this sort of thing. And it is a community event. It is open to the community. Everyone in the community really gets a chance to have their own experience, which should always be exactly the same. Yeah, of course, the top split is broadcasted. That's the only real difference compared to this and every other split today. And stewarding means, you've got to work on the iRacing, whatever they call the off-track lines are. And I mean, I think I remember it was it Verstappen, David, at Spa, who broke the incident count limit that one year in 2019?
You're really gonna do my boys in HJ dirty and discredit our scientific discovery of the fact that it's possible to roll over the integer value of off tracks within a single session.
I know it's over 1,024.
And then incident limits got introduced to iRacing official events.
Yeah, so go on, explain how it worked.
I don't know, I didn't race that particular year, but they literally just got 5 off tracks a lap every lap for 24 hours.
I believe that went down because there was an error with the first split that meant that the first time slot, which meant that for some reason you will only have like 25 or just an incident limit which was like almost impossible to keep to, and then they couldn't fix it in time, so they just disabled it. So then everyone was, sim racers will take every advantage they can, and ever. I can even say it for myself in last weekend's Porsche Esports Carrera Cup round. I abused the track limits at turn 1 because I had X's available to try and make a move at Alton Park. If you've got it allocated
for a podium here, mate.
But that is true.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, this is battle for third place. Apex Racing team looking, and on the outside into turn number 10. Not going to be able to get it through now, so they're going to have to wait until our corner at least. But the Apex Racing team right behind Williams Esports BenQ, and let's not forget, one of the Williams Esports cars is now out of the race, David. So Apex Racing team, they did drop back a little bit in this race, but they're trying to get back up to spoil the party a little bit of the Williams Esports guys around them.
Yeah, you've got these different, lengths of fuel runs here between this Williams Esports BenQ and Apex Racing's. Both of them weave down the back straight, down the Ullman Straight. Williams Esports BenQ looking at the traffic ahead, looking at trying to preserve that inside line to Sunset Bend. This is gutsy stuff.
Oh, that's about the 5th driver that I've seen go all the way onto that little mound on the exit of Sunset Bend, but they somehow managed to just about survive that one. But they have now fallen back by about 6 tenths to a second. I would love to see a replay on board of that Apex Racing team car through Sunset Bend, because that got so tight so quickly that could have been race ending.
I'm so surprised they didn't get damaged there. Just looking back on my own personal feed, that was a rather large impact with the wall, and I'm surprised if they haven't picked up any damage, which it doesn't look to be the case, as we see a move for the lead here down into the hairpin.
This has been hours in the making, but BMW BS Competition have gotten past Team Redline Red on the racetrack, and this has been one that has been just slowly plotting away for hours and hours and hours. the gap would go up to about 10 seconds, then drop down to about 3 seconds, and go back up again to about 10 seconds. But Reina Salvar has decided that Patrick Holtzman was not going fast enough and has gotten past the number 71 car on track. It's worth noting that this number 71 car, the BMW Team Redline Red car, has been driven by Max Benecke, Patrick Lolum, and Patrick Holtzman here. Say Chris Lolum and Patrick Holtzman even. Max Benecke did the first 2 stints. Chris Lolum did the next 3. Patrick Holtzman's the driver who's been in the car most recently, as we see Patrick Heinrich batting it out. P7, that got mighty close, David.
Yeah, it is all on through the whole damn GTD field right now, between those leaders, between 3rd and 4th. And then even here, look at this, a 3-way fight. Biela ahead of Arnage, Vendeval Sim Racing White, Spencer Kostovich ranging up on the back of both of them. Was faster than Arnage on that lap, just gone as well. And then the other Arnage, Karen Fire, why not? In your top 11, someone, RAG, all on their lonesome.
It's almost as if, Will, the racing drivers heard what we were yapping on about burger vans and pretzels and all this stuff, and was like, you know what?
Unsigned integer rollover.
Yeah, they just wanted us to see some racing to bring us back onto topic.
Yeah, we saw some quite aggressive moves there. You know, Rein Talvar squeezing out Holtzman on the exit, and we also saw Patrick getting very, very close with the number 23 Arnage competition car. Now, I will say that the ultimate focus of these 2 drivers, which have just made that move, is to break the toe. So the toe in these cars is about 1.1 seconds, 1.2. You know, you're going to get a small advantage. And currently, for that lead, we see it sitting around 0.8 of a second. If Reina Talvar can break that, it's going to be a lot easier for him to open up that gap and start to really get an advantage there in the lead. And, you know, because I think if we're being honest, then probably the pace of these drivers, it's looked like maybe that Patrick Holtzman is slightly lacking a tenth or two to Benecke and Lulum. So, you know, once Benecke gets back in the car, once Lulum gets back in the car, and maybe Reina Talvar gets out of that BMW, maybe they're going to need that advantage.
Well, here's the interesting thing. Chris Lulum actually was about 5 seconds faster on his stint than Max Benecke was, with the same number of laps. So Holtzman's due on pit road in the next 5 laps or so. And when he does that, I'm fully expecting Max Benecke to get back in the car. So if you're that BMW BS competition car, you've basically got 5 laps to go absolutely flat out, try and get that advantage out before you end up with the next driver change in the next 6 or so laps time.
Yeah, and the thing that we can also hark back to as well is that the last person, you know, at the last BMW Sim Cup round, Reina Talvar's second stint, once he got in that car, he absolutely wiped the floor with everyone. He was by far the fastest driver. So you've got to take into account that potentially in the 89 car today, maybe Reina has a little bit of an advantage over Phil. Can he extend that gap to give Phil a little bit to play with in terms of the gap that is at hand? Although, as saying that right now, you know, we're seeing that gap start to come down a little as traffic sways for and against you. It's really a battle between the drivers here. I don't think there's
Apex
hardly
back
anything.
to the outside, sorry. Apex back to the outside at Sunset Bend. This is the 3rd time they tried this one. They're going to try and go around the outside again, and they do it. Fantastic move there by Apex Racing Team at Sunset Bend. They didn't have to go over the hill that time by. They were able to use the outside line absolutely perfectly, and Apex Racing Team now up into 3rd place overall in this race. That was the textbook outside move there, David, that you can do it at Sunset Bend, and he did it without actually having to pinch the driver down too much on the inside line either. So for Apex, that was a lovely clean pass.
Super gutsy from Dion Fialo there as well, because it was just a couple laps ago that he tried exactly that. made contact with the wall and it was nearly race over. So then you fast forward a couple laps to what we just saw, finds himself in a very similar situation, no laps traffic, but says, yeah, do you know what? I fancy another bite at that. Let's try that one more time. And came off looking like a hero. Mega speed into the corner, but maybe was just a little wide of the bumpier part to flow some momentum. Call it up high if you want in oval terms. And then was clear by the exit of the corner. That was really, really brave.
Millimeter perfect.
Yeah, and executed to perfection as well.
Yeah,
so
really well.
Awesome move.
Really well done. In fact, I'll put that one in the top 3 moves of the race so far, because we've seen a lot of close calls on that ledge on the outside of Sunset Bend, and I'm going to be talking about this one all day today. We'll be talking about it all day tomorrow in the BMW Sim GT Cup. But in the prototypes, it's also just a little bit harder, because the issue is, Will, that as soon as you get onto that dirty stuff, you just lose more downforce.
Yeah, grip, downforce. You want to just make sure that you're. Yeah, it's hard because you're just trying to run the perfect line that you can. A lot of these drivers, bear in mind, will be lapping so perfectly, it's unbelievable, because the consistency that these drivers can reach, especially in a long race like this, like we said, getting into that rhythm is immense. And I doubt that any of these drivers, especially at the front of these classes, will be making many mistakes to put them offline, etc. But yeah, like you say, I'm sure we'll talk about it tomorrow in BMW Sim Cup, and here today, as you see the marbles build up even more across this race. We're not even halfway through.
We've still got 6 hours and 21 minutes to go, plus of course a white flag lap in this one. Keeping an eye out on the battle for first place in GTD BS competition, able to get past Team Red Line Red. We saw that one earlier on, but they haven't yet been able to pull away. Now there is going to be a little bit of traffic that sweeps around them both at Big Bend that time around underneath the Budweiser Bridge. They come in towards the hairpin. So BS competition, they got the move done. Maybe, just maybe, Holtzman is thinking, okay, I might be able to save a bit of fuel here, Will, because they've not been able to do that for a long time, and it looks as though BS competition can't pull away, and Holtzman doesn't seem to want to try and get back past him.
Yeah, so the definitive factor in this battle, I've kept my eye on it for the past few laps, is once Holtzman was able to bring that gap under 0.8 of a second once again. I think it was just an LMP just slightly slowing down the number 89 car. It was able to close the gap up much better. I suppose you could say, God, that's terrible phrasing, but once you're within that 0.5 of a second, 0.6 of a second advantage, it seems that the advantage from toe overweighs the pace advantage which the 89 car has. So really, if Reina Talva wants to break out a gap here, he's going to need some LMP assistance.
Yeah.
Or a mistake.
Or the pit stops go absolutely perfect. They are due on pit road in a couple of laps' time. So this is going to be lap number 27 of the stint for Patrick Holtzman. He's got 2 more laps. Basically, this lap and the next lap will be the in-lap, David. The key question is going to be, in BS competition, do another lap, or are they going to come in at the same time? Or, even worse for Team BS competition, are they going to have to come in a lap earlier than Team Red Line Red?
I think BS can go longer here. And it's both of them on that first stint of tyres. That's where the peak of your performance is. On the light fuel at the end of that first stint of tyres, the overcut should be pretty powerful for BS, who lead as well. So I like where Reina Talva is. There's maybe reason to believe that the good times can't last forever when you look at the depth of the driver talent across both cars. But for Reina Talva at the lead, and I think the strategy is just a slightly nicer place for BS as well.
indeed, Will. As we still got this battle though going on. First place GTD, as I say, next lap will be the in lap for Patrick Colton. I did just look at the timing, and it's, you know, 3 laps after that before BS competition coming towards pit road.
I see a 2-lap delta between their fuel load, but yeah, not a great deal, is it?
No. It's interesting to as we get towards his pit stop phase, you know, I actually said about that 0.8 of a second advantage, kind of built it up to that again between these two leading cars. I really want to see if, and we see, here we are, BMW Team Redline Red into the pit stop. Important to get it executed. You know, they'll be off the pit limiter. I can currently see him travelling at 71, 72 kph, which is a little bit above the speed limit, which is what you can just about do in iRacing. Stop nicely in the box, ready to take the service. Will there be a driver change? Yes, there will. Who gets in the car? Gonna be Chris Lullen is in the car, in the BMW Team Redline Red car. So, as we were saying, Chris was really so earlier on, so it's going to be interesting to see what inroads he can make on BS competition. But for now, the number 89 has to do some really good laps here. Why? Because BMW Redline Red are going to get out, they're going to be on a heavy fuel load, they're going to lap a little bit slower maybe than the BS competition car on the low fuel load. So this is make or break time really for Reina Talvar. Can he open that gap above the toe, and can they keep it there?
And when it rains, it pours. It's busy on pit lane as well, because third from Prototype came in. You can see that on your timing column to the left. Dion Fialo for Apex Racing Team after his brave move around the outside of Sunset. It's time to call time on that particular stint. He'll stay in fuel only, you'd expect.
Yes, and it looks like a full tyre service or the Redline Red car as well. I will say, as they travel down pit road, again, you know, slightly above the pit lane speed limit they rejoin the racetrack. What have you seen, David?
Is that... Are they going to single stinting those tyres?
I'm not quite sure when they last changed it, but for the...
do you see a stop time of 1:10? And that they changed some tyres at the previous stop, maybe 2 at the previous stop? I'm not sure, but they're definitely a decently chunky stop. No, a very long stop. Bordering on full service.
I would 100% say that they took full tyres. I think minute 10 to me. I haven't done the stop time calculations, but I do believe that is around about what you would be looking at for a full tyre change. Certainly looked like it was on the jacks for long enough. So yeah, it looks like maybe a fresh set of tyres though, which will help the Redline Red car with keeping up with the pace that the BS competition car will have.
So that will be interesting to keep the eye out on. So it's going to be about 3 laps difference between the two of them. And Patrick Colton say he did a good job behind the wheel of that Team Redline car, but now we've got more fun, say, going on across all of these cars. And he's like, the strategy, we get to that halfway point in the race, we start to see a little bit more of an understanding as how it's going to be in part 2, because you get to that point where you kind of know where it might be at the end. The interesting thing for me is that Chris Ludham is back behind the wheel of that car, and because he's going to get in, I'm thinking maybe Beneke might be reserved to do the last stint at the end of the race. But you've got to remember as well, Will, that Max Beneke is actually also doing double duty, because he's also right now taking part in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Cup by iRacing, which means that we might not see him back at the end of the race. That one just popped into my mind.
That is a fantastic point, and that's exactly why he won't be in the car right now. You've got to think that he started this race to get a little bit of drive time in, and then I imagine he will have jumped straight into testing for Super Cup, getting ready for this evening's event. But I think we'll see him back in time. You know, this race runs till, I think it'll run till 40 past midnight UTC. I think there'll be plenty of time for Beneke to get back into the car and to make sure that he's done his allocated drive time. But it's important to also note that the red line cars, both of them were carrying 3 drivers. Of course, one of them, purple car, is now out of the race.
Also, having a look, and the interesting thing here is, David, that for Holtzman, his stint times 55 minutes 31 seconds for the one he did previous to this one, 55 minutes 30 seconds for this one. That all sounds well and good, but it's actually 14 seconds slower than what Chris Lillard was able to do.
Although differing track temperatures within that, so you can't always be completely accurate on looking at the stint times, especially when the weather
Sebring's
is
not a
varying.
laboratory, is it? You can't control for all of those variables.
Yeah, but you would say that potentially that Holtzman's pace, at least looking at everyone around that car, would suggest that he was slightly slower than Lullen beforehand.
And then as for that minimum driver times, etc., if you are a 3-driver car and each of your drivers has already run a double stint, then no one is going to fall afoul of the minimum times. So there's no need for Beneke to get back into 71. For the reasons you pointed out, it's entirely feasible that he might want to, or the team might decide they need that, but it's not a sporting requirement.
Correct.
No. Yeah, I think it's also to mention that I think if Beneke is willing and able to get back in that car, they'll absolutely put him there, because he is an unbelievably good driver. There is a reason why he is number 1 on the road side of things in terms of the skill rating which is given to these drivers through the iRacing system. And even speaking to his teammates like Chris Lullen, he is a great driver, and they all highly rate him at Redline, which is completely understandable.
Yeah, you're right. As we're looking at the battle right now, 9th and 10th place in LMP2. Yes, Heat versus Race Clutch Red. Separated by about a quarter of a second right now as they work through lots and lots of traffic. And that's the thing, sometimes you think, oh, I've got an opening here, but before you look at it, getting yourself into position, that gap's closed because of other lap traffic trying to get out of the way or just trying to run their normal racing line. So they go now towards turn 14, turn 15, and then turn 16 onto the Omen straight away. They will come again. And actually, Race Clutch have lost a little bit here as they both try to move away from that traffic that they go past. And Yassi deliberately cutting across there to try and block the toe of the Race Clutch red car in this battle for number 9, almost at the halfway distance of this 2022 12 hours of season. Our coverage here today is brought to you by Heusinkveld Engineering. You're watching RaceSpotTV on Twitch, on YouTube. Hello to everyone who might just be joining us right now. Been a great race so far. We've still got a long way to go. This battle in GTD, we're going to really get an understanding of how it's going to be. Well, right about now, actually, because we've had the pit stop for the number 89 team, and it looks as though BS Competition are actually back out on track, and they've got themselves a 2-second advantage right now, David.
Yep. They're just 2 laps. 3 laps difference between themselves. And Red Line Red has meant what was a couple car lengths is 2 seconds between first and second in GTD. So that's slightly longer run. Low on fuel. A car that was already just looking fractionally quicker. The overcut has given them a little bit of time. So now Phil Dinez versus Chris Lolham, a big reset, but between the 2 cars. Same 2 cars as before.
Mm-hmm. And thing to note, just to touch on this for the last time, a tweet from Patrick Holtzman's Twitter account says that he wasn't very happy with his performance in the car on that stint. So that kind of alludes to what we were suggesting, that maybe his pace wasn't quite up to the level of Chris Lamore or Max Benek earlier in the race.
You say that, but Patrick Holtzman is not hard himself. Like, I've seen him push some of the best sim racers in the world within an inch of their driving capabilities, and then he's still hard himself. We've got to be honest, it wasn't a bad stint, Holtzman.
Oh, no.
Because the entire time swing was nothing more than 12 seconds maximum. And that also has to take into the fact that we talked earlier that the way that these drivers have been doing their stints is that Redline were better at the start, then you had the BMW team better later on. So you can't be harsh on Patrick Holtzman there, but we are talking about nanometers, as here comes a race clutch car looking down to the inside into the hairpin, and it should be done. It is.
And I think it's important to note that these guys are the best in the world at this, and they will forever be harsh on themselves due to just the intense competitive nature of this business. And personally, I can tell you, when you've been in the car and you feel like you could have done a better job, or your pace was lacking slightly, then you are going to be hard on yourself. But it's important to note that even when these drivers are hard on themselves, or they think they're having a little bit of an off day, they still are unbelievably fast.
Okay, so here's the plan. In just about 7 minutes' time, we're going to move to part 2 of our feed of the 2022 12 Hours of Sebring here on RaceSpotTV, sponsored by Heusinkveld Engineering. So if you're watching us on YouTube, we're going to start spamming you a link of where you need to go next. And don't worry, our coverage will continue uninterrupted once we head ourselves over to part 2. We'll continue our 12 hours of commercial-free commentary here on RaceSpotTV, except for when we talk about, of course, the sponsors of the race, because we can't quite avoid that one. But the first half of the race done. Let's have a look, shall we, very quickly at your LMP2 field, because, again, the balance and the shifting is important there. It is currently Williams Esports Fanatec leading the way, 195 laps scored complete so far. And I'm doing the maths very quickly in my head right now. The magical number that we are looking for is 396 laps in terms of this race. Right now, we are looking at 394 laps completed in this race. Maybe 395 if we are lucky. So we might fall one lap short, but it's Williams Esports Fanatec leading by 14.8 seconds over Williams Esports BenQ. Urana Esports in 3rd place. Koala Sim Sports in 4th. Apex Racing Team rounds out your top 5. In GTD, it is BMW Team BS Competition leading by 2.2 over Team Redline Red. MSI Esports Red in 3rd. BWAC Team Euronics in 4th. Team BMW Bank in 5th. And R8G Esports in P number 6. So they are the main stories heading into part 2 of this race. The thing that we've got to question, though, is our Commander Simmersport is going to do one of their random strategies, because I'm just trying to figure out where they are in terms of this whole balance of how many laps they are into a stint right now. They have done themselves 13 pit stops compared to the 12 or some people around them, and the 10 pit stops of some of the Williams Esports cars. So it looks as though that the fuel saving approach might end up just about working, Will, but there's a long way to go to figure out the Rubik that is the LMP2 field.
Yeah, I think what I said, like 50 minutes ago now, is that we're going to get to see kind of a preview of what we're looking at the end of the race. I think it is pretty set in stone that we're going to see the both of the TD cars making splash and dashes, even with the BS competition car having that advantage on fuel. I don't think it's enough to ever make it to the hour. And yeah, as we see with LMP now, when they're coming to come down to stop, potentially we'll see kind of a picture on what it may look like in 6 hours' time.
Okay, David, before we head ourselves over to part number 2, what do you think we need to pay attention to in the next 2 hours of this race when we jump back on air in a few moments' time?
Oh, the lights in the hotel swimming pool that come on after dark, but also that VRS Coanda SimSport number 8 to come back into play, because the 3 cars in front are going to take tyres at their next round of stops, which fall within the next 5 to 10 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching part 1 of our coverage of the 2022 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Heusinkveld Engineering. On behalf of the entire team for the first part of this podcast, that's what we mean, from Arjuna Kankapati, from David Haynes, Will Chadwick, and myself, Will Vincent, as well as Hugo Louise behind the camera, we are going to literally take ourselves 10 seconds, and then after that, we're going to start talking again. We'll see you on part 2 in just one moment.